eBay Motors powers Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2022, presented by Gear Vendors. This is day 5 coming at you from Worldwide Technology Raceway, adjacent to St. Louis, Missouri. Everybody here has been on a thrash. Remember, every car that you're going to see racing today has been on a 5-day road trip. They've road tripped 4 different times, roughly 750 miles. For some of them, many more as they go chasing parts and things like that. As they come back here to St. Louis, as soon as they stage their cars and break the beams, they will have completed Drag Week. But it's going to be much better than that. We're going to have a lot of really dramatic stories happening and a lot of cars that have not made their numbers that have the possibility of catching up here. We've got 5 classes that are really tight. It's going to be a lot of fun. Clearly, this is David Freiberger all alone in the booth. Brian Loans has taken off. He is at the NHRA event that's happening at ZMAX in Charlotte, North Carolina. So I'll be flying solo today. I did this alone all last week, and so I can pull it off. I'm not a professional drag racing announcer, but nonetheless, we're going to have some fun and have a lot of trivia coming at you all throughout the day. I stayed up deep into the night last night getting data on all these classes that I should be able to share with you, and here's some of it. 337 cars started here on Monday. 67 are out. Now, what's interesting about that is that Brian and I both noted that if you look every single year, the attrition rate is about 20%, and this year, it nailed it. The thing we don't know is how many cars may not have made it in the drive last night, so we might hear that as we go throughout the day. The thing is, we know the cars that are out who told us as of the end of yesterday, but certainly there was more dying out today. That is about 20% attrition. That means we still have 270 cars happening right here, right now. And look at this, our top 2 quickest vehicles, which are going to be Tom Bailey in the 6 Seconds 2.0 Camaro and the S10 pickup out of Sweden. Check this out. They are divided on a 4-day average ET by 0.0025 seconds. How tight is that? We also have a whole lot of records that are going down, or at least we think they're going to if these cars do what we expect them to do today. If Bryant Goldstone finishes, which we do anticipate, he will have a new record for the quickest single pass in the history of unlimited iron. He might even be able to nick away at the average record in that thing. We do have records on all classes at this point. Now, in all motor, it's interesting because all motor is a new class that is sort of a combination between the super street all motor classes and the former modified naturally aspirated class. So it's a little difficult to look at records right there, but I can tell you that both Michael Ramirez and Ryan Enzer have smoked the old record in modified naturally aspirated. It's not completely fair to say it that way because there are some more liberal rules this year, but it's just a good indicator of how quick these cars are becoming. And let's look at Jason Tabscott. You're going to see him come up. He has already destroyed all of his own personal records, moving from street race small block naturally aspirated and up into the new all motor small block class. So you're going to see him come back, and that is like an 860s and 70s car naturally aspirated. Another one in street race big block naturally aspirated, and I announce this because I think some of these racers probably don't even realize this. Darren Ambrose has smashed the single pass record in that class when he went 889 yesterday. What we also saw in street race small block power adder yesterday was Dustin Trance, who made lap after lap after lap trying to get at the top of that class and succeeding, and he was able to run an 8.500, which has only happened one time ever before. We're also going to have a couple of new 200-mile-an-hour club entries. We give that for a car that runs 200 miles an hour for the very first time at Drag Week on any day except for the first day, and they have to complete the event. So we believe that you will be seeing that twice today. Let me explain to you what is just about to happen as we pull our first cars onto the track. This is going to be the Street Machine Eliminator class. Street Machine Eliminator cannot run quicker than 10.0. Everybody in this class is trying to qualify for a 32-car field for a bracket race that will happen later on today. What we're going to do now is pull up the top 40 cars based on their average ET over the last 4 days. And we're going to run them all so that they can get their 5th pass of Drag Week and hand in their time slip so we can see who the final 32 are going to be and then put them on that ladder. Now, we're going to have the quickest street machine eliminator of all time, I hope. Our record is 1075 as far as the quickest ever. That was in 2018. 2019, we had 1085 bump spot. Today, the bump stop coming into this event, this will change after we run these 40 cars. It is 10.7355. And the 33rd car, who has not made it into the field, is out by 15 thousandths of a second. So I'm pretty confident that in the weather that we've got today, the track that we've got today, at least half of these cars are going to run the quickest pass that they've seen all week. You know what? In our top 32, it's interesting. We only have 2 import cars, an Audi and a Volvo that has an LS engine in it. Only 2 imports, and we do have 1 EV. Overall in the class, there are 5 imports, including also 2 VWs and a Jaguar. As the first pair comes to lanes, and in the left-hand side here, you're going to see a guy who has been absolutely thrashing to make this happen. Mike Ramars, left-hand lane. He made so many passes yesterday in his 2011 Shelby GT500, and it did pay off. He is currently at the top of the Street Machine Eliminator ladder with an average of 10.0488, which is only 24 thousandths of a second quicker than the car that is right behind him, which is Michael Cavallaro. In the right-hand lane here, you got Tim Bradshaw in the 02 Mustang. Now remember, what both of these cars are looking to do is run as quick to 10.00 as they possibly can. And you got a 2 quick pass there out of the Shelby in the left-hand lane. He went 9.795. I think what he's doing is saying to himself, man, the weather here is great, the track is great, I'm going to get my best number ever. The right-hand side, 1032 at 136 miles an hour. So to clarify, that 979 cannot be handed in because 10.0 is the limit for this class, but you will see some people trying to go for personal bests. In the right-hand side is Jeremy Hammer, who's driving that Tesla that I told you about, our only electric car on site, but not the first to run at Drag Week, as he goes 993 at 129. We've seen that thing stabbing the brakes all week long. On the left-hand side, 996 at 132. And I'm thinking that once again, cars are going quicker than expected because of the weather. And those cars that are running too quick are going to have to hot lap it back to the end of the staging lanes and try and get another pass during this session. Cody Walker's on the right-hand side in the 71 Dodge Dart. Ken Senko in the left in the 29 Grand Cherokee. 2019 Grand Cherokee. And that Jeep gets there at 10:53. Cody Walker about the same number, 10:51. Ian Hogshead in the right-hand side. I believe he's out of Rockford. I think he has a dyno shop there. Nathan Thompson in the left in the 2010 Camaro. Now we do run a 500 Pro tree here, and so people now are going to have to begin to work on their reaction time. .1090 in the left-hand lane there. Clearly we got something going wrong with Hogshead's car as he remains slowly rolling down the track. 1905 at 58 miles an hour. Dave Niebert in the left-hand side is the guy in that purple Challenger who is immediately outside of the bump here. He's going to try and work his way in. That 10.446 is very likely going to do it for him. We're going to have to see how he averages up, but he's going to be very happy with that. In the right-hand lane, a 10.70 with a 6. Anybody here who's running quicker than 10.73 has probably secured themselves on the ladder if they're already in the quick 32. fact, they definitely are. This Audi on the left-hand side, we learned yesterday from Mike Galimi at Hot Rod Magazine and hotrod.com, this thing won the One Lap of America event, in class, I presume. And look at the freak show of the 71 Corvette in the right-hand lane. The car we've been calling the Faceless Corvette, and it looks like he owned that and started an Instagram account yesterday called Faceless Corvette, as he goes 982, 135, way too quick for the class. Look at the perfect number on the left-hand side, nearly perfect for the Audi, 1001. That's definitely what you're looking for in this class. If it had just one more zero on it, that guy would be a superhero. Carol Barhorst on the right-hand side, we know her to be an experienced bracket racer. Jake Kretschmar on the left-hand side has got the Go Mango Challenger. Now, I believe that one is a super stock. We've been calling it a Hellcat. Someone corrected us that it's a super stock. And I'm hoping desperately that is the correct Challenger because there's a few of them here. Carol gets out with that 0.48 reaction time. All of a sudden, we're seeing people actually work on chopping down the trees. She runs 1050 in the Pontiac-powered Pontiac. The Challenger, 1034 at 132. How much do we all love Mike Roth in the right-hand side there? Number here says that he has got a Camaro. That is, in fact, an Impala, if we've got the number right in the system. That big 65 Impala has a twin-turbo LS in the thing. Lynette Jankuski on the left-hand side is currently third overall, and she is behind by, get this, 0.0028 seconds from Mike Cavallaro, who's just ahead of her. So she definitely needs that 10.00. It's a point of pride to try and get lowest number or top qualifier on the chart. She goes too quick. 997 in the Monte Carlo and 996 on the right-hand side. All right, here's Mike Roth on the right-hand side in the 2017 Camaro. Chad Garut on the left-hand side in the 67 Mustang. He's tooting the nitrous there on the Mustang. I'm looking at this hoodless car on our Drag Racer TV live feed, trying to see what he's got under the hood. I'm going to guess it looks 351-ish, but can't quite get in there to see that for a fact. There's a lot of these cars we've been seeing all week long, but with 300 cars to start, it's a little hard to get the actual powertrain data on every single one of them. We apologize to those of you who we've got that wrong. We'll attempt to correct it if we can. Write your information on your back window. 1016 on the right-hand side, and the Mustang goes 1076. Here comes a much more retinally abusive Camaro on the right-hand side in that bright green. The left-hand side is going to be a Chevy Caprice. Chris Sixt in the Caprice, Norm Jensen in the Camaro. Yeah, these guys are cutting like 360 and 428 lights. That's not going to make you somebody later on this afternoon. 10:04 could make you somebody there on the right-hand side with the green Camaro. 11:21 on the left. Martin Villeneuve on the left-hand side's got a 67 Belvedere loaded with 543 cubic inches of all-aluminum big block Chrysler power. There's an example of one we actually met earlier so that we could get that data. Azim Sheikh is in the right-hand side in the 73 Camaro. You should see the tires hoist on the station wagon. It has been in the top nines, but he's looking once again for that 10-0 right now. A little bit of a wheelie out of that thing. Not much of a light. He cut a 453. The wagon goes 106 miles an hour to the eighth and 127 at the big end at 10:16. On the right-hand side, there's another 10-0. Azim goes 10:02 at 138. You can go to the MotorTrend channel at YouTube and watch the live feed, and you'll see tight there on TJ Hodge in the left-hand side in the 65 Comet. That's Fedden Barisa on the right-hand side in the competition orange Mustang. Banging gears, 1150 at 120. The Comet, 1135, only 81 miles an hour. We're going to see what's going on there, coasting down. You got another stick car here on the left-hand side, that little S10 pickup truck. Later on the day, we will have a stick shift shootout for any manual transmission competitors who want to dive into that. This could be one of them. That's Ted Munsell. The Mustang on the right, Frank Venziano. As far as late model cars go, we believe we've got more Mustangs on site, certainly than we do over the Challengers and Chargers, even if you combine those together. And we think the Mustang's ahead of the Camaro as well. The S10 pickup, 1026 on the left, and the Mustang, 1065. Swinging the live stream camera back to the 57 Bel Air. I believe this car was looking for a fuel pump earlier today, as many people do on drag week. If you don't mount your fuel pump in the tank in the hot weathers on these long drives, you often end up killing those things. And there was a racer in need this morning, and I believe it was probably that car, the 57 Chevy of Kyle Kirker. We got a $300 square body here on the right-hand side. Looks like he optimistically has got a parachute on the back. And he kind of somewhat optimistically is using his turbos on his junkyard LS engine. We've got 7-second turbo LSs out here. This truck is not one of them. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this actual program, though. It's a father and son who put this thing together for dirt cheap, and they're out here just having fun. They both cut 051 lights. Run a little rich on the truck as it goes down. The 57 Chevy 1012 at 135. The truck 1087 129. Everybody expects like a 1,500 horsepower out of a turbo LS, but tell me it wouldn't be fun to have a 10-second square body short bed driving around on the street. Jay Grabiak, a many-time drag week participant, in the right-hand side. Chuck Jordan's on the left. Now, unfortunately, we know this thing is having trouble making a 2-3 shift under wide open throttle. We'll see what he tries to do about that. If you look at the flamed Cadillac on the left-hand side, who just red lit. Up to this point, red lights don't count because all we're doing is time trials, but a red light will take you out of the bracket race later in the day. As Grabiak goes 991 in the Nova, 1168 for the Cadillac. Ooh, Grabiak cut an 029 light also. I'm probably ruining these people's chances at the bracket race by announcing their reaction times, as we've got some real pros here going to keep careful track of that, try and take themselves, put themselves on the ladder so they don't have to meet some of the better people, just knock off the racers who are not hardcore into the brackets. Cameron Thorpe is a guy who is hardcore into bracket racing. That Volvo, which I carefully pronounced because Brian ridiculed me for it all day yesterday and the day before that and the day before that. That wine-colored station wagon, Burgundy, is reminding you of the backcountry of Sweden. That thing has a low-buck sort of junkyard assembled or Craigslist and eBay assembled LSA engine in it. As he goes 1054, 128 on track with what he's been doing the whole time, and he cuts an 047 light. The left-hand side, 1084 at 126. That Volvo has been to every week-long drag and drive event thus far this year, so that's very cool. We're not sure anybody else has ever done it. We're also happy that Brian Loans is no longer here because he's, virtually intolerable in the booth every time this pickup truck comes to the line. He's the man that we are calling Liberace. That's not his name, but we're going with Liberace as he smokes out the starting line. Kevin McKenna on the left-hand side. He's a senior editor of National Dragster, NHRA National Dragster, and he takes this very seriously. He's a past NMRA class champion He wasn't getting a hold of the track like he wanted to. He wasn't cutting a light like he wanted to, but he is placing himself into this 32-car field as he desires. Look at that truck, 1052 at 99 miles an hour, obviously slowing down. That's a 9-second capable truck. He hasn't shown us a 10.0 so far this week, but we really need him to. We can FaceTime Brian, and it could be just gruesome. 1039 in the left-hand lane out of McKenna. McKenna, who is missing the NHRA race at ZMAX that is beginning today, which is where both Brian Loans and Lonnie Grimm are escaping from Drag Week to go work at. Jeff Dugapolsky on the right-hand side, and we're looking at Mike Reimers on the left-hand side. It's interesting because Reimers is #1 low qualifier right now, and Dugapolsky is a 3-time Street Machine Eliminator bracket race winner. I couldn't believe how many laps he was putting on that 66 Chevelle yesterday. He even got shafted one time on a tree reset, and they sent him down track without a pass. We had to go grab him and go, dude, you're getting another chance, as if you need one after making 8 passes in a row, but he took it. He also cuts an O light. Dugapolsky, Chevelle, 1038, 129. Reimers goes 1015, which is not going to improve his position. He's really in a battle against Michael Cavallaro and Lynette Jankowski for the top positions on this ladder. Raymond Davis in the CTS. Jeremy Hammer is back with the Tesla. Now we're beginning to see these cars take multiple laps. I also see Carroll. I also see the Demon or Superstock. Yeah, all of these cars are making returns right now to get their best number. You can see him, looks like he's shifting gears, that CTS. I'm seeing smoke puffs coming out of the back of the thing. Either that or he lifted and got back on it. Hammer in the Tesla goes 10:04. That's a number he can hand in. He went too quick last time. 10:68 is also a number you can hand in from Raymond Davis on the right-hand side. Maybe not a number that you want to hand in, but you can. Carol Barhorst. That is a Pontiac-powered X-Body GTO on the left-hand side. Barry Burrich is in the right in the 2019 Mustang. Barry's been running 1020s and 1040s with this car thus far. We saw another O light there in the left-hand lane. The Mustang 1031. Carroll in the Pontiac 1050 at 129. The 69 Firebird was in the right-hand lane. The black car, 1037. The Challenger, 1041 at 132. Here comes Michael Cavallaro. This is the guy who's trying desperately to get on top of the ladder. His average right now, only 24 thousandths of a second behind the #1 spot. Lynette Jankowski walked in the door 0.0028 of a second behind Cavallaro in the right-hand lane. I expected O lights out of both of these racers, and I didn't see it on either one of them. Lynette was way out front. We'll also get there first with a number that's too quick. 996 at 133. Also too quick in the right-hand side, 994 at 138. Remember, every one of these cars has driven about 750 miles to this point, and they're all running in the 10s. I think we've got 44 cars in the 10s in this class. That's correct. We have 115 cars running today. 20 of them have dropped out since day one here at Worldwide Technology. 20 cars out, following our math of saying roughly 20% of the cars who enter Drag Week drop out at drag week, and that is true in this particular class as well. So we got 115 cars here running. Right now it is the top 40. There's another 2 quick run on the left-hand side, 998. We saw a 1011 on the right-hand side. So in Street Machine Eliminator, 44 cars in the 10s, 17 in the 11s, 29 in the 12s, and everything above that is in the 13s or slower. Actually, not that many what, hardcore racers would call slow cars. As Sebastian left before the tree activated there, he's not going to get a time at all. Ian Hoggs had a difficulty last time. Remember, he was rolling down real slow. He did cut an O-light this time and run 10:58 at 127. I went dark there on the announcing for just a moment as I was catching up with Rick Johnson from Gear Vendors, of course, our longtime, virtually all-time sponsor of Drag Week. I think he basically wasn't here maybe the first 2 years, and he has been ever since. Asked him to get me a list of all the great things that are going to happen at our awards ceremony and party later on tonight, so we can tell you about that and make sure that you hang around for it. Cameron Thorpe is back on the left-hand side in the Volvo. How'd I do? Mike Roth is in the right-hand side in the Camaro. All right, bad news here for Mike Roth on the right-hand side. He just cut a 1.01 reaction time. We do have a rule here at Drag Week that if your reaction time is more than 1 second, we add the overage to your ET. So he's going to have 14 thou added to that ET if he hands in that slip, which I suspect he will not. Now, when we go to the actual bracket race later on in the day, that's not going to be a rule. That's just simply going to make you lose. So it's sort of a self-solving problem. We have seen reaction times as slow as Betty White. Yeah, Betty White could cut a better reaction time from the grave than some of these people. We saw a 5.8. Jay Grabiak is back. Super Trick 67 Nova. a body style that has been unbelievably popular at Drag Week. In the early years, it was like virtually all of them. The Nova goes 990, too quick. Reimars comes back with the 1002 that he's been looking for to stay in the #1 spot, top qualifier. Kevin McKenna again on the left. Chuck Jordan, I'm a little surprised that he's back in that Cadillac. If his Instagram is to be believed, he's having a big transmission problem. Let's listen to it and see if they've got that solved or not. I'm guessing not fixed. How about you? Powers of observation, sometimes exceeding even those of Brian Loans. Those in the top 40 Street Machine Eliminators currently in lanes, this is your only run section. They are not coming back during C and D or all run. This is your only session, which is why we're allowing multiple passes right now, and that's it. That is the word from Sean Fling, who's running the race operations program today in the absence of Lonnie Grimm. A and B group, you can come to the lanes. A and B, lanes are open. The Street Machine Eliminator reruns will be loaded in lane 6. Top 40 Street Machine Eliminator that you're watching right now, once you get your time slip, we really need you to hand that in immediately. You're probably sitting in your car not listening to me right now, or you're standing outside holding your time slip in your hand and not listening to me right now, and that is the problem. We need to get those things handed in so that we can make the ladder. Once again, if you're currently in lanes in Street Machine Eliminator, just a reminder, this is your only run session. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Many of you are making lap after lap. You're wearing out your tires and your brakes and your pistons and your parts and your checkbook and your patience. But you may be a superhero as we come back later this afternoon. We know that Michael Cavallaro will be kind of almost no matter what happens because he's made so many laps. He's run 10-0 so many times. Raymond Davis is on the right-hand side in the Cadillac CTS. As we're going to go clean up something on the track, we got the blinky red. Blinky red means Simon says stop. Just a little debris on the track in the right lane past the finish line. Ain't no thing, but we got to go pick it up. This won't be a long break. Reminding you again that we have 115 overall Street Machine Eliminator cars today. The ones that you see come up later, which you'll be able to identify by a Q on their windshield, those guys are just sort of meeting personal goals at this point. They've got no shot at the ladder, but they are completing Hot Rod Drag Week, which is really a big deal in and of itself. So many people overlook these 10-second cars because they just sort of pale compared with the 6- and 7-second cars that we've got out here. But it's more difficult than you think. And I can tell you because we have 20 cars that failed in this class. And usually that's not just because guys are like, it's hot, I want to go home. No, that guy doesn't exist at Drag Week. That guy's back home on the sofa. These people are out here doing it. And even in 12-second cars, some of them are old cars, stuff goes wrong. Some of them are new cars, and good luck figuring out what went wrong if you've got a sensor that's bad or something like that. We've seen it all. We break it all. Speaking of breaking it all, one of the things I see on our live feed is the chat. And people ask almost nonstop about Mike Finnegan, who is my co-host on the Roadkill TV show. And he was here first day with his Blasphemy 55 Chevy loaded with the 426 Hemi and broke the thing probably before 660 feet. And they've been thrashing all week long to try and solve that issue. It's a long and drawn out story. We might show you the video later. I'll definitely speak it to you later, but I think they're going to arrive here to make a run later today. Right now, 6,200 people watching worldwide, which is really cool. Those are about the numbers that we saw on day one. I think we tickled the underside of 7,000 people at one point. And at the end of the week, we end up with a couple 100,000 people who have seen some portion of the live feed, and they're watching from all over. I just saw a check-in from Brazil. And with me mentioning this, we're now going to see a fast stream of people saying Sweden, 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 because we have so many Swedish racers here that we have a lot of people from back home. And I don't know if it's like middle of the night there or what it is, but they're watching no matter what, as are another 6,300 people. A lot of people from Australia as well. I was talking to a guy from Estonia last night. He's planning on bringing a car next year. I think the wildest thing I ever heard here was Virgin Islands. The guy's like, yeah, coming from the Virgin Islands with a car. It's like, you have a drag strip there, really? He's like, no, I have a drag strip wherever you guys are running Drag Week. A lot of people do that. Oh, we got a couple visitors from France here this week. So it is truly international at this point. Here we go. New South Wales, Amsterdam, Australia, Jamaica, Florida, New Jersey, Australia, Belgium, South Africa, Newfoundland, Norway, UK, France. They have all that stuff. Yeah, Estonia I mentioned. Yes, Michelle's like trying to correct me in here. It's almost as if Brian Loans is back. Man, I can do no right. More Sweden, Philippines, Brazil, Indonesia, Canada, of course, goes without saying. Denmark, Germany, Ukraine. I'm not sure if I'm buying that one. That guy's not having a good day right now. Or maybe he is. Actually, he could be having a great day, come to think of it. India, Saudi Arabia. You know, believe it or not, when I went to Saudi Arabia for a big car show that was sort of organized by the royalty there, but it was heavily involved with the aftermarket and everything. I ended up going there. I was a little like anxious about it, but it ended up being amazing because there are Roadkill fans there. I couldn't believe the people who were approaching me going, "You, that guy from Roadkill." Here's Aruba checking in. Hard to believe that we've been doing this for 17 years and 16 events because, of course, we took 2020 off. And this deal has spread to at least 12 other endurance drag racing events on 3 different continents. Hot Rod Magazine, of course, is the granddaddy. It's what we're doing right here, right now. But, of course, we've also seen Sick Week and Rocky Mountain Race Week and Midwest Drags and Street Week, you know, stuff in Sweden, Australia, all over the place. There's a lot of weekend ones that are going on now, too. But it's wild that it's just become a new sport in and of itself. I just got a text from Mike Finnegan, says he's actually here. They broke a U-joint last night, but they are fixing it. All right, the current batch of Street Machine Eliminator cars, the top quick 40, lanes will close at 10:45. It is currently 10:38, giving you 7 minutes. If you want to lap it back another time, you're going to have to get here quick. We are closing the current batch of Street Machine Eliminator at 10:45, which I'll announce again in a moment as these guys get off track. You know, they call this the faceless Corvette, if only it truly was, because that is a face that only a junkyard could love, let's be honest. This thing spent 30 years in a body shop. I think you're all familiar with body shop jail. And this is what you get after your 30-year wait. It's a 71 Corvette, the whole front clip cut off with a 5.3 and a couple turbos on it, and a really good time and a lot of attention on Drag Week. We got some more freaks coming up that we'll talk about later. Matt Tracy cuts an O light in the Corvette. And Lynette Jankuski Goes 10:43. That's not going to improve her cause. And the Corvette gave up on that run. Five more minutes or lanes will close on the current batch of the top quickest 40 Street Machine Eliminator cars. You got 5 minutes before those lanes close, and then Sean's going to let me know what's coming next. We have called A and B to lanes. Now that's going to be a good show. You're going to want to watch that on the live feed and from the grandstands because those are our quickest cars, and we've got amazing conditions right here today. As the track operators are going to give the drag strip a little bit of a rub and tug here so that we have good runs out of our A and B categories. This is our quickest cars of the day, and check this out. According to airdensityonline.com, we got 58 degrees going on out there. Our density altitude is 387 feet. I sure hope that we're seeing some of our quickest runs that we've seen all week happening right now at Worldwide Technology.
eBay Motors has parts for new cars, new parts for old cars, and new parts for cars about as old as I am. eBay Motors has 122 million parts. That's insane. And I can order from my phone right under the car. They have all the right parts at the right prices. Now I can go to eBay Motors, find everything I need, and spend the rest of the weekend working on this baby. Let's ride.
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, you know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving the street because, you know, the heat's immense and you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. We changed the industry by formulating the first API-qualified 100% synthetic motor oil. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since, but a head start is a head start. We punish our products firsthand in our world-class laboratories and beyond, because some things can't be learned from a test tube. Run with us.
Kevin McKenna, our buddy from National Dragster, was just up here talking to me about his Street Machine Eliminator program and reminding me that there's a whole bunch of people who are even in lanes for the Quick 32 who don't understand precisely how this operation works. Maybe they haven't bracket raced before. Really, this is more of an open comp kind of program. Here's how it works. We take your average ET over 5 days of racing and we add a tenth to it to help you keep from breaking out. So let's say that you've got a 1050. Well, your dial is going to be 1040. So that way, you've got a little bit of a cushion and you don't run quicker than you're used to, because if you run quicker than your dial, you're out of a bracket race. The other thing that can get you out here is if you run too fast by exceeding that 10.0 limit. If you run a 999 in bracket race finals or eliminations, you are out. That is considered a worst. You're not allowed to run into the nines on this deal. And if it happens in both lanes, there is no first or worst rule. You're both out, to make that clear. Also, the thing about subtracting a tenth off of your ET, if you are running 10.0, or what would it be? Yeah, 10.01. We can't subtract a tenth because that puts you in the nines. And so you end up getting dialed at 10. So if your number is 10.01, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, you end up getting dialed at 10.0. Your dial stays the same through every round. So you are not changing your dial as you go. It makes it more difficult. The thing that changed this year that could trip up some people is we used to run Drag Week on a 400 Pro tree. It is now a 500 Pro tree. Part of that, I was talking earlier going, why did we do this? And Brian's thought was it was because we now have that rule where if you have more than a 1 second reaction time, you get penalized by whatever the overage is. And so they made it a 500, which he said makes that less likely to happen. Doesn't it? Does it? Okay. I was trying to think that through. Warren was helping me out because he's been to more drag races than I've ever been to my life. I announce drag racing once a year, and you can tell. The other thing that goes on in that bracket race, oh, I mentioned it, is that you will break out if you run into the nines, even if it happens in both lanes. It's not first or worst, it's both. All right, we're going to cars now, which are going to be in our A and B groups, and this is going to be hairy. seeing Emily Ballard go down on the left-hand side. Jim Weiser in the left-hand side. He's got the Monte Carlo. She's got the Camaro. She goes 888 and 159 miles an hour. The left-hand side, 951. Emily there is running in street race small block power adder. The cars there are looking to run an 8.50. She is currently 5th back, so that maroon Camaro is looking to improve her number and move up in that class. The winner is going to end up with a number as close to 8.500 as they can get. And that guy currently is Mike Reimars. Excuse me, Dustin Trance. Dustin Trance. I was thinking of another class. Dustin in the left-hand lane here is the only guy this year that we've ever seen run 8.500. Brian Acton on the right-hand side is in the same class, and he is number 2. So you're seeing your number 1 and number 2 cars going down side by side. Dustin actually cut a light, and he's going to get there first. 8:48 at 1:59, which is a number that is too quick to hand in. Brian Acton is going to run the 8:56 at 1:58. The deal with street race class is that they are limited to an 850 roll cage. And by NHRA rules, that means they cannot run quicker than 8.50 seconds. The de facto situation is that that class becomes an 850 index, which is why you'll hear me talking relentlessly about that 8500 number. Liberace in the right-hand side. What an unlikely moniker for this piece of equipment. I cannot see either car going down the track right now. Mike Reichen is in the left-hand side. He's running street race small block power adder. Dominic on the right-hand side was running street machine eliminator with a 1019. Reichen went 895 at 152 in the Camaro. Next car's up. In that S10 pickup, Sebastian Albert. He's running in Street Machine Eliminator. You'll start to see the Street Machine Eliminator cars come up that were not in the quick 40, so they're just making their passes to complete drag week. We'll probably pay a little bit more attention to the cars in the other classes that are going to be quicker, like Stefanski on the left-hand side in the Firebird, who is running in Street Race Small Block Power Adder. Stefanski has been running in the top 890s. I think his best of the week right now is an 858. Everyone you're seeing here does not have to worry about a reaction time, with the exception of being way too slow. A red light doesn't hurt him. Stefanski in the left-hand lane goes 872 at 137. The pickup truck 1073 at 124. Here's a big deal on the left-hand side. Daryl Yost. He's got the 69 Chevelle. He's currently second in street race big block power adder. Believe it or not, the big block street race classes tend to be slower than the small block classes. In this case, his current average is 881. He's chasing after the Pontiac powered Firebird of Randy Bellahar, who's currently at 857. Yost is really going to have to put a number down, and Bellahar's going to have to slow down to close up that gap. You get into a 3/10 gap, and that is very difficult to make up on the last day, especially when you're ET limited, and especially when your parachute falls out at about 1,000 feet. He still goes 896 at 137. On the right-hand side, Cavallaro's 1002 at 135. That's actually a guy who is chasing in Street Machine Eliminator, so that's going to help him out. Man, tons of stuff going on, lap by lap, as fast as we can go here. Mark Manor in the left-hand side. He's running in Super Street Big Block Power Adder. The Super Street classes are a little bit more liberal than the street race classes. Mark Manor is third in that class. And Mark Manor, I'll wait for him to stage there. Mark Manor is only 47 thousandths of a second on average over 4 different days over the leader in that class. So he is, over the second place position in that class. He's trying to move up to at least second. He runs 877 at 148. The other car left before the tree was activated. He's not going to get a time. That is an epidemic that we're seeing here at Drag Week. That 877 that you just saw out of Manor Chevelle is the quickest that he has run all week long. Here's another red Chevelle, Bill Schwartz on the left-hand side. He is running in Street Race Small Block Power Adder. Schwartz is about an 860 to 880 car. The right-hand side, Rich Woodward. Rich Woodward, Super Street Small Block Power Adder. Once again, Super Street being a little bit quicker than Street Race. Woodward is in number 4 right now. He has been, he's about 3/10 behind the class, and this isn't going to help him here. 872 in the right-hand lane. Bill Schwartz's Chevelle went 858 at 159. You'll hear me having like brief seizures up here on the microphone. It's because I'm looking over the data in front of me to find out who all these class leaders are, and doing quick math in my head sometimes, or trying to read my notes in other cases to give you the info about who's doing what to who here at Drag Week, which, by the way, is powered by eBay Motors and presented by Gear Vendors. We also really appreciate help from Amsoil, Molly Pistons, Holly NOS, Mickey Thompson Tires, Mothers, who helps us out with this live stream right here, which, by the way, you can watch on the MotorTrend channel at YouTube. Share that with your friends. If you're already watching, share the link with your friends. We've also got help all week from Summit Racing, who's got parts and online ordering help right here at the track. And VP Racing Fuels is the new fuel sponsor for Drag Week. Brian Andrews on the left-hand side. He has got an LS motor in his cute little Chevette. He is running in... Is he actually a B Ultimate Iron? John Mankey on the right-hand side. He went down 870 at 155 in the modified class. If you see a car that is in modified, you hear me say modified, that necessarily means that it is a Power Adder car. When we get a little bit of downtime, which is only going to be a little bit, looks like they're going to mop and go here. Go grab yourself a t-shirt. We do have the Drag Week t-shirt trailer open, and if you want to commemorate your visit here to Worldwide Technology Raceway, they do have their concessions and t-shirt booth open now, which they did not have the shirts available on Monday when we were here. Jelly Bean doing a burnout right here, straight out of Sweden with the 2002 Pontiac Trans Am. He's a small block power adder car, as is Richard Flint on the right-hand side with the Honda S2000 loaded with a, I'm hearing a ProCharger car somewhere, but this one has an LS motor with a single turbo on it. It has been in the 770s, and you'll watch him desperately try and slow this thing down to 850 so that he can be somebody in street race small block power adder. And he actually is at this point because he is fourth in class. If any of the cars ahead of him break down, it moves him up into the podium as long as he can complete passes here and get a time slip handed in. He's currently at 8.55 average over 4 days. And that does make him fourth in class that wants to see an 8.50. He's going to tear the tires off the Trans Am, move a little bit left over to the wall as Flint's just a hair left towards the center line. Flint goes 864 at 161, not as quick as he's going to want to be. And the Jelly Ball, 953 at 144. I like to say Jelly Ball. Glenn Bridger on the left-hand side is running in Pro Street naturally aspirated, and he is number 2 in that class. Unfortunately, he's number 2 by a mile. The guy ahead of him is averaging 890, and Bridger here is averaging a 1045. Mike Reimars in the right-hand lane is going to absolutely refuse to give up. He is going to make many, many, many laps on that thing, trying to remain number 1 qualifier in Street Machine Eliminator. Will he run an 8.5? Oh, he will not. He will go 997 and not hand in that slip. Bridger on the left-hand side remains on his normal pace at 1048. This is the first time we've seen Glick today there on the right-hand side with the tan 82 Monte Carlo, a car that he has owned since he was a wee child. This thing went 8 once this week, 8.892 at Indy. He is tearing the tires off the thing with that 565 big block Chevy with a ProCharger. Looks like it's run a little bit rich. I believe that thing is carbureted. And he's at 981 at 152 miles an hour. Barista on the left-hand side just rolled 1058 at 136. Nicky Z on the right-hand side, getting a little frisky with the burnout. Ryan Enzer in the left-hand side. So this is going to be a good story with Enzer. He came here with his dad, Ed, who dominated class naturally aspirated last year, ran in the 850s. Ryan is an all-motor big block, and what's separating him from the leader is only 26 thousandths of a second after 4 days of competition. He needs to run quicker than his average of 8.73 in the left-hand lane. Dominic red lights, it doesn't matter at this point. He's not running in Street Machine Eliminator. This is only a time trial, so you can avert your eyes from the red light and know that he went 10:07 at 870. Ryan Enzer improves over his average just a hair by running 870 at 156. Next up, feast your eyes on the Pro Street naturally aspirated car that is laying absolute waste to this class this year. His average is 890. The guy right behind him is 1045. If he doesn't trample through his own mud right now, he's actually going to be the winner in this class. Kevin Douglas on the right-hand side in the 78 Malibu. Oh, Sweet gets way over to the left-hand side out of the groove with his naturally aspirated entry. He goes to the 8th mile at 124, and the Nova goes 874 at 155. Mathematically, there's no way that he did not just win his class. Jason Willis here in the Corvette on the left is your leader in street race small block, naturally aspirated. This thing should run in the bottom 10s. He is separated from the guy behind him in class by 75 thousandths of a second, less than a tenth after 4 days of competition. Looks like he went deep, which wasn't the right thing to do. Get a little bit better ET if you go super shallow, which you see a lot at Drag Week. 10:31 is not going to be fantastic for Willis. We'll see that car back. Sights on the right-hand side, 8:52 at 160 miles an hour. The Ohio Butternut 67 Nova. Kevin Parton. He is running in Super Street Small Block Power Adder. Jeremy Rogers in the right-hand side. Yesterday we had a white C10 or C15 throw a drive shaft out of the car. I think this might be it. I'm not 100% certain on that. You see so much breakage here, it's hard to keep it straight. Everybody is splattering like car confetti all over the place, whether it's on the track or on the roads. Kevin Parton in the Nova on the left, Jeremy Rogers on the right-hand side. The Nova, hey, they both ran 888. Left-hand side with a 6, other side 888 flat. Get ready for a show right here in the right-hand side. You're seeing Jason Tabscott. He is a 5-time winner at Drag Week. He is about to become a 6-time winner. This is a naturally aspirated all-motor car, the class all-motor. The fact, naturally aspirated. This thing should run into the 860s, better than he has seen in any prior Drag Week. He was the first guy to run 8s in class. And this engine was in a million pieces just a week ago as he pulls a beautiful wheel stand that takes him a little bit off to the right-hand side. He cuts a 1-2-1 short time, 126 to the 8, 858 at 157, 858 at 157 for Tabscott. And that is his quickest run of the week. Tabscott in that silver Camaro has gone 866, 864, 873, 873 2 days in a row. And then all of a sudden he comes back here with an 858 after driving that junk 750 miles. How cool is that? Robert George in the right-hand side is hoping that somebody will break ahead of him in all-motor big block because he's in 4th place. He wants to get up into 3rd. 972 is not going to get him there. On the left-hand side, David Burke went 10:06 in street race big block naturally aspirated. You'll hear me talk about the naturally aspirated classes. There's one called all motor, and then in street race, we have it broken down by big block or small block. Actually, they are in modified also. So here's the difference. Modified is basically a back half car, should they choose to be. It's a modified rear suspension concept, and more lightning is allowed than it is in other classes, whereas street race is simple bolt-on muscle car stuff. Josh Norris on the right-hand side has got that awesome stack injection poking through the hood on his small block Chevy. Usually he's got the front end dancing on that Camaro. This time he's got the tail end wagging as he's banging gears going down in that thing. Norris gets there with the red Nova at 980, and Hayes in the 67 Camaro is going to slow himself down a little bit with a 1030, putting on a show for us, but probably not a pass that he wanted to see. He'll be coming on back. I'm digging on Scott Glassbrook's Talon on the left-hand side. He's running in modified power adder. In the modified classes, there's no breakdown of big block versus small block. He's number 4th in that class right now. You're going to see top 8s out of that car, but you want to pay attention also to Randy Bellahar on the right-hand side. This thing is your leader in street race big block power adder. It is a big Hankin Pontiac. I think it's got candid valve heads on it, a big wacky looking single 4-barrel intake, a fogger on this deal, and that car is going to run in the 850s if Randy's having a good day. Randy's having a pretty good day. 1:27 short time. Randy on the right-hand side is going to go 550 to the eighth, 129 miles an hour. And there you go, 854, 160 miles an hour. I like it when the racers deliver so that I don't look like a chump. Well, I do anyway. 849 on the left-hand side for the little four-banger. Chris Engel, Ultimate Iron, left-hand side in the Nova. This thing is third in class because, wait for it, there are 3 cars in class. The leader in this class is Bryant Goldstone going 690s. Alex Taylor's in the 7s, and then there's this guy who's run a best of 878. Jeremy Howell on the right-hand side in the 91 Mustang. Howell, 886, 162 miles an hour. Engel, 921 at 152. Here's a great story on the left-hand side. This is a great story on both sides. Where do I even start? Kyle Beamout on the left. He is your leader in Super Street Small Block Power Adder Super Street. He ran his first 7 this week. Now, unfortunately, the Volvo on the right-hand side ran his first 6 at Drag Week last year, and he has not been able to pull that back together as he stages just a hair off to the left-hand side of everybody else's tracks. He's running a radial on that car, on the Volvo. The Volvo. I need to give myself a pause or it's just not going to happen. The Volvo having run as quick as 680s in other events, but it just was bad days for him at both Byron and Cordova during the week. Beamon, on the other hand, running 7s, having a great day. Beamout, let's see his numbers, 775, 778, 772. We roll over into the modified class car and look at Borgren. As an example, he ran 762, 7.0, and then fill into the 9s. Is he going to pull it back together here at Worldwide? He gets a little bit off to the right. He gets out at 1.20. The Firebird, 1.265. You can see him trying to hold it together in the Volvo at half track. That thing does shake tires, and he gets a 778 out of it. The Firebird, 766 at 182. You'll see another car that's been worked on by Borgren from the gold station wagon, which is much easier to say for me than Volvo. He'll come up here with some help from Michael Berggren in that car, and that car, the S10 pickup, is going to blow your mind. Alan Mogie's on the left-hand side. He's running Bro Street Power Adder. He's number 3 in class. His average right now is 856. Brent Sinclair is in modified, and he is currently leading that class largely because of the gold station wagon falling down for the past couple days. That doesn't make it a slow car. He's run as quick as 763 in the Firebird. I called that Camaro a Firebird. As an editor of Hot Rod Magazine for 25 years, you would suspect that I could tell the difference between a Camaro and a Firebird. Alan Mogie, left-hand side, 883, 157, and an aborted run on the right for Sinclair in the Camaro. Here we go. I was telling you about the S10, and it is sitting in the water box right now. One of the greatest newcomers that we have seen this year. Michael Westberg was a passenger in the Volvo wagon the past 2 years. He shipped this truck from Sweden just several weeks ago. He took it over to Borgren's shop. They put it together. They put an engine in it that is very similar to the wagons package, but it has a much bigger turbocharger on it. Now, here's the punchline to the whole thing. This S10 pickup is behind Tom Bailey's SICK 2.0 by, get this, 0.0225 seconds. This pickup truck has run 653, 654, 661, 663 here at Drag Week. Looking at these conditions, he's ready to put another one down. He's not going to struggle like the wagon does. Wagon's got the radials on it, which was a bad program for the past couple of days. This thing has a 36-inch slick on the back. If you look carefully, you can tell it's chopped about 2.5 inches. 383 cubic inches. A big by large turbocharger, the size of Lones' head. Oh, he's going to get out way out of the groove. And he's going to give up on that. Look at the short time, even hanging a hard right. 1:06, and he still goes 6:99 at 1:99. Wow. I need him to come back immediately, please. If you could just go ahead and hot lap that, that would be great. And here we go again with big stories. Glenn Hunter in the 56 red and white Chevrolet on the right-hand side, our normal dominant force in Pro Street Power Adder, he had bad days. He ran as slow as 9:28 in his 7-second car. He is now behind the leader in class by 17 thousandths of a second. We need this thing to go deep in the sevens. And that's not going to happen. Wow. He tries to pedal it, gets in it another time, heads for the wall, and says no gracias. Two more cars that you're guaranteed to see back here. Now, they did go down and complete their drag week for Glenn. That's not a personal accomplishment. Winning is a personal accomplishment. Alex Taylor in the 55 Chevy. Another car with massive struggles this week. They have had a lot of abuse. She ran 7:05 on day 1, 7:24 on day 2, 7:10 on day 3, and then wait for it, 13:61 coasting yesterday. And that just knocked them down hardcore. They were in a chase with Bryant Goldstone in the big Javelin having his own set of troubles, but currently the Javelin's ahead with a 690 average and Alex down in the 8s. However, there's going to be good news for Alex after she makes this pass, and I will share that with you. Man, she knows how to drive that thing. She is moving around quite a bit. She's finally going to get out of it, and yet still go 7:08 at 200. I thought that was a getting out of it. My opinion was wrong. 7:01 at 201 miles an hour. Speaking of that 201, Alex is currently our newest participant in the 200 mile an hour club. Come to mention it, so is Michael Westberg. We have a deal where if you've got a street car that runs 200 miles an hour, anytime after the first day of competition and you complete competition, you get in the 200 mile an hour club. Fantastic run there by Alex. 7:08, 2:01. Tom Franks also riding the struggle bus a little bit here. Left-hand side, Doug Sandwig. Sandwig, Super Street Small Block Power Adder. Sandwig, because of another guy coming out of the class, is currently 4th. Sandwig's on the left-hand side. Tom Franks, much happier with this run, an 8:49 at 162. Unfortunately for him, that's too quick to hand in by 6 down. So that's a bummer. Left-hand side, 866, 154 miles an hour. Ambrose here in the left-hand side, or Ambro, excuse me. I think he's an unwitting new record holder for quickest single pass in his class, which is Street Race Big Block Naturally Aspirated. Earlier in the week, he set that number at 889. It was formerly 891 set by Kurt Johnson way back in 2016. If he completes this pass with a nice little wheel stand, he will secure that record. The only way you get records is by completing all 5 days of drag week, and that just happened for Ambro as he goes 883, improving his earlier number. You just witnessed the class record in Street Race Big Block Naturally Aspirated, 883. On the right-hand side, Marcus Clark went 1019 at 132. Dalton Major on the left, Mark Major on the right. A pair of naturally aspirated big block Chevelles running in the same class. Interestingly, Dalton is currently 3rd in class. Mark is 4th in class. So Mark's on the right-hand side. He's just outside of the podium. He's going to improve a little bit on Dalton. As you can see, Dalton's given up on this particular run. 9:33 out of Mark's car, which, by the way, is his quickest pass of the week. Fortunately, we've seen this car pull over to the left-hand side of the track. We're going to take a break while we figure out what's going on with him. We had an oil down of all oil downs. I think that was at Byron. Somebody oiled the thing down from the starting line all the way to the nuke plant. It was brutal. I mean, the dude virtually left oil all the way back to the pits. But we got it cleaned up and we kept going. There's a new rule at Drag Week this year that you have to have an engine diaper if you're quicker than 8:49. The engine diaper being sort of a ballistic blanket that straps underneath your oil pan. Generally, they're held on by the header bolts, and you can get them either standard cruising model that's just like nylon, or you can get them that are truly ballistic and that will capture your connecting rods when those rods fly out of the engine, as they are prone to do. Sending rods to God here at Drag Week for 16 events. This is our 16th Drag Week over 17 years. When we come back, I promise, well, every time I promise entertainment from the racers, they fail me. But I can tell you that this Nova, Wayne Baker, he has pulled some excellent wheel stands the past couple of days in that rusty Nova. He is running in the A gasser category. And he's currently leading that category. The question is, with the Nova that is in the water box right now, right there on the live feed. Oh man, you see how that works? It's like a Vulcan mind meld. I mentioned the Nova, and they switch from down track directly back to the water box. We've been working together 5 days, ladies and gentlemen. It's all coming together. Actually, the guys from Drag Racer TV have been fantastic the whole week, and we thank them for helping us out with the feed. Not only helping, but making it happen 100% with the support of mothers. Anyway, Wayne Baker, who you're looking at here with that rusty Nova altered wheelbase thing, he's currently at an average of 8.957. The question is, can he beat Mike Finnegan's record-setting average of 8.906? He's going to need to come up a little bit. Finnegan's single pass record is 8.529. The Nova here at Drag Week has only run as quick as 8.905. So Wayne, what I'm going to need you to do is just hop out and go ahead and put the smaller blower pulley on that thing. That'd be great. That's right. You'll actually see a chase between Wayne Baker and the Nova and a guy called Herschel Cronin in a 55 Chevy that has a blown big block Ford in it. I'd love to see that side-by-side race. Be a thing of beauty and a joy to behold forever. Stick shift racers, please come see the ET booth up here on the second floor of the tower to sign up for the stick shift race that you will see later on today. The way that stick shift race is going to work is random pairings, last man or woman standing. So we're just going to pull them out of the lanes, run them down track. If you won, return. If you didn't, come over to the Gear Vendors Award Party. Alex Taylor passing in front of the grandstands with that 7.0 201 mile an hour run. Give her a round of applause. It's a fantastic run for her, although that car has been in the sixes. Once again, stick shift racers, come on over to the ET time slip collection booth with Tanya and sign up for the stick shift race. Random pairings, last person standing. It's always a good time. Also, if you were in the top 40 Street Machine Eliminator racers, you gotta hand in your time slip. Be polite to those of us who need to compile the ladders for that thing and hand in your time slip. Harry Haig, the Aussies, with Steve-O, the Orange Chevelle, they're looking for a welder. Can you imagine that? I'm guessing they have an engine block that needs to be boogered back together so they can limp down the track on 2 cylinders this time. Harry Haig, you're going to want to get those guys a welder if you possibly can. Family portraits going on in the starting line here. We got our rep from VP. We got our people from Hot Rod Magazine. Lots of love. All right, here comes Wayne Baker. Jason Hager's in the right-hand side. He is running in Super Street small block power adder. Super Street meaning that he can go quicker than 8.50. Hager has been as quick as 8.537 yesterday. A lot of people had their best runs at Cordova or Indy. Those seem to be the two tracks that helped him out quite a bit. It was hotter by a lot here at Worldwide Technology the first day. And often the weather comes into play, both for horsepower and track conditions. This is significantly cooler here today, and we are seeing records fall. Many people running their personal bests of the week. Watch Wayne Baker's Nova. Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm going to give that a B+ versus what we've seen earlier in the week. He cuts a 1:43 short time, 9:01, 1:51. He's going to have to come back and run an 8 if he wants to remain in competition with Cronin with the blown big block Ford. Okay, here's another one that you have absolutely got to see. No question. Robert Courtney on the left-hand side. Watch this Honda. He has run into the 9s at 155 miles an hour. I thought he was going to get a solo, but we're going to go ahead and wave in Jeff Butland in the 71 Vega. He's running an unlimited. He has been as quick as 887. 885 with a 3 on the Vega. They're loading the luggage there on the starting line while the Honda's sitting around. Taking a nice leisurely wait. Checking some texts. Oh, all right. Let's just go ahead and double bulb in. We're ready to race. The Honda's going to roll in. He's been looking like he's leaving in second. The thing falls on his face, but watch at the big end. Oh, and he's got some fuel pouring out of the back of the thing. That's not looking great, or is that smoke? It is fuel pouring out. Courtney, there you go. 934, 158.5 from the Honda. 934, 158.5. And the Vega on the right-hand side, 897, 147. Almost certainly he is running either methanol or race gas in that thing, and hopefully that means that this is going to be a fairly quick cleanup, but he was dumping pretty hardcore. Which gives us a perfect opportunity to talk to Rick Johnson, who is joining me in the tower. Rick, I don't think you have a gear vendors on the Honda. Is that the one thing you're not able to fit?
Yeah, that's about the one thing out here that we probably couldn't put one in till we put an LS in it.
Yeah, then we can make that happen perfectly. Let me just go ahead and hand you the second mic. It's going to make this a little easier.
All right.
You are powered on right now.
All right.
What do you got going on?
Well, I'm bringing up these sponsor awards so that you can create some great awards. Maybe you can get the fans involved online too.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I should ask the chat room who's their favorite people and what are the good stories they've heard on social.
Stories? Yeah, we got good stories, and you can give them a little backstory on Spirit. Virtually anybody that doesn't win our Spirit guitar tonight,
right,
they certainly should get a little plaque for their efforts. You know?
Yeah.
The Oscona comes to mind.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
the Oscona being a big hardcore unlimited racer who had crashed with us a few years ago, a Swedish team. They ended up coming back this year, crashed in testing earlier in the week, tried to run drag week and broke, and they're out.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's after putting it on a sled the
Yeah.
last time that we're here.
To hold this right up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so we'll have Keith Turk out in the pits and Tanya and, all of the tech crew that can get involved and make a tech award for tonight for the award ceremony.
Right.
That'd be great.
What Rick has given me here is a Gear Vendors Overdrive Hot Rod Drag Week blank plaque. And we've done this for many years now where it's just sort of a dealer's choice.
Right.
Like you say, the Hot Rod crew gets to go, you know what, this guy's super cool. He's not getting any kind of other award. We're just going to style him out a little bit with something that he can keep on his garage forever as a remembrance of being at Drag Week, which is presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives. How many years? You weren't there the first 2 years, is that right?
We weren't physically there, but
right.
Monetarily we were the first 2 years.
I don't remember my check
07
cashing.
is the only 07 is the only year we're actually involved in Drag Week, and then that's when the first first sevens were done by the Black Camaro.
Right. Yeah.
And we're like, well, that was a win.
Yeah. Let's just go ahead and keep supporting this program.
And so, let's keep supporting this program because that Black Camaro went on to be the first car, of course, here that did sevens, and then that led to SICK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, because I
same
believe
builder, Terzic.
Terzic
Uh-huh.
built the first sick 1.0.
Right.
That iconic photo by Wes Allison of that car when it was painted gold, coming through
Right.
the rain with the trailer on the back of it and all
Right,
that.
right.
I think that's one of the photos that just means drag week to everybody.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Tom bought it. Of course, Let's drove it its last year at Drag Week. They actually
And-
hired Let's to drive the car.
That's
when
right.
It was supercharged.
I remember that. Did you know that Jeff Lutz still holds the all-time lowest DT record?
Right.
The overall win.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of amazing that it's held on that long. I
Right.
think it was 6102. I can check that number, but I
Right.
think that's in that neighborhood.
No. Maybe we have to eclipse that so we get him back. He's so busy.
That'd be a good idea.
So busy on the Outlaws stuff.
The last real sort of boulder to leap over here is an all 5-second week or a 5-second average week. Those are the
Right.
barriers that need to be broken that we'll be watching over the next couple years at this event.
Yep.
Tell me what you got going on tonight at what I call a party, which is, I guess, technically an awards ceremony.
Well, we'll of course hand out the Hot Rod Drag Week trophies for each class winner: second place, third place, fastest Oldsmobile, fastest Ford, all that good stuff.
Good point. We do categories for, let's say you're not winning anything, but you do have the quickest Oldsmobile powered vehicle here. We've got plaques for things like that. Quickest 4-cylinder, which if I had to take a wild guess is going to go to the 934 Honda, 9.34 seconds out of
Right.
a Civic, and so on and so forth.
running on 4 with an 8-cylinder does not qualify
No.
for that trophy.
You know what? There's a lot of people who will have that scenario here, but they're probably not running 934 at 158 miles an hour.
No.
So, and then we'll get into Spirit of Drag Week, which will now be awarded a Gear Vendor's guitar, if I'm correct.
That's right.
Yep.
We hope to make that a tradition every year now, along with, of course, the 3 fastest, regardless of class,
Right?
that get a guitar.
Yeah, right.
And the 2 best announcers.
Oh, thank you. Brian's not so fat that you give him 2. Is that what you're actually saying?
No.
Brian gets double the guitars. It looks like our 3 quickest average are going to come from the unlimited category this time. That was not a sure thing. It's still not a sure thing, but it's
No.
probably going to happen
No.
that way. We have had top 3, especially last year, come out of the modified class with the gold wagon from Sweden, whose name I can't pronounce. I don't know if you're aware of.
Or even where it's from. In
apparently I
Sweden.
can't say Volvo.
Stockholm.
Stockholm. Yeah. I can't say that either. Stockholm. He's home in Stockholm. That's what it is. It's like living in a warehouse is in fact a warehome.
You missed that opportunity earlier. We were talking about where everybody's coming in from Estonia and everything on the live feed. And I thought, he'll for sure hit Stockholm when as soon as you mention Sweden. They're at stock at home.
Yeah, I can't do it. I'm a complete failure as an
Watching our
announcer.
live feed.
See, the real reason Brian leaves is not to maintain his job at NHRA. It's so he can go home and watch the live feed and point and laugh. He goes, I left this guy dangling in the breeze. He's just completely stupefied.
Well,
actually, we're having a good time.
Yeah, and for any of you on the live feed watching or out here in the stands, the idea that David can not only do all week, but then sit up here and do this last day all by himself, that's a lot of friggin' talking to be entertaining. Thank you, David.
And
Thank
you
you
sound
very
more
much.
gruff than I do because
Oh,
you've been
yeah.
talking to customers and racers for a week.
I do. I always do on Friday. All right. Well, I'm going to head back, and I got to do some guitar stuff and stuff to get ready for our awards. And thanks for having us up and come up with some great ideas for some plaques for tonight's awards, because a lot of these people that are racing here, just want to shake your hand and thank you very much for creating the event and creating
Thank
a
you.
whole industry, basically.
It's wild what it has become. And you know what?
It
That's
is.
not about me. I might have had this idea, but I always say it's the racers who made this what it is.
Totally.
The way it became a family and the way people just all started helping each other, it's about what they created, not what I did.
I think in the last 2-3 years, it's been driving the aftermarket industry. When I was a kid, we did street strip cars. We built a Grumpy Jenkins replica or whatever. But
Key Thompson Tires, Mothers, Summit Racing, and VP Racing Fuels. You know why we talk about Street Race Small Block Power Adder so much, mentioning that 850 class? It's because the racers run over and over and over. Can you imagine how many laps they're putting on these 8.50 second cars? Like Brian Acton, who just flogged this garbage endlessly yesterday. He's second in class. He's looking for an 8.50 to get ahead of Dustin Trance. Nice straight track down, 133 to 60 feet, 128 miles an hour to the 8th. Yeah, 855, 159. Isn't it incredible that hundredths of a second make a difference here? Chris McNeely on the left-hand side, 917. Of course, hundredths always make a difference in drag racing. It's just surprising that after 4 races thus far, at 4 different tracks, 5 if you count this one today, that they can get their average times this tight and be this consistent after driving like 750 miles. Okay, just go ahead and lose your mind here at Robert Perry's 45 Chevy truck. In the other lane, we're looking at Evan Erkwitz's 79 Malibu, who is 3rd in Pro Street Power Adder, and eking his way up. The Malibu has been as quick as 887 the first day here, and I'm not even gonna tell you what that rust bucket runs. This thing's got the big diesel in it. It's in fact not rusty, it just looks that way. There he goes out of the hole, heading for the wall. He's going right. Now I can't see him at all. He got a 1:34 short time with the truck, and he goes out the back 876 at 154 miles an hour out of that big truck. Erkwitz goes 862, 163 in the Malibu. Let me check Erkwitz's history here. 862 is in fact his best run of the week. We've seen that so many times so far this morning at what I keep wanting to call Gateway, which is in fact Worldwide Technology Raceway. And by the way, I got notes this morning saying that Brian and I had, quote, butchered the history of the track when we were here on Monday. I now have the Encyclopedia Britannica version of the history of this place that I will give you during our next downtime. It's actually really interesting. Richard Flint in the right-hand side in the Honda S2000. Big Hankin turbo on an LS engine in that thing, which surprises nobody. Jim Wazier on the left-hand side in the Monte Carlo. Flint backing out. Sending the Monte Carlo on a solo. 143 to 60 feet. His quarter mile number, 947 at 144 miles an hour. All right, we're sticking the Honda back in. I've managed not to call it a Miata for the past several days. It's been great. 137 short time, 129 miles an hour to the 8th, 859 with a 7. Pretty good with what he's looking to do on that thing. It's not going to be as good, I suspect, as what you're about to see out of Dustin Trance in the left-hand lane. Our Street Race Small Block Power Adder top qualifier right now. He's the leader in class. 8.500 his run over the past couple of days. My screen's telling me that it's Bryant Goldstone in the right-hand lane. It is, in fact, Paul Kornman. There we go. We got that corrected now. Kornman, number 2 in all motor small block. Watch this thing hustle on all Mopar power. .852 out of Trance this time. He's going to be back. That's not good enough for him. 899 out of the Mopar at 149 miles an hour as we swing back to Bryant Goldstone. Of course, Another one of the major stories of at least the last 10 years with this car, maybe even more. I've seen this virtually every one of these type of races that I've been to, from the CarCraft Midnight Drags to Roadkill Nights that we do on the street up at Pontiac, Michigan. Of course, he's been in Drag Week forever. And the story I hate telling every single time is that on the last day at US 131 last time, this car went on its lid. These guys thrashed super hard for the much better part of the story, which is that they've got it all back together with a lot of new body panels and a new front half of the chassis. It still has that Ultratech 572 conventional Chevy cylinder head, not an altered valve angle or altered cylinder port layout. Earlier in the week, Goldstone blew his own doors off. Yeah, the driver's side door, the outer skin came flying off the car. You'll see they've got it all taped together there. You'll also see him securing the other window with tape right there to prevent the air from getting under it so we don't see a repeat performance of body panels flying. This car this week has set the record for the single pass in class. So if he completes this pass, it will stand as the record in class that he broke. That was his old 685. He ran 663 earlier in the week. Struggle hooking that thing up. They've had struggles making this thing run on 8 cylinders the past couple of days. First, they attributed it to a spark plug wire. On the same cylinder, they discovered some valve train difficulty on the thing. And of course, they've struggled on the road. It's been so hot inside this car that they took that door that had been shredded into confetti, and after taping it together, they actually took it off for the street drive so he could get some air through the car. See on the live feed the guy standing with the Goldstone sweatshirt. You can see on top the silver 70 Chevelle. That's the car that we first knew Bryant Goldstone for way back in the day. And of course, he's come back multiple times with the Javelin. Bryant Goldstone has won class in Drag Week 4 times. 3 in Ultimate Iron in the car that you see before you. 1 in modified Power Adder that I was pointing out to you on that guy's sweatshirt, the silver 70 Chevelle. As this car is being cleared from the track, here's what goes on. He took the light. He got down track just a little bit. That will be given a 20-second ET because that's what we do for cars that cannot complete the quarter mile, but that do break the beams. That means he has technically completed Drag Week, which means he did set the record for the single quickest pass in class. However, that is not going to help his overall time. And if they cannot come back with that car, it's going to give a much greater chance to Alex Taylor for passing him by. You've seen her having her difficulties as well. Here's a car that appears to be making the cruise with not much trouble, except for they needed to have a steering arm fabricated at Motion Raceworks yesterday. Of course, we're talking about Dave Schroeder. That blue nitrous bottle blue Corvette. The quickest nitrous car in the history of Drag Week, the 2-time event winner. He is currently sitting 3rd overall and 3rd in the unlimited category. This car has run this week 667, 664, 676, and yesterday his quickest run, second quickest run of 669. He's only got 2 nitrous units running on this thing so far. He casually mentioned to me, yeah, I think we could only handle 2 on that last run. We've got 4. Here he goes. Oh, straight over to the wall. He keeps it off the wall. Nice bit of driving there. Keeping his wits collected. He still goes 102 to 60 feet. It's another car that you're going to see come back during our all-run session. Remember I promised you that there is nothing boring about the late part of the day here? Well, there's proof. You're going to see a bunch of really wicked cars coming back trying to get better numbers down. Bob Hess on the right-hand side. Modified power adder. That Fox body Mustang is loaded with, wait for it, the Mopar Hemi. It has a Gen 3 Hemi with a turbo in this car. Bob Hess currently second in modified. Now the guy ahead of him has got a 772, and Hess is averaging 832 right now. That's virtually unovercomable, but there's still the race for second and third. Hess here is in second. The guy in third is 65 thousandths of a second behind him on a 4-day average. Hess takes a leisurely pace off the starting line. He's wiggling around way over to the center line. He recovers it. He still goes 887 at 136. Such a sad story about Bill Bush here in the right-hand side. You can see if you look at that car. Actually, I'll wait to discuss it till everybody's looking at it on the live feed. Right now, we're having a look at John Mankia, who is in modified power adder. All modified cars are power adder. Now we're looking at that El Camino, and the right side of this thing is bashed because he got hit at a checkpoint by just a civilian. And that's a car that his son has had since he was 3 years old. It's been in the family, obviously, forever. So sad to see that that thing got smacked. Mankia goes down. Whoa! Look at the Monte Carlo getting way sideways out of the box and shattering the tire out of the box as well. Mankia 900 156, and the bashed El Camino 1230 at 111. Daryl Yost, left-hand side, heavy hitter. Man, he just keeps sliding that Monte Carlo sideways coming out of the water box. Sometimes that's a dry tire, sometimes it's one front brake not working, sometimes it's suspension preload, sometimes it's tire pressure. Diagnosing from the tower is almost as good as diagnosing from the live chat on the MotorTrend YouTube feed. Daryl Yost, number 2 in Street Race Big Block Power Adder on the left-hand side. And the Monte Carlo's just not getting there. Yost, however, is lifting the tires as we've come to expect out of that car. He goes 130 to the 8th mile and 846. Oh, man, he can't hand in that 846 because that is too quick for the class. He is only certified to an 8.50 in the street race class. Paul Fleury on the left-hand side. This is another one we've been talking about all week long, not because of the success, but because of the way it wheel hops and wants to shake the bed off the thing. However, it is a 15-second truck, which in my mind is pretty good for a big Hankin 4-wheel drive long bed square body. Jason Willis is going down on the other side in his Corvette because he is at the very top of his class of street race small block naturally aspirated with a 998, which is not quite his best run of the week. He went 995 yesterday. And he's only leading that class by 75 thousandths of a second. You see how this thing, like I always say, is not over till it's over. You can do this all week long. Make the whole drive, and honestly, your win or lose comes down to your very last pass of the day. You see Pepsi Joe in the small block Chevy powered V-Dub. Look at the wheelie bars on the back of that thing. It would be so fantastic if he actually needed those. Emily Ballard on the right-hand side. You know, Pepsi Joe is a past winner of our Spirit of Drag Week award, and I'll use that as a reminder for anybody, even if you're a spectator or if you're a participant, to go find Keith Turk and talk to him and give him your nominations for the Spirit of Drag Week Award, and you will get that Gear Vendor's guitar. Emily Ballard heats the tires in that Street Race Small Block Power Adder Camaro. She's been running 860s and 850s. Her average is 8.569. She's currently 5th in class. You know, there's always taken the gamble that if you get quicker and quicker, you could move up maybe into 4th, and then somebody else breaks or has a bad day, and you end up on the podium being the top 3 places, because we do give plaques to the top 3 cars. Emily gets out at a 1.319 60 foot. She makes it to the 8th at 1:28 and 8:57, right on pace out the back at 161 miles an hour. Pepsi Joe, 11:47 at 1:16 with the V-dub. Brian Anders, the LS, I think nitrous powered. Maybe he'll correct me on nitrous powered. The LS Chevette. You know, the screen always tells me that he is in unlimited iron. He is in fact in unlimited. David Burke in the right. Look at the wheel stand out of the Chevette. He does a triple bouncer. How entertaining is that? He gets out of the groove to the left. He's still going to leg that thing all the way down. He is going to go 995 at 129. Roughly a second slower than what that car is capable of. But you know what? We're here for the entertainment at this point. He's not going to win his class. Maybe he set that thing up to put on a show. I like to think so. David Burt goes down at 10:05, 133. Here comes Ryan Enzer again on the left-hand side. He is running in all-motor big block. And the reason he is running this thing over and over and over is because he's second in class by 26 thousandths of a second, and he's trying to work his way up and smack down Michael Ramirez's 89 Mustang. Josh Norris is back on the right-hand side. That one is running in all-motor small block. This guy's been with us a whole bunch of times, and it looks so cool. We saw it with the hood off at a checkpoint yesterday, and we're just checking out the retro vibe of the 67 Nova. I don't want to say it, but you can tell from the fans leaving the grandstands, we have light sprinkles on the track right now. What happens from here is that we wait it out, we see what we can do. They can definitely dry here. I always have to ask that question, because in the early days of Drag Week, we would go to tracks that if it rained, they didn't have the capability of drying them off. Clearly, this is a top-end facility, and they're going to be able to make that happen. As a matter of fact, talking about worldwide technology, let's go back over the history of this thing. We were told when we were here on Monday that Brian and I slaughtered, actually butchered is the direct quote, the information about what happened here at the track. So let's go through this. This was founded in 1967 as an 8th-mile track, and it was constructed on this property by Wayne Meinert, and it opened as St. Louis International Raceway. It was expanded to a 1/4 mile in 1971. In 1994, Long Beach Grand Prix promoter Chris Pook purchased the facility. The drag strip was demolished, and a new strip and an oval track were constructed. 1997, NASCAR Busch Series, Kart IndyCar Series, and NHRA began racing at the renamed Gateway International Raceway. In 2010, Dover Motorsports was the newest owner of Gateway International, and they announced November 10th that the track was officially closing and would not schedule any races for the 2011 series. The facility was 2 weeks away from having the grandstand stripped out of here when Curtis Francois stepped in to save the track. I remember meeting Curtis when we were here one time for Hot Rod Power Tour. Another one of these owners who comes in and saves a track, and we're still racing to this day. How much do we appreciate that? We've seen that the past couple days, both at Byron and Cordova, with new owners coming in to rescue the drag racers and continue to give them a facility. And that's what Francois did here in 2011. In 2012, the drag strip was a host of the NHRA Midwest Nationals, and the event was a big success, and Francois set the wheels in motion to purchase the facility. Now, it was a lease beforehand. He purchased it in 2012. In 2013, he finalized that purchase. I guess setting the wheels in motion 2012, finalizing it in 2013, and renamed it Gateway Motorsports Park. The track was now locally owned and operated, and in October it was announced that the NASCAR Truck Series would return in June of 2014. In 2016 October, the NTT IndyCar Series announced that it would compete at Gateway in 2017 for the inaugural Bommarito Automotive Group 500. In 2019, in April, Worldwide Technology announced that it acquired naming rights for the track, renaming it to Worldwide Technology Raceway. In December, Worldwide Technology Raceway purchased the adjacent Gateway National Golf Links. And in 2021, on September 15th, it was announced that Worldwide Technology Raceway would be added to the NASCAR Cup Series schedule for the very first time for the 2022 season. In 2022, in March, the Illinois Office of Tourism was announced as the official sponsor of that NASCAR Cup Series race, and it was sold out, 57,000 seats. The annual NHRA Camping World Drag Racing Series Midwest Nationals is scheduled for next weekend, September 30th and October 2nd, when Brian Loans and Lonnie Grimm will be back here making it happen with the NHRA Big Show. So that is the complete and authorized history of what went on here at this very drag strip. Brian and I had given, like, I don't know, the 30-second overview before, and now you know the rest of the story. If you're watching at home, we will keep the live feed going as long as we reasonably can, pending the weather. Right now, I can go ahead and answer any kind of questions that you've got on the live chat as I check my text message for information as well. I got nothing going on that other than people just heaping praise. Oh, man, everybody loves me. Oh, that's my mom. Brian? Oh, Brian doesn't like it so much. All right, let's go to the questions in the chat. People asking, what racetrack is this? Okay, I just spoke for 20 minutes about the history of this track, and there's no glitch in the feed today. People are mentioning you can see a lot of the action from the road by looking at many of the participants' social media feeds. So yeah, if you can check that out, I would recommend following a bunch of hashtags. The official one is Hot Rod Drag Week 2022. You'll also see Drag Week 22, Drag Week 22, and there's all sorts of variations. You can look them up on Instagram and follow them, and you can see the absolute chaos that happens from track to track as we road trip here. All right, we're going to get more questions now, finally. Gear drive or timing chain on a 550 horsepower engine? Timing chain. I wouldn't use a gear drive on that program unless you're really dying to listen to the thing and have difficulty setting it up. There's a place for a gear drive. That's probably not it. Many people asking, will Hot Rod Drag Week come visit their home track? We never know that until we get all the contracts signed. We try not to actually mention anything about the tracks that we're looking at until we have contracts signed. Believe it or not, in the past, we have had tracks get released early, sort of on a sneak on the internet, and then those tracks going, ha-ha, and putting the gouge to us on the pricing because of that, at which we say, no thank you very much. And we move on to someplace else. This year, of course, we had the difficulty with an initial track roster being named, and then Memphis Motorsports Park folded, and we had to completely remake the schedule. And by we, I mean not me. I mean the entire events group. They work really hard to make this happen. They had to hustle for a new plan, and here it is. You just raced on it for 5 days. I asked when we're going to be able to announce next year's tracks because I get that question relentlessly, and we do not have that prepared yet to release, but apparently they do have ideas in mind. When am I going back to Bonneville? We do not have plans for that. Me and Keith and Tanya Turk, who are working here at Drag Week, are racing El Mirage this year. I got in the 200-mile-an-hour club there last year, and we're looking to race again in November and try and move our record up. We actually took a record away from Andy Granatelli, who had held it like since 1984, so that was cool. Will I ever run the F-Rod at Drag Week? You know what? We're going to have to make sure all of these questions are not about me. I appreciate that very much from all the Roadkill fans out here, but let's ask about some other stuff. F-Rod, I did not build my 1931 Model A with a naturally aspirated big block to compete at Drag Week. It does run in the 880s. It would be really competitive in the hot rod class, especially this year, but I do not have plans to do that. Hey, David, have you ever visited UK for drag racing? That's something that Loans and I are both dying to do, to go over to Santa Pod. We actually talked this week about making a plan to vacation together, hand in hand, to go visit Santa Pod. Here's good trivia. Why is Santa Pod drag strip in England known as Santa Pod? No, that's wrong. Actually, the reason is it is on Poddington Air Force Base there, and so that's where the pod comes from. The Santa is a tribute to Santa Ana, which was the very first sort of regularly operated drag strip with a gate. C.J. Pappy Hart and his wife operating that place way back in, when did it start? 1955. And it is currently the scene of the John Wayne Airport in Orange County, California. So that's where it all began. Summit Racing Equipment. SummitRacing.com, who I spend a ton of money with. You don't even want to know, and I'm not going to give you numbers because one of our producers, Michelle, is standing right next to me. Oh, wait, she does my expense reports. How much do I spend a month on that place? Probably between Roadkill and Engine Masters and Roadkill Garage. Some months I bet it's 10 grand. Others it's probably 3 easily. Yeah, it's brutal. Anyway, Summit Racing Equipment, they've been here all week helping out our racers with a trailer in the pits, selling parts, helping people with orders. We really appreciate them. And another thing that they did is a drawing to win a $500 prize pack. The driver and co-pilot got to enter to win. Here's who we got. Greg Weigert. Greg Weigert with the Pontiac. You are a winner of the Summit $500 prize pack, so make your way over to the Summit trailer and they will dial you in. And also Joseph Acone. He's the guy who's here with the Gen 3 Hemi-powered Dart, and he also is a winner of a Summit $500 prize pack. So thanks everybody who entered, and thank you Summit for that. People are now asking me on the live feed to dish up a Summit Racing discount code. I would do that if they were in the mood. How many classes are there at Drag Week? I believe 17. It's a lot. Here, you know what? We can actually count this for you because it's raining. There is unlimited iron, Pro Street Power Adder, Pro Street Naturally Aspirated, Modified Power Adder, Super Street Big Block Power Adder, Super Street Small Block Power Adder, All Motor Big Block, All Motor Small Block, Street Race Big Block Power Adder. This is riveting coverage right now. You know what? Let me just count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 17 classes if you include the stick shift shootout class, 16 if you don't. Many people on the live feed asking to see a replay of Tom Bailey's run, and we're going to work on that right now. Thank you for the suggestion. It's going to take them a little bit to find it, queue it up, and get it out to you, but we will do that. David, which CUDA do you like better, 70 or 71? I would take the 71. Can I talk slower? I am when I say Volvo. Many people ask if engine masters can use a chassis dyno to compare engine dyno horsepower to wheel dyno horsepower. That's not something I'm down with. I don't think that actually shows anything. People always want to say, oh, you know, chassis dyno to engine dyno, it's a reduction of 10%. Here's my problem with that. So what you're saying is on a 10 horsepower engine, it's only going to take 1 horsepower to rotate the entire drivetrain. If you have a 1,000 horsepower engine, it's going to take 100 horsepower to rotate the same drivetrain at the same RPM? I don't think so. A fixed percentage is not going to work in that scenario. To me, it's probably closer to a fixed drag. And so that's going to depend on the transmission, the rear end, the drive shaft, the tires, and all of those things are variables that can be wildly different. So I'm not sure that it's instructive to do that. I also don't think it's really a comparative analysis, especially if you put a torque converter in the mix. That's going to throw everything way out of whack. So you will not see that on Engine Masters. Which class would you recommend for a first-timer with a 12-second NA vehicle? Our Street Machine Eliminator class is designed exactly for that. It's for people who come out here with the slower cars. They just want to have fun, achieve personal goals, flog their vehicle, and bucket list the old drag week program. People are asking about the late model cars running quick without a cage. Remember that NHRA has a new program where I mean, check my math on this, look it up on the internet so I don't misspeak, but I think 2015 and newer, if it's got stock floor pans and has not had any of the factory safety equipment removed, they can run as quick as 9.0. What happened there is that they realized that installing a roll cage on these modern cars that have so much technology involved in the safety, the roll cage actually gets in the way of the airbags and the collapsible areas and things like that, and they are less safe. So NHRA worked very closely with the OEs to change that up, and it gives an opportunity for so many cars to come on track without the expense of the roll cage and such. Tesla's being a just huge example of that. Someone's asking me, what is the current record for Super Street, small block, power adder? You know what? Since I went to all the effort to collect the records, I'm actually going to give you that information. It'll take me a bit to rifle through my pile of notes, but I will advise you. And unbelievably, I cannot lay hands immediately on my class record notes. I have that written down for some classes, but not everything. So we're going to go ahead and bypass that. I do have a lot of notes about various things we can discuss here. I'm going to be able to kill quite a bit of time here on the live feed. It'll help me out a lot if you throw questions out here. Once again, I understand Roadkill fans, but please no questions about me. I would like to address things more about maybe MotorTrend shows and especially about Drag Week. Will we ever consider capping unlimited if the cars get too quick? I can never say never. I'm not in charge, but my guesstimate there is going to be no. Where's Finnegan? There's a popular one. Mike Finnegan's my co-host on Roadkill, and he is on site with his Blasphemy 55 Chevy. They're trying to get it back together. I guess this is a good time to tell the somewhat long story about it. He was here at St. Louis on day one and didn't even make it to half track before he had problems with the car. They pulled it back into the pits. It was smoking out both sides. They were concerned that they had leaned it out and killed it. At that point, he wanted to remove the engine, find another one, and all of a sudden it dawned on me that Mike and I had driven my Hemi Gremmy all the way from Detroit down here to St. Louis. And the Hemi Gremmy is a 1975 AMC Gremlin sitting up on a high-riding chassis, 70s street machine style, and it is loaded with a 535 cubic inch engine, making 700 horsepower that Finnegan had actually surprised me with by installing in the car a month earlier. After we had shot the Roadkill episode on the road trip, the car was going to be sent home, and when he was looking for a Hemi, I all of a sudden realized the car hadn't been shipped yet. So I was like, Finnegan, come pull the Hemi out of the Gremlin and keep on going. And he did. Unfortunately, they looked at it and it ended up having some difficulties like with the blower pulley spacing and things like that. And he talked to the guy who had assembled the engine who said, dude, this thing does not have the ring end gap that is going to survive. And both I and the builder said, dude, just crank this thing down to like 7 PSI, run it on the 85, pull a couple degrees of timing, it'll be fine. He didn't want to do that because he wanted to be more competitive, and he especially didn't want to hurt my engine. So unbelievably, the guys then thrashed to put my Gremlin back together after they had pulled the engine out of it. And they tore their engine apart and looked and saw that he had just pinched a ringland. They went to Indy, found a shop, and thrashed on it, rebuilt the entire engine, put it back together, and then hit the road to come back here to St. Louis, blew up a rear end, I think, U-joint yoke, got that fixed, and they're here today trying to put it together to make a pass if it stops raining. You can see the whole video story about all of this on the Finnegan's Garage YouTube channel. They've been dropping videos every couple days showing their progress there. The guys at Drag Racer TV have located the Tom Bailey footage. So if you're on the live feed right now, here it comes. We're going to show you that quick pass from Tom Bailey right here today at Worldwide Technology Raceway.
Tap, there's your 120. Two brake taps.
You're right. Good catch, you know. I wasn't looking at that. I wasn't thinking Brian Lone style while you were.
It just has that effect on me.
968 140. Steve Lemieux and Marcus Clark, you have until noon to bring your time slip up for the bracket race. As we go to Tom Bailey. Tom Bailey, our 4-time winner on this overall drag week. If he wins this week, he will match Larry Larson for the most number of overall wins ever. There will be a tie at 5 each. Wow. Bailey currently at 4. The car has been as quick as 6.0 on day 1 right here at Worldwide Technology. Tom Bailey and Steve Morris have called this the most brutal drag week that they have been through. They've been putting pistons in this thing the first couple of nights. They broke a trailer off the back of it. Had a lot of work making this happen. Now, of course, this is the car that is the only single 5-second pass in the history of Drag Week. It went 5.998 at 250.46 miles an hour at Virginia Motorsports Park. Our understanding is he's trying to secure the win here by actually putting it in the 5s again. If I had to take a guess, I'd say this is a safety pass to secure the win before they come back and really put the stones in the car.
Drag Week is really mental and mechanical madness. That's the 3 M's, and that's what these guys have really demonstrated throughout the week.
The abuse of driving this car has got to be incredible.
It's going to be a shot right here. It sticks.
108 to 60 feet. He goes to the 8th
That's
mile,
a home run right
197
there.
miles an hour.
Right
605, 244 miles an hour out of Bailey. That is going to be his second quickest run of the week. I got to do the math, but that has probably put the smackdown on Michael Westberg running number 2 in the S10, but we don't know that until we run the numbers and until we see the S10 come back.
Speaking of numbers,
people on the MotorTrend Mothers Live feed, they just saw that run from Tom Bailey earlier today. Actually, just a tick slower than what he did here on Monday, which was a 6:03. So we'll crunch numbers and see how that fares and see if the S10 comes back. And you'll find all of that towards the end of the day, and especially you racers at the Gear Vendors Awards ceremony and party. You know what? Our pleas for no burnouts were unheeded. Yesterday, Brian and I were talking about how we'd dealt with a couple of mayors in small towns and a couple police officers who were like, man, you guys are just relentless with the trailer burnouts in our main street. That has become sort of a thing, especially on social media, and we'd asked everybody to tame it down just because it's given a bad impression of Drag Week and hot rodding in general. Not that I'm not guilty of the same thing relentlessly on Roadkill. And clearly nobody paid attention. All right, I'm going to take the time here to talk about one of the most unsung racers of Drag Week, and he's not here this year. That doesn't mean he doesn't deserve a ton of accolades. Kurt Johnson has 10 wins as of last year. 10. That is more than anyone else. We do have some people who have won 7 and are working towards more here this week. But 10 wins for Kurt Johnson. And check this out. He has got 3 classes where he was the very first person to run in the 8s. Let's go back through what he did year by year. 2007, he ran big block power adder with a Chevelle and was the first guy to run 8s in that class after some rule changes. He ran a pro street with an S10 and had the quickest average in the first 6 years of that class. Then he moved into street race, a big block naturally aspirated. 2014 was the first single 8 in class. 2015, he had the first 8 average in class. I think he won 2013, 14, 15, and 16. He moved to street race, a big block naturally aspirated. Was the first single and average 8 in that class. And then he was in Super Street, small block NA, and had the quickest average in the first 8 years of that class and beat his own record. And of course, he won last year as well with the first single in Super Street, small block NA. Actually, that's the one where he beat his own record. And it was also the first 8 average in class. So just a relentless guy, killer drag racer. We hope to see him back someday. Talking to some friends of his, they're not sure that's going to happen. But Kurt, you're a legend. We really appreciate you, and we hope to see you again.
The last question is really on here. Well, fitting into the capacity even though he's out. Yeah, that's something we do for all drag week. Clint Howard is in. That's what you want to do.
Well, wasn't that car they used in the race like a Chrysler concept?
It was. Yeah, total fiberglass thing, weirdo. They had a lot of it. Nick Nolte movie. Yeah. King of the Mountain.
That's an obscure car movie.
Yeah, it really is, and it's about the road racing that actually took place on Mulholland Highway around Los Angeles, actually up in the mountains, separating.
On it. What about the Highwaymen or Highwaymen? You ever seen that one? The El Dorado and the guy in the Barracuda? I don't know that one. Oh, that's a good one. 16 Barracuda gets thoroughly destroyed in it, but there's all. Astoria, hopefully ever.
I hate when people do that to me. No.
Oh, sorry, Jamie. I couldn't get off you without.
Y'all decide. I'm good with whatever. All I want to do is
2 tons of fun.
Man, yeah, that was nasty. When he chucked the drive shaft out and everything that happens, it's like not just the drive shaft failing, it takes other things very much with it.
I mentioned I'm surprised it wasn't the housing.
Yeah, no, that's kind of amazing. It didn't break the housing.
All right, Brian, let's bench race needlessly.
Okay.
What's your opinion on why we race a quarter mile?
Oh, I'm sure. Yep.
What time did you get here last night?
Yeah. Because they had us go.
Garage coming back to MotorTrend. What about Roadkill every single month?
What about the upcoming star vehicle that we've made an episode together of?
We're coming out of a video replay there on the live feed on the MotorTrend channel of YouTube, and who walked in, but our presumed winner, almost certainly, but I don't want to say that until it's official. Tom Bailey is here, of course, the driver of the 6 Seconds Camaro, and also the sort of, I was going to call you a figurehead, but you were in fact like leading the charge on the whole SICK program for SICK Magazine and also for SICK Week. And he was telling me the just like brutal story of what you've called your toughest drag week ever. So what's that all about?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing is, I mean, we came into the week and, I mean, we had goals. I mean, our goal was to do that 5-second average. And like day one, we go out there, run a 6:03. It's like perfect. We're exactly where we want to be at. And then we're packing up. Everything's good, like leisurely. And then Steve's going to change the plugs. And then one of the plugs is nipped. So then it's like, okay, well, then Steve goes through. He's like, well, we can drive with it. So,
he's talking about Steve, who's Steve Morris, the engine builder on the car, who's also his passenger.
Yeah, exactly. And then, so we call our good buddy Richie in Indy and like, hey, we can make it to Indy, and then can we use your shop because we're going to have to change a piston.
He's talking about Richie Crampton, who has a shop in Indy, who is a 10-time NHRA Top Fuel event winner.
See, I keep thinking all these names, and everybody just knows who we're talking about.
Not the 6,000
right.
people watching on the whole world.
So we go to Richie's shop, and then so whatever, work on pulling that down and changing that, and then as we're getting ready to start butting stuff back up, then I grab the one header to go clean it, and there's a rattle in the header. And I look, and the cross, like right in between the collector, is inside the header, so wide open. And it's like, well, that's not going to be good. And if anybody knows Richie, everything can be done in an hour. Like Richie's just like, no problem, boss, I'll take care of that. It'll be real quick or whatever. He's like, I'm just going to cut it right here and redo it all. I'm like, dude, like, what are you thinking timeline? Like, can we cut this one pipe and then maybe get in there and get after it or whatever? And Richie's like, it'll be fine. So
right.
So
he hustles, but yeah.
Oh no, like he's capable of a lot, but I think he even sometimes thinks he's capable quicker than sometimes humanly possible. But so he cut that apart. Well, then the other header had cracks in it. So literally both headers, we get done with, Steve gets the engine back together. We get the headers done, get everything back on, 6 a.m. So we go to the hotel that we were supposed to stay at the night before. We go take a shower, and then we head to the track. So then we go.
So that's a 0 sleep night.
Exactly.
Number one.
Yep, okay. No sleep. So then we go there, get to the track early, make our pass, and it hurt on that pass. We didn't even make it to the eighth mile, and it popped. And then that's where some of my idiot stuff comes in, because rather than let me coast it out the quarter and then throw the chutes, immediately when I take my foot off the throttle, I throw the chutes. So I'm throwing the chutes at
Which
the
is the right thing to do, right?
But normally, but here we're trying to coast down to the quarter. But so call Richie. It's like 11 a.m. and I'm like, Richie, and because he did the all-nighter with us, of course, and call Richie. He's like, oh yeah, just getting out of bed. I'm like, well, while you were in bed, we burned up 2 more pistons, so we're gonna be to the shop if that's okay to tear this thing apart again.
Watch what you say. Richie's watching right now, by the way. I've been getting the text.
Yep. So we go to Richie's shop, and same thing, start tearing it apart again. And this time, Steve pulls all the pistons out of it and goes through, puts new rings in them, replaced 3 more pistons in it.
I said you were driving up the price of aluminum.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing this week.
So, and at that point, we settled that the injectors are causing the problem. So then we call HPL. Oh, well, and I guess there was a precursor of the week where we broke the transmission. The rig broke. I didn't even get into
That's
pre-sick
just stuff.
week.
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
So this is
Oh,
only
yeah, you
Monday.
had no transmission in it when you arrived on the first day.
Exactly. We went through tech with no transmission.
Yeah.
So Nick Taylor, like Rosler, Carl Rosler, and then Johnny, like Saturday evening testing, we broke the transmission. So Rosler's 10 hours away. So
No
Joe
big deal.
Barry, yeah, Joe Barry drove it to, and that's Saturday night. Joe Barry drove it to Indy.
In the ice cream truck?
No.
Oh, would have been way cooler story.
And then Nick Taylor grabbed it, and Nick ran it to Rosler, waited for Johnny to fix it Sunday morning. Johnny got all the stuff ready Sunday night, or Saturday night, fixed it Sunday morning, waited there the 4 hours for them to take it through, dyno it, go through everything, and then he drove it back. Nick got here 10:30 Sunday night, so then we had to get it in the car to then be ready to race Monday morning. So I guess that's the the precursor to day 0.
Well, for you, that's like breaking out the detailing spray and wiping the thing down. It's kind of just what you do.
Oh, so then when we figured out the injectors, so then Eric HPL, they put a set of injectors together for us and then drove them down an hour and a half and delivered them to Richie's shop.
All 16?
16 of them.
Yeah.
Well, we run 24, but we left the 8 for gas, and then we went to bigger ones for the racing. Normally we'd run 3 sets racing, but now we're running 2 bigger ones. But so we put those in. Well, then Steve's butting all that together, and he's like, we have the wrong connectors for our injectors.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So I don't know what the different types are, but either way, so Richie had 2 Holley harnesses there. So Richie and I, wiring gurus, cut this harness apart, my harness apart, and then these 2 Holley harnesses, and we sit there with the only connectors Richie has, not the proper way to melt the solder joint or whatever in them and shrink them,
right?
Because he only has an acetylene torch. So
perfect.
He's holding the acetylene torch, and I'm like waving it over top, trying not to melt through, because he only had just enough connectors to make the 32 connections or whatever we needed to make.
So he's there with a rosebud melting the solder for this thing. I get it.
So we got that together, and it's not the prettiest thing or whatever, but it did work. But so we get done, and I mean, like I said, that was 12 or 1. So then we had 300 miles to go, or 280 it was that day. Hightailing through that, and we got to the hotel at like 4:30 in the morning, hour and a half of sleep, took a shower, head to the track. So, and then.
Have you eaten at this point?
So, hot dogs from the hot dog truck.
Okay.
Joe Barry.
Oh yeah, the Joe Barry hot. He's got a truck that Joe Barry drives around, and they hand out ice cream and hot dogs to people as he goes down the road. And by the way, I'm gonna kick him in the shorts for the train horn. I'm done with the train horn. Anyway,
so yeah, so then we are on the way to the track that day. I'm trying to put all my days together, but on the way to the track, and then the trailer breaks off.
Oh,
so
yeah, I remember
10
that
minutes
one.
from the track.
And it's an aluminum arm on that one, right?
Correct. And I've had the same trailer since 2013 or whatever, like exactly the same, no problems whatsoever.
There's your problem.
So, yeah,
you wore it out.
But
that means it's got like 10,000 miles on it.
Yeah, literally just stuck directly in the pavement, and then we're sitting there looking at it. So, so that's it. First calls. Keith, is it okay if I have a record come get this and take this to the track?
Yeah,
and then
he
I'll
said
fix
yeah.
it there. So, but so we got that there, and then Fast Eddie, I got to give Fast Eddie credit because we get to the track and then we're trying to take care of the car to make the pass. Eddie's spearheading because he's local to that area. So he's like, oh, well, I got a fab guy over here. He'll come and work on the trailer. So he got that done and hooked us up with a guy for doing the wiring and then the guy to come weld it to get the trailer all back together while we're sitting there in the pits.
And you're doing that with like a crowd of 8 people thick all the way around the car the whole time.
Yep. So then we had the throttle cable issue. I'm trying to think. Is that the day of the throttle cable? Because our throttle cable melted. Oh, that was another last minute thing at Richie's shop. All of a sudden, the throttle cable, like just driving down the road, you're moving it like this much, so it doesn't matter. But then Richie's shop, we went to kick it. It's like it melted to the header, so our throttle cable didn't move. All you had was like literally like as much as you could flex the whole thing.
Is what you got.
Richie had a throttle cable laying there, so we threw it on there. Well, I didn't know there was a push and a pull style throttle cable.
Yeah.
So what I think is that we put on a push style throttle cable when it should have been a pull, because
It's different on the pedal itself, not the cable, right?
Well, no, it just wouldn't work. Like literally it would flex it. So we didn't have 100% throttle. So we could only get like the butterfly would only open 80%. So anytime you got up on boost with it and started to put power to it, it was closing the butterflies because they weren't all the way open.
Okay.
So so we had
let's explain that to the audience a little bit. If your butterfly angle is, perfectly horizontal with the direction of airflow, you're kind of okay. But if it's not open all of the way, the boost actually works on the backside of the blade and crams the thing shut. Yeah?
Correct. Yeah, all the air pressure is fighting against it. So so going down the track, and not only do we have different injectors in there that we've never ran before. So, and Steve's trying to figure that out. Then we got the throttle thing going on, and the car's all over the place as far as like, I'm like, it's got power, then it doesn't have power, power, then power. Well, then you look at the data log. Well, even though I was full throttle, the car was reading anywhere between 60 to 90% throttle all the way down. So it's giving fuel, taking fuel, giving fuel, taking fuel. So,
is that TPS?
So yeah, that's what the TPS was reading. So then, so whatever. So we survived that, and like, okay, well now we got to deal with this to get the track tomorrow, and then pack up. And that drive actually was pretty good, but I kind of have like
at
cruise
this
control.
point, Crampton's hoping that you get far enough away from his shop that it's not worth coming back.
Yep. And so luckily with that, it's kind of like old school cruise control, because literally there's no return on the throttle. So it's just my toe stop that can pull it back. So going down the road, it was actually good. I could just set it, take my foot off, and then that's where it cruised at.
Yeah, power windows too, by the way.
But you had to remember when you got to the stop to pull up with your toe. Otherwise, why is it revving so high? So that was that. So we had to make the pass yesterday with no return. So therefore, that's like why my burnout sucked, because you think about it, you're feathering the throttle on a burnout to keep the tire wheel speed what you want. Well, imagine that your toe has a 2-inch gap in there, so your return spring is like your toe.
So that's right. When you're feathering it, you have to pull it up, push it down, pull it up, push it down. Okay. I'm getting it.
So you had that, and then with the pass, same thing. It just read that. So we had another throttle cable made. Again, Richie to the rescue. So Richie gets one made in Indy, and then gives it to Finnegan, who's coming to St. Louis. We ran into Finnegan last night at the checkpoint, so he gave us that throttle cable that he had made. And then the Swedes with the it's Ascona. I can never remember.
The Ascona, yeah.
Ascona. They had their spare throttle cable. It was closer to my original one, so more fluid. So we put that on this morning, and then all was good except whatever 1,000-foot out or whatever, it puffed, and like everything seems fine. I think it just overfueled, and it was just overcorrecting because we haven't.
This was yesterday?
This is today.
Today.
So on that 605 or whatever, that was 1,000 foot. That's where it just puffed. So and then so I shut it off and got it restarted at the end, able to drive it back. But I mean, we haven't. It's raining now, so we haven't had a chance to look and see if it's hurt or not.
Yeah.
But, so that's like the week, kind of in a nutshell. Like it's just been one of those things that you're just trying to survive. You went from goals to survival.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, streetcar, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Man, he tells that whole long story, but that is the story of every racer here. You have a 12-second car, you can have a week like that.
Oh, no, that's the thing is like, and then in so many, like when you get, I mean, it's one of those things, like if everything goes flawlessly, it's not that memorable of a week.
Right.
So, I mean, I hate to say it, but like you kind of want
You got to earn it.
You got to want a little bit of turmoil. I think we got overloaded. I think that maybe the car heard that I said, "Oh, if somebody wants to buy it, I'll sell it."
Yeah.
And then it said that no, screw you. Like we're gonna make this
Really?
stuff all week.
Because I was going to ask that question. Settle the score. Is the car for sale or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, we have a lot of projects, so like it's like
moving on to something else for Drag and Drive?
Yeah, we got that Durango that we're working on.
Yep.
We got that 63 Nova that we haven't done anything with or whatever, the small tire deal. Obviously, you got 1.0 that, I mean, there's always the...
Well, that's like your true actually go to the grocery store car.
Yeah, but then, I mean, it's always in the back of my mind that, well, if I put an SMX in 1.0, then what can I do with 1.0? So, like, because we're very limited with that cast setup there, that if I put a billet setup in there, like, how much faster? I mean, we've been 639.
Is 1.0 a conventional conventional big block Chevy, or has it got like a symmetrical port deal? What is it?
No, conventional deal. It's Brodix stuff, Brodix 20-degree stuff.
Oh, okay.
So,
and it's been 693?
It's been 639. It's the fastest
39.
with 1.0.
Okay.
So that's where I'm like an SMX, because we're limited. We know that full timing, 32 pounds of boost. 35 pounds of boost lifts the head. So like we know we've done it
on that.
We've done it 20 times.
So let's talk about 1.0. That's the car that to me is like the most iconic shot ever from Drag Week. Is in the rain, pulling the trailer, Wes Allison photo. You know the one I'm talking about.
It was actually in a hurricane. We were driving into the hurricane.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? North Carolina. We're driving the hurricane.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's evacuating.
I remember.
And we're driving there.
Right.
So like,
I do remember that. Oh, that was punishment.
That rain, I remember going under a bridge where there was 18 inches of water. Like literally, it just pushed the water out of the way and went through. 1.0, the turbos are down low. So then when we got to North Carolina, what's the track that we went to there?
Z-Max?
No, before Z-Max. The House of Hook.
Brian would be like this on that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But either way, so we were there, and before we got ready, that's the night after the rain. It's like, oh, let's put it up on the two-step or whatever, just make sure it's all good. As soon as we start bringing it up, water squirt. We know every air leak in the car because water came out of everywhere.
Oh, right.
And because the turbos are low, and it basically cycles up into the intercooler and then back up into the engine. So the intercooler was half full of water.
Oh,
We're
wow.
Driving on the street, you wouldn't know that.
How'd you
because you're
not hydraulic
pushing
the
that through.
motor?
So I don't know. I guess it was running good.
Wow.
But
water injection the wrong way.
So we ended up having to drill a hole in the bottom of the intercooler to drain the water out of it, and that hole's still there to this day because we're like, that doesn't lose much boost. It's just self-draining.
Yeah,
but
I mean, when you're running 30-plus pounds, an eighth-inch hole or quarter-inch hole, really, it doesn't.
But it does do good to get the water out of the intercooler.
Yeah, maybe that's a tech tip for drag weekers. Go ahead and drill a hole in your intercooler. Yeah.
But yeah, and it was a day later, I think we pushed a ring landing or whatever on that at Z-Max. So that's whatever. I mean, that luckily was only one day of hell where somebody from Michigan had to drive a spare piston down to North Carolina while we waited for it to put it in the car and then drive all night.
I remember that day. Yep. Now I'm remembering it. I remember pulling out and you guys had it all apart.
Yep, we waited. They got there at 2 in the morning. Mitch from Steve's shop got there with a piston. We put that in, and then we drove, and that was the year when, because of the weather and everything going on, you didn't have to follow the route. It just said take whatever way, and we got to be at Bristol or whatever tomorrow. Well, some of the locals are like, oh, well, if you take this road or whatever, that gets you there. But whatever we did, we were less than an hour from the track, and we're making great time or whatever. It's like 5 in the morning, like we'll be good.
Yeah.
And stop and get a coffee. And then next thing you know, there are all these curves, and it's like, what the hell road are we on? Like, this is crazy. And then there's people on the side of the road taking pictures or whatever, and not hot rod people.
Were you on like Tail of the Dragon or something?
We drove Tail of the Dragon with 1.0. Like, so. Like,
okay, if you have not, hear Joe with the horn out there.
Yeah, there you go.
If you have not seen Tail of the Dragon, this is a brutal. I forget how many twists in the Blue Mountains there.
We had fluid coming out both axle ends on 1.0 or whatever, and then with the bead locks, it's puddled inside the bead locks. So we had to wipe that out when we got to the track.
Yeah, because the water would out of balance the wheels with that. Man, that's a lot.
But yeah, so
man, good times.
Another memorable one.
Is this your 9th drag week?
So
7th, something like that.
No, it's more than that. It's probably my 10th.
I have the actual list here
because I think that 2010 was my first year.
I can figure this out. It's not complete. I have a winners list. I'm looking for my winners list. Here's winners by year. Let's see. Here you are. You won in 15, 18, 19, 21, and presumably...
No, 21 was Dave.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misread that.
That was my COVID year.
Yeah, you had COVID last year.
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Yeah, 21 was Dave. Sorry, it's hard to read my notes with like one hand while I'm figuring this out. So 15, 18, 19. There's one other. There you are, 13.
Yeah,
so now this makes you tied with Larry Larson at 5 for the most overall wins.
Well, remember, Michael's still 602 in that S10.
Yeah, I know.
That'll take me. So
Do you think he can do it, though? I don't think that the S10 can go 602.
I think the little LS that could.
We'll
try.
I don't want to say no because I would lose my mind. I got to be honest. I've been sitting around all week going, can Bailey just go slow so the S10 can win? the S10 is amazing.
Yeah,
it's
Michael's
unbelievable. A car at that lower level can be running similar to what you were. I mean, now I think he's half a second off pace, but still. Yeah, running sixes in that truck is crazy.
No, it's awesome, and that's like, to me, like the Swedes just kill it. Like,
yeah,
I mean, it's just that. I mean, how many groups of them with cars either running in the sixes or six capable? Is there 4 or 5 of them? Like,
well, there's the wagon, we know.
Yep.
You know, Michael Borgren ran 698 or 694 last year. Then you've got the S10. Then you've got Stefan Gustafsson.
Yep.
Were there any other second capable ones?
Well, the Aston.
The Ascona.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. He fell out on day 1, but we know there's that one. Yeah, those guys don't mess around.
That's 4 6-second cars. Like,
yep.
That's pretty cool.
You gonna do Sick Week Sweden? That would be the answer.
Week Sweden.
They actually do Street Week.
No,
there.
I'd love to go to Street Week. So
yeah,
that's
me
where
too.
You follow. They did it on airfields and stuff this year or whatever with it. And
yeah.
Like,
it's more of a street race, I think, because they don't do it on all drag strips.
Yeah, theirs was all on airport runways or whatever this year with it. And I don't know what the exact reason was, but then the others, the Stockholm Open. I would love to go to the Stockholm Open.
Did you know that Stefan won that Corvette by beating it in the final at that event?
Wow.
Yeah,
I guess I didn't know this.
They ran for Pinks, and he got it.
Nice.
Yeah, about 10 years ago. Pretty wild. Yeah, it's been a long road, and there's so many more drag and drive events now. And, of course, you're making that happen. I'm surprised you haven't come up with a couple more this year. I really thought that was going to go down.
No, the amount of, I mean, something like this or Sick Week or anything like that, the undertaking it takes to put it on, it's just, you really don't understand how hard it is.
Big surprise, right? I remember when you walked up to me, it's like, hey, you know, I got to give you credit. I had no idea how difficult this was. And it's not me. It's our events team. You know, we got a group of people. You know, I have Jenny Schmitz, who actually is pretty turnkey on this. But it takes a lot to put this event on.
Oh, yeah. No, and it's in the, I mean, they're just, it's so cool. Like, everything, like the towns we went through this week, like, I mean, the one drive from, actually, yeah, the drive from Byron to Cordova, like, we left at the perfect time that, I mean, it was sunset for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, we had the GoPro on the dash or whatever, and, like, just amazing. And it was the picture of what this is about, because I was following, like, 5 other cars that had trailers on them.
Yeah.
And, like, just rolling through these cornfields and everything or whatever, and it was just like,
and through the small towns,
it was mesmerizing. And yeah, those towns we went through that day too, I mean, it was just awesome.
That was a good day. Actually, let it be said, I'm just going to go out there, the checkpoints last year sucked. And this year, man, did they bring it up. I thought it was great.
Last night,
yeah,
that place was awesome.
It really was.
That guy, the owner, was talking to me for a while, whatever. He was so cool. He's like, he said, I wish I just would have known a little more. He said, I would have had food trucks here. I would have had a band here.
Yeah.
Like, I would have done all this or whatever. Like,
he had 3 Tim Wilkerson funny car bodies on the property. This is a place, what was it called? I don't even know. Route 66 Collection.
No, I can't. Somebody told me the name of it again today. What was it?
What is it? Motorheads.
Motorheads, that's what it is. So there was exit 90
awesome.
on 55. I know that. Exit 90 on 55. I mean, just this place is so cool. Like, if you're
It
into
really
cars
is.
or in it, just a cool place. Like,
Yeah,
just
old
a one-off,
signage,
like
everything.
And the food was awesome too. So
I missed out on that part.
But yeah, we ended up spending a couple hours there last night because we're like, oh, straight down 55 to the hotel. Let's eat now. And normally we would never do that. So I was kind of I was worried that we're breaking a pattern by eating before we get to the hotel.
Fair.
So
yeah.
like, and that's where like, that's why I haven't came up here and talked to you all week, because I'm like, I'm not doing anything to like upset Karma, because Karma's already kicking my ass.
Are you going with the superstition at this point? You see a lot of fuel drivers who are like, I got to pat the parachute. I got to, you know, is that your superstition at this point? I've got a program? Because it doesn't seem like you're really holding together a strict agenda as far as I can tell.
No, that's the thing. I'm like, maybe we got too far off course. It's just basics. Let's just do the basics and whatever. That's what the week ended up being about. And that's where, so on my video, but like the same thing. It's just literally you have goals and you have things that you want to do, but things change, and then now you just survival, and that's it. And that's
it's
really, it's all it's been.
Drag week and Sick Week and everything else is all about.
And that's what's that's what's cool about it, because I mean, it may have been my hardest one ever, but I'll probably have more memories of this week than any of my other weeks.
Yeah.
So just
Well,
because.
plus you've documented it more. It's on your YouTube channel. Your page is not Sick Magazine or Sick. It's Tom Bailey, right?
Yeah, the Tom Bailey
So
YouTube
look
channel.
up YouTube. It's Tom Bailey, and I think you've got at least 4 videos up. There's one I saw about the transmission thrash. There's one that had the title, My Most Difficult or My Hardest or My Most Brutal Drag Week
And
Ever.
there was We Broke Steve.
Yeah.
That was, I think,
We
another
Broke
one.
Steve. I saw that one as well. I didn't actually watch them because I didn't have time, but I did check in on what you were doing there. And, of course, follow you on social media also, which is going to be Sick the Mag, I think, is your social media
Yeah, in 6 seconds.
outlet.
Yep.
And Sick Seconds, S-I-C-K.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, good time as always. Hopefully the rain lets out and we
Yeah.
can finish this thing. What's everybody thinking? Oh, I see it. I was like, oh, it doesn't look like rain if you look there, but then I see
You
it
see a
splashing.
puddle. Yeah.
And I hope it holds out.
Yeah.
Because I mean, nowhere close to everybody went down. So
Not
it's
even
like,
close.
So.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. What we do if it actually rains out completely is we end up using all the information from yesterday to declare winners. And honestly, that can change up at least 5 classes. So it's a bummer if we don't get this in.
Yeah, I think it was 2011 was the last time we ended on a rainout. Like that, I can't remember.
Tulsa?
Where we were. Yeah, and I think because I know it got called in rain because that was my second year, and I got my car to the staging lanes or whatever. Like, and then it started raining. Well, the event got canceled, and I couldn't start my car. So
Okay.
like I would have been out because the car wouldn't
then you're a
start to finish the
superhero.
event.
Yep.
But I finished the event.
That is the
because-
fate of it. You never know. That's what makes this so exciting to me is you never know.
So, but we
Yeah.
called that the Indian Burial Ground car for a reason.
Yeah.
So that one was like, that one every day with that car was like 2.0 has been this week. Like just always something.
Yeah,
So,
I
but-
feel you. Keith
Nope.
Turk keeps popping his head over here. I should probably see what he's got going on. So do you got anything else you want to share before we throw you out of the building?
Nope, I'm good.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for sharing your whole story. Thanks for the massive effort and time and money you put into this. Thanks for starting another event that just brings the whole level of this up. You know,
Cool.
we
Thanks,
really
man.
appreciate it.
Me too.
All right. We'll see you next year, hopefully with the Durango. Right now, I'm going to take a quick break from chatting on the live feed while I chat with race director Keith Turk and figure out what we're going to have going on here the rest of the day. And if we're looking like we're going to head towards dry, I've got a whole bunch of more stories that we can tell you here on the live feed. All right, folks, thanks for enduring that delay, which was probably actually a pleasure to your ears. I was talking with race director Keith Turk, trying to figure out what's going to go down here. The radar does show that there is going to be a moment of clearing here. He is working his way through figuring out the timing on that, and if we can get the track dry, which we know that the track is capable of, and so that we can get the most number of classes down track as we can to get things completed. We do not have that finalized right now. Keith is working on it, so we will bring you that news. But I guess the short version is we are going to try and get running again in a break in the weather that's coming up. And Drag Week was driving straight into it. We had looked at the radar there and decided that we were actually going to pull some stuff off, and we let the racers just go on whatever route that they wanted to get to our next destination, so they were not required to follow the map. But that was some of the worst rain we've ever seen, and in the early days, there was really some rain, so that's saying something. I remember the very first year, the story of ending, and we were at US 131, and what did we have, 40 cars or something in that neighborhood in the very first year? And it started to rain. We all gathered in the room where we were going to do the awards ceremony, and it stopped raining. And I looked at the track guy. I was like, can you get this thing dry? And he's like, yeah. And we took a vote of the audience or of the participants who were there, and they all said, you know what, let's fire this thing back up and go racing again. And we did. And we finished with 5 days. That was an unbelievable thing that, you know, will never happen again. There's just way too many racers now and way too many opinions. But back then, it was really the Wild West. There was another time when we drove from Cordova to Indy, and it was raining, and we gathered everybody up again and said, hey, do you want to drive back to Cordova and actually race? Because it's not raining there. And the tracks were all amenable to it, and we did it. We left Indy and drove back to Cordova and actually had a race in the afternoon. Another one was we were at Tulsa, I'm pretty sure, and it was on a Friday, and there was a time when we were holding the Saturday as a rain day. We don't do that anymore because people are like, I can't take the extra day, I got to get home. There was a bunch of complaining. Some racers could do it, others couldn't, and so we ended that policy. But at the time, it was like, well, we can either finish Friday or we can finish on Saturday. And we talked about it and talked about it. And we were in the tower, and Loans and I were there, and the decision was finally that we were, in fact, going to race on Saturday. But whatever I said to Loans made him believe that we were actually canceling. And I think what I said is, all right, Brian, let's make the call, meaning let's go tell people what's going on. Making the call also means call it, as in we're calling the race, it's all over. So minor communication problem. We went out on the PA, and Brian picked up the thing. It was like, that's it. We will not be racing tomorrow. And I was like, Brian, I'm kicking him. He's like, what? I was like, no, we made the decision to keep going. And so there was that. And when that went down, there was one racer, like what Tom Bailey was saying earlier when we ended up on a 4-day deal. He found out that he won his class and would have lost otherwise because his car wouldn't fire. And so he ended up winning because of that. I had another situation, I think it was Mike Roy, where he was leading his class but knew his car was broken and couldn't run again. And when we announced that we were going to continue into a full 5 days, he was irate because it meant that it took him out of the win. So these are the types of things that go on all the time in race control and with race director Keith. Trying to sort out everybody, making them as happy as we can. And you never go 100%, but you get as far as you possibly can. I was also mentioning to Bailey that one photo from Wes Allison of his orange car, SICK 1.0, driving in the rain in that Hurricane with the trailer on the back. I got to credit Wes Allison. He is the photographer who has given us all of the most signature images of this event for so many years, starting with us from, I think, the very beginning. I don't think he's been here every single time. I'm sure he hasn't, actually. But he's shot the photos for Hot Rod that have really created the image of this event, so to speak. Also, the Hot Rod Magazine staff is committed to doing more coverage on this than they have in many, many years. It's been a little bit soft as far as coverage in the magazine and online. They're going to fix that. They've got a bunch of people here, more than they have had over the past few years, so you'll see a big story in Hot Rod Magazine. You can also look for yourself in galleries and results on hotrod.com. There's also Hot Rod social media, Hot Rod Magazine on Facebook and Instagram, and new to my awareness, on TikTok. Maybe we'll be doing like the Hot Rod Happy Dance on TikTok. I'd like to thank the kids, or guys rather, from State Tech Auto Collision Technology. They all came out here just to see what was going on at Drag Week. I assigned a few things for them. Bunch of guys came out from State Tech Auto Collision Technology. We really appreciate you, and I'm sorry that it went down the way it is right now. Hopefully we can get this thing dry and give you some racing as we can to everybody else. There's still 4,200 people watching on the live feed. 4,200. I'll take some questions from those 4,200 people if they want to throw them out over there. In the meantime, I was going to tell you, what was the question somebody asked me earlier before Tom had walked in? Oh, how did Hot Rod get started? Hot Rod Magazine began in 1948. January 1948 was the first issue. It was actually the second hot rodding magazine. The first one was Throttle, that happened just before World War II, and they had 12 issues in 1941. Pearl Harbor happened, and they went out of business. I'm surprised that it took all the way until 1948, years after the war had ended, for somebody else to start a magazine, but Robert E. Peterson did it, and it was in conjunction with the Southern California Timing Association, who had launched the very first hot rod car show, which was called the Hot Rod Expo, that went down at Exposition Park in Los Angeles at the Armory nearby where the Forum is, not the Forum, the Coliseum is today. And so he was selling Hot Rod Magazine on the steps of that, and his savvy was realizing that there was an advertising marketplace for people working in the speed parts industry, because by that time, you know, Edelbrock had been in business for 10 years. Winfield was making cams and carburetors. There's, you know, Thixton, go on down the list. Krager making a bunch of different speed parts even way back then. So he secured that advertising. So Hot Rod was first in January of 48. Later in 1949 came MotorTrend, and soon enough it became a complete publishing empire. And that's where it all began, essentially on the streets and dry lakes of Southern California. KJ Jones is back with me. What do you got going on, Cage?
David, just waiting out the rain like everybody else. You know, a little disappointed in the weather. It's one of the worst things about any type of motorsports when this happens and you have to wait and you have to hope that you can get an event in.
Well, we're going to do the best we can to do that. In the meantime, I'm going through and answering questions on the live feed. So if you got anything for KJ, you can throw those out as well. He's going to know far more about diesel stuff than I am, as the editor of Diesel Power Magazine, and currently doing that online. And he's also a longtime Ford racer and drag racer himself. Brian and I were talking about your Maverick earlier. Your Maverick was the jam, dude.
That was my heart, man. My Maverick was one of my best cars, and I really do miss it. I won a lot of races with that car, did really well with that car, you know, and it was actually as carcraft or budget or hot rod as it gets, but it just worked really well. When you have the right assemblage of parts, it usually works out, and that's what happened with the Maverick.
So not to throw you off the mic immediately, Cage, but let's bring in Mike Finnegan and Tony Angelo, because so many people have been asking about them, and they're standing right here in the tower.
Ladies and gentlemen, bigger stars than myself.
No.
Mike Finnegan and Tony Angelo.
So guys, let's just hand the microphone straight off to these guys. I've already given the entire audience sort of the short version of what happened here, but they're all asking about you. What is the deal?
Do you have a lot of time?
It's raining, homie.
Oh, okay. All right. So as usual, no time to prep the car. And I think I got the motor back from Pete Harrell the week before drag week, and we put it in the car. We're missing some parts because it hadn't been together in 2 years. Got it running, drove it around the block, and then I jumped on an airplane to come film Roadkill with you. And so while I'm gone at Roadkill, David Newbern takes the car to Mooresville, and while it was in Mooresville, it did get chassis dynoed, had a few problems with the gearing, so they stuck a new third member in it, and we basically got a pretty decent tune on E85 to come compete at Drag Week, nothing for the street really.
But also nothing like, not fully gauged up, no safeguards, no warning lights, none of the stuff you'd really want.
I didn't have a shift light.
Yeah, no shift light. And a pretty, I think the full throttle tune's okay, but like it was rough. Tip in was pretty rough, and it's nothing against the tuner. It just time crunch.
Yeah, and you didn't even know you were coming with me until a week and a half before Drag Week when I called him and was like, "Hey, Newbern hasn't really been sleeping.
Yeah,
I don't think he should do this for his own health. Do you want to go?" And he said yes, which I was very fortunate for that.
Yeah, and I was like, I was like, I can't say no. Let's go. We had such a good time in 19, and I was like, I'm coming back. Let's do it. How could we not? So I was like, absolutely, let's do it. But I'm like, how's the car? How we doing? And you were like, oh, it's got overdrive and we've got headsets and all this stuff. I'm like, how's it run? And we'll find out together, basically, and that's what we got into.
Yeah, he asked how the car was, and I sent him a video. I'm like, look, the passenger seat flips up so you can put your luggage in. I'm like, there's half of a piece of carpet in here. Like, the car is great, dude. I really hadn't driven it around, though, or track tested it. So, there's that. And then on day one, the wheels wouldn't work for us. We couldn't get them to balance. I had new drag slicks put on the rear wheels, and the shop I took them to was kind of complaining about the fact that they weren't balancing. So then I took them to Jason over at Mickey Thompson, and he's like, these will not balance. And I'm like, that's weird, We had several wheels, and we just could not get them to balance. So Mike Cotton was at his house, and he has my original wheels off blasphemy. And they're in his van, his Ford Econoline van, which is bagged and body dropped, sits flat on the ground. Of course, it doesn't run, it's broken. So to get my wheels out of his van, he had to cut the floor out of his van to get my wheels out. And then, he brings them here, we put them on, we finally make a rip, and the car was unhappy in the pit. Like, we're testing the two-step, and the throttle's sticking wide open. And
oh yeah, that's first. That was the test and tune day.
Yeah,
we couldn't. I drove it around the pits, and I remember it being kind of like a very sweet driving car. Tip in, everything very tractable, very nice to drive around on the street. And I got in it, and they're like, "Can you move it from here to there?" The camera guys were like, "We want to get beauties of it off in the distance." I get in, and I'm like, the gas was super sticky. We spent quite a bit of time trying to dial in TPS, the car, the linkage for the throttle bodies, all that stuff. So really by the end of the first day, we're like, we think we're good. Go have a run. Let's see what's up.
Yeah, and the problem there is again, during the chassis dyno session, I'm not there, and the guys are being really cool. I sent a brand new throttle body with them, and I'm like, this might make more power. Try this. So they put it on there, and ultimately they decide to take it back off. But in order to put it on there, they modified all the throttle linkage. Well, they put the old throttle body back on, and then it just went on the truck and came here, and nobody drove it. So what they didn't know is that the throttle's sticking wide open. So I'm in the staging lanes, and I'm like, let me try the two-step. So I stick it, and it sticks wide open in the staging lanes. And so we're frantically trying to fix all that in the staging lanes, and we think we have it licked. Well, I go out here and try to do a burnout. It won't even do a burnout now. Okay, so no test and tune for us. Go back and work on it at night, and the next day on day one, I'm like, I think the car is good,
Yeah, we wound up taking the throttle pedal out of it. We were still working even into that night for a long while.
Yeah. So on day one rolls around, I'm not really thinking that we've put it on the two-step half a dozen times the night before and burned up a lot of E85. It leaves the line just fine. At the top of second gear, whatever fuel was still in the fuel cell went to the back, and it lost fuel pressure. But it's running fine. And it had 16 pounds of fuel pressure going through the lights down there.
Yeah, third and fourth gear hat. Instead of 60 or 70 with
instead
the
of
boost
72,
reference.
yeah. So it just didn't have fuel pressure, and that was on me. We tested it in the pits too many times, and it didn't have enough fuel in the fuel cell. And so I didn't even bore scope it. I didn't even look at it. I'm like, it's puking out of every orifice. Like, this thing has,
It was smoking like a chimney out of both pipes.
No oil control. So it went right to, what do we do? You know, can we buy another long block? Can we, you know, what can we do? At one point, I'm talking to Jared Scott, and he offers me his engine because he had blown up his clutch and broken his bell housing and all these things, and he's out. And I'm like, I can't borrow it. I'm like, but let's talk about maybe buying it. So he calls Indy Cylinder Head. They tell him, you know, it's going to take 9 months to get another long block to you. So that deal's out because he obviously can't be without his motor that long.
Yeah, it's totally understandable. He was down. He was like really game for. Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
Just to be like, listen, you can take our whole engine out. He has basically the same motor setup as you do.
Yeah,
It would have gone right in, but you know, totally understandable. He was like, this is going to change my whole year probably.
Yeah, he was a bro. We were going to take the motor out of that Ranchero and put some back seats and blasphemy, and he and his co-pilot and us,
we're like,
we
we'll
were
just
going to
ride
do
together.
We were going to do drag week together. It was going to be rad. But then, you know, I realized like I can't take a motor from you and you not have one for 9 months. And then right after that, you called me and you're like, you know, the Hemi Grammy is still in town, and I didn't know that. I thought it was back in California after the Roadkill shoot. So within 2 hours, Cotton and Newbern bring the Hemi Grammy back. Within an hour, the motor's out and the oil pan's off, and then everything just went wrong.
I couldn't understand from social media why you took the oil pan off. It'll fit your car.
It won't.
It won't.
You
No,
have
it won't.
a
It
you
totally
have
won't.
a you have a mid sump oil pan in the Gremlin. I have a rear sump.
He has a rear stump. All his steering is up in the front. It wouldn't work.
And so we pull the oil pan off. We now have to change the pickup. Well, the pickup didn't want to come out. We damn near broke it. And about the time I realized it's not coming out, I called Bostic, who built the engine, and I said, is it welded in? Why won't it move? He's like, it's red Loctite. And right about that time, he goes, what are you trying to do? And I explained it to him, and he's like, you can't put any boost in that motor. It has smaller ring gaps than when you owned it before. And right about that time, Sean Fink, who's down there helping us, he says, none of the pulleys will line up. Everything's a ½ inch off. And at that point, I'm like...
And you only have the one Woodruff key, and so he's got like a double pin crank that would have like you actually held on for to drive the blower. None of it was going to make any sense.
Yeah, at that point, I'm like, we can make this happen, but the risk of hurting that Hemi is too great. And I've already rebuilt it once. I just rebuilt mine. I'm not going to blow up yours. That isn't cool. And so at that point, your motor's out of your car, and I'm like, put it back, you know?
But for the record, I had talked to Bostic, and we looked at the ring end gap. He's like, oh, yeah, if they run like 7 pounds on E85, pull a couple degrees, it'll be fine. But admit it, you guys were like, well, I can't be competitive with that.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Well, I said run it with the tunnel ram on it. It's still going to run 10s all week. We could maybe get somewhere in the class and have fun and do the week, but
we're not here for that.
We're not here for that. Apparently, we're not here for that.
Look how well that is.
Yeah.
I would much rather, you know, stay up for 3 days straight and rebuild my motor than borrow yours and go slower. That ain't who I am.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean, I think if we were going to use it, we should try to go fast, and we couldn't, so.
Yeah. But really, I just, your car was together. I wasn't going to have it not be together because you know that's what would have happened. I would have done drag week with your motor. It would have ended up in a pile of parts in the pit.
I was counting on it. It is what it is.
I don't know. I couldn't do that to you. So day 2 of drag week was spent putting your car back together. And then I went, let me look at my motor, you know, and I pull the plugs, and there's no aluminum on these spark plugs. And I'm like, all right, I borrow a bore scope. There's no holes in the pistons. So we pull the heads. I can't see anything wrong.
We're keep in mind, this is our 3rd day in this parking. We haven't left this parking lot still.
Yeah. So I can't see anything wrong with the motor. I'm like, you know what? Let's just pull one piston out. And I pull one piston out, and the top ring doesn't even expand when it comes out. And I'm like, we can overnight rings. We can fix this.
Yeah, well, they just knocked the strength out of all of them. They were all just, you know, there was no tension left on them. So it was like, get a set of rings. We had one spare piston, and we just dragged it out to outside of Indy, Snake Performance.
Yes,
Snake Enterprises.
We overnighted rings because we had delusions of catching up with you guys. I'm like, they're in Indy tomorrow. Or you were in Indy at that point, but they'll be in Cordova the next day. I'm like, I know people in Indy. So we overnight rings to Indy, and we get there, and we pull all the pistons out. And he's file fitting rings when I'm checking everything, and I realize one piston is hammered. The ring land for the top ring is just like that. But I have a piston.
Yeah.
I didn't even order that piston. Pete Harrell ordered that piston. I had a piston, and we had rings, and we spent the next 12 hours slamming the motor together while the shop we were at, Snake Enterprises, they're top fuel guys. They're crew members on top fuel teams. They have CNC equipment everywhere. The ring compressor we have won't even put the stuff in. He CNC'd a ring compressor.
He just made
so
one.
we could slam the motor together.
Everything they have is much smaller bore, and they were like, we don't have that.
Yeah.
We don't have that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. They were like, hold on a minute. We ordered pizza. They're like, well, it'll be done by the time we're done with dinner. So they started whipping one out. And when I saw that piston, our spare piston, we're loading in impound here the first day, you know, the tech day. And I was like, why? I was like, dude, what is this? And you're like, it's a spare piston. I was like, if we have to see this piston this week, I'm out. I don't want to be involved in whatever happens here. And then, of course, 2 days later, I'm like filing rings onto the piston and instead of setting everything up.
Yeah, let me interrupt this A&E biography to mention that the track is starting to work on drying the place off. They are working on it right now. Of course, it's going to take some time, but I wanted to give you some hope. Let's go back to the hopeless story with Mike Finnegan and Tony Angelo.
Nice. That's fair.
All right, so we stay up all last night, all the night before, rebuilding the motor. Last night at 5 o'clock, we take it around the block, and it sounds great. So we load it onto the ramp truck, and we're out, you know, at this point. And I'm like, well, let's cannonball back towards, where are we, Madison?
We went to Springfield.
No, we missed Cordova.
Went to Springfield.
This is Madison. We missed Cordova. So we cannonball back this way, and we realize we're going to run into the last checkpoint at about 8 o'clock. And when we get there, there's just hot rods everywhere. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, I want to experience drag week. Let's just unload the car and cruise whatever last 100 miles with everybody else. So we do, and he's driving because at the last checkpoint, I had a cocktail. I was ready to celebrate.
A cocktail, for sure.
Yeah.
And, one. Yeah.
And so we unload the car. We get on the highway 2 miles later. Bang. We've blown up what we think is the third member.
Let's go. I'm cruising in. I just put it in 6. We're cruising at like probably 70 miles an hour. And then all of a sudden, bang. Brrr, it's making a crazy rag. I put the clutch in. And we get out. We're on the side of 55. Cars are ripping by.
Sure, there were no launches involved.
Yeah, there weren't. We didn't even get anywhere.
Tony did not break it. 100%. I'm being, this isn't me normally being me.
Yeah.
He did not break it. It just broke. And, you know, the side of the road in the dirt, no jack, eyeball, what's wrong?
Semis ripping by.
What I saw was a complete drive shaft. And we push the car, and I hear all this noise. And I'm like, it's the rear end. All right, we can deal with that. So some really good friends from Quick Performance brought down a new third member and a U-joint and all the things we need to fix the third member. But when we jack the car up and he grabs the drive shaft, we realize a clip and a complete cap fell off a U-joint during the drive. That's what broke. It wasn't the rear end at all.
So we just cleaned it up, put in a new U-joint, and it's back in the car. And the car sounds great. It's running awesome. We're ready. If this track drives off, I'd like to see this thing put down a serious pass.
We brought the rain, though. As soon as we fixed the car here in the pit, it started raining.
Cannot win this week.
Yeah, so there's our long-winded story. I'm sorry everybody who had to sit through that, but that's what happened.
But we're here and it's running and we're ready. Oh, and shout out to Kenny's Autos, local guys that were here with us, killing it every, the 3 days we did on our backs.
Well, people have been asking about you relentlessly. I kind of want to know the story. I haven't had time to fully check in it on. I've been following your social media, which you haven't had time to deal with at all. But you'll be able to see all of this stuff on Finnegan's Garage on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we've been filming all week, like every minute of the drama. The crew has not slept. It's been wild. And it'll be up tomorrow. There should be another update.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And you'll also be able to see it on my Stay Tuned YouTube channel.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't suspect. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to cut you out.
No problem.
Tony Angelo. Yeah, he's Tony Angelo. Stay tuned on YouTube. All right, guys, go stand in the rain. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot.
See you in a bit.
Good
luck.
to see you. Sorry I gave you the wrong motor.
All good.
Sorry I gave you back the engine that you gave me. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it.
Totally the greatest story ever told, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, the live feed is looking at the track, drying stuff off, so I can sit down and return to questions on the live feed. Unless, KJ, you've got anything to add?
Nothing to add just yet. I guess I'm interested to see what kind of questions come through since you let the internet know that I'm here.
All right, actually, I'm going to dodge away from that just a little bit and talk to Keith Turk. All right, this is going to be an announcement from race director Keith Turk about exactly what's going to go on for the rest of the day.
Okay, so basically what we've got going on is we're trying to get everybody to run out at least one run, best case. So right now we're through A and B a little bit, but we still have a couple of guys in A and B that have not made a pass. I don't want them to move just yet, but when we're done drying the track, or we're get close to looking like we're drying the track, then we're going to get A and B into lane number 7. Lane number 7 for A and B, and this is only for the A and B cars that have not run yet. First run and only. If you've already made a pass, that was your pass. That may be your pass for the entire day. We get done with A and B, we're going to run C. We'll run them out 1 run each. Don't come back to the lanes. Get 1 run each. Then we'll run D. Again, 1 run each. The last thing I really want to bring up is there's a lot of guys that have already made their runs and want to go get their trailers. Totally okay with them going to the trailers. Totally not okay with them bringing their trailers back into the pits. So keep your trailers over there. If you want to go over there and turn that in, turn in your time slip, wait to the award ceremony, feel free to do that. Hey, guys, remember, you need to come to the award ceremony. A lot of people are just trying to blast, so we need to have you come to that. Anyway, that's what I got. What do you got?
Where can people stand around to get dry? You had tips on that?
I have a couple of tips. There's a place down underneath the bleachers over here to the right. I forget the name of it. It's a little tent area.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The sort of bar area here at the track. It's going to be at the far end of the right-hand side grandstands. There's a place to stand and be dry.
And I suspect that's actually well packed. But there's
you would think.
Yeah. If you really can't find any place, all of these bleachers are actually pretty dry underneath. And there's a bunch of people doing that. But that was really what I wanted to get through. So we're really trying to get 1 run on all the guys. The A and B cars, as I'll let you call when to do that, when it looks like they're starting to get dry that have not made a pass, need to get to lane number 7.
All right, so don't jump on this immediately because it's going to be a while before the track is dry. But just to repeat what Keith went through, we're going to run A and B cars that have not yet run. The reason they're going first is because it's the fewest count of people. So if we get all through them, we can complete a 5-day average for those cars. Next, we're going to run the C class or C run group, and each person will get 1 pass. And then, if it's not raining at that point, D will run, and each one of them will get 1 pass. Now, if it ends up starting to rain after we've completed C, and then we're halfway into D or something like that, then that run group will end up only with a 4-day average, and winners will be determined by the 4-day average. And we will do that, once again, if it starts raining again in the middle of any group, then that group will not be considered complete for the day.
Yeah, but we would absolutely consider the groups for A and B done. Once we get through the 1 run for everybody, we're going to run the Street Machine Eliminator bracket race, and then we'll run the stick shift shootout.
And that's presuming it's going to be dry, which it will.
It will, of course. It's drying right now as we speak. Chance of rain, standing under it, 100%.
This is an actual factual Keith Turk thing, and I remember you first said this to me when we were standing at US 131 at the very first drag week, which is you never know the rain or you never know the weather until you're standing in it.
Absolutely, and that's how you judge it. All right, KJ, it's all yours, buddy.
Thank you very much,
All right, thank you very much, Keith. Yes, thank you, Keith. And now we're going, once again, to the live feed. The questions are really good for helping fill time. There's stuff that I think people are interested in, except for those in the pits who've heard me blather for 4 days in a row. Thank goodness that, Brian's gone, though. How ugly would that be right now if he was still here to criticize me?
Brian can blather.
Yeah.
He's good at it. He gets paid to do it.
All right, folks, go ahead and throw out those questions. In the meantime, let's see what I have got. Oh, memories of drag week. What was your first drag week, Cage?
My first drag week was 2007. 2007, small block power outer class, myself and Paul Svinicki. Remember Paul Svinicki?
For sure.
Took one of the first Ford Mustang Cobra Jets and outfitted it to run drag week and actually won small block power outer that year.
I was thinking through my best drag week moments because I hate to say it, but I'm pretty last night in my hotel room, I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm going to need to fill some time tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember you probably read about it, but I lived it, and so did about 40 people the first time. Carl Scott was our first winner, and he had that red 67 Chevy 2 Nova. And he was the first major thrash that we all witnessed, and it was the very first year. He had put a hole out on this thing and ended up having to have people drive 8 hours away, come back. He was rebuilding the engine, everything. Every single day he was switching from a tunnel ram to a 4-barrel, changing his rear 9-inch gear set. And this is for an 8-second car, which today would be considered just no big deal whatsoever.
Small block power adder.
Yeah, but back then it was just I can't believe this is happening.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man. And I remember standing at National Trail one day when he rolled in after getting the engine rebuilt in the middle of the road, and literally all the other competitors cheered. We couldn't believe that he was showing up.
And now look at it today with the same type of thrash multiplied by a bazillion.
Yeah.
And the way these guys and ladies out here are getting it done, it's it's beyond thought, you know. In a lot of cases, it's really beyond thought. This is one of the, I've maintained since doing it in 07, I did it in 12 as well. This is one of the most invigorating, fun things I've ever done in motorsports. And you know I've done a lot of things in racing and motorsports. Drag Week is always going to be one of my top favorite events, hands down.
It's one of those things like the Bonneville Salt Flats Top Speed Racing where if you go once, you're like, I got to do this. But this is way more accessible than Bonneville, and so I think that's why it's turned into such a family thing. But that first year with Carl Scott, I think, is what defined the never say die, make it happen, let's go, every racer helping every other racer. Someone on the live feed had asked me, what's the one thing that would be unexpected for a first-timer at Drag Week? And at this time, I think it's a little bit expected, but you'll be blown away about how the camaraderie works. And even if there's a guy who's ahead of you in class by, 0.001 of a second, he's going to help you get your car going anyway.
There's no question about that. And I think about 2012, and the pack that I was running with included Jeff Lutz and our friend Wacky.
Yep, Wacky Mick out of England with the Bedford van.
Exactly. And
he was here last year.
That Bedford van had its challenges, and to your point, someone in the upper echelon, if you will, unlimited class, helping another racer. Wacky had some welding issues, and Jeff was out there taking his,
That's right.
and fixing it.
Jeff Lutz, by the way, still holds the lowest average winning record of Drag Week, and I'm going to guess that was 2016, something like that, and he still holds it.
Still stands at 2016. What do you see? When do you see that average dropping? I mean, the cars in Unlimited get quicker and quicker and quicker and quicker. It's amazing.
Well, Bailey stood here and said directly to my face, we were trying to go for a 5-second average this week, and that is the last two barriers is a 5-second average, which could include a 6.0 time or a 6.10 or something like that, and then also the all 5-second week. That's the other last barrier, which is going to keep the interest going in this event at the top level. The good news, I think, is that the interest in the bottom level has boomed so much. Do you remember the earliest years? People were like, you think you're establishing a fast streetcar America? These still aren't streetcars, and arguably the pro mods aren't. But look at the other 16 classes.
Absolutely. Throughout the rest of the class groups, those are, trust me when I tell you, those are street cars. You have some with not full, but interiors in them, legit street cars. And today, with a late model car, it is a lot easier to do with turbochargers. Turbocharger and fuel system, you can make a Mustang fast. You can make, a Challenger fast. But the earlier cars, LS, a 6.0 LS and turbos, it's really, the game has changed significantly from back in the day.
Yeah, the vast majority of cars are still older muscle cars here and older trucks and things like that. The late models are just beginning to catch on. I was talking to Lonnie Grimm, who, of course, was running race operations here for the first 4 days, and who you may not be aware, either in the pits or on the live feed, is actually the National Tech Director for the National Hot Rod Association. He's a guy who, throws John Force out for violations, which, by the way, happened.
He called the shots.
But he is the guy, and he's here, and what he was saying to me, he wants to see more of those late model cars because they have the new rule where if you're 2015, I think, might be 2018 and newer, and you haven't messed with the safety equipment like the airbags and the stock floor plan, you can go 9.0 in a late model car with no roll cage, and that makes it way easier to do.
I think it's 2018, and when that was announced, the internet, it was a firestorm. When you had people with earlier cars wondering, okay, well, what about me? I had to go ahead and invest in this cage, et cetera, et cetera. But people have to understand the new cars, as David said, they're built. They're really built, and the safety equipment, the airbag systems, the cage, if you will, that's internal. You don't see it because it's behind all the interior panels. Those are very, very safe cars that can withstand, God forbid, an impact on a wall or something like that.
A lot of guys like me like to think, oh, my 59 Chevy's got much thicker metal. I'm much safer, and just facts, you're not.
Tin can, baby.
Yeah, facts. So there was that. Another memory. Let's see. Oh, I met Loans at Drag Week. I told him this week. I was like, this is our anniversary, bro. He was at the very first one reporting for Competition Plus.
So you did not know Brian Loans prior to that?
In 2005? No.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's been a long time. He was a Competition Plus. The reason I think he was very noticeable is, first of all, he's Brian Loans. He was the same guy then that he is now, although, he knows a lot more now and he talks a lot more now. But he was able to fix the CompuLink at a track that basically was treating CompuLink like kryptonite. They had no idea what to do, and he went in there and solved it. And everyone's like, "Who is this kid?"
Well, his experience in New England Dragway, that's pretty much, CompuLink system. He knew.
And as it goes, I then befriended him, started hiring him to freelance for me at Hot Rod. When I left Hot Rod for 1 year, he helped me at Car Junkie TV. When Car Junkie TV folded because of the economics of 2008, I walked away. Fortunately, Doug Evans hired me back at Hot Rod. I took CarJunkieTV.com, gifted it to Brian and Chad Reynolds, and they still run it today as BangShift.com. So that's kind of how that all happened. And then I hired Loans to announce, let's see, Pump Gas Drags happened, I think, 2004, 5, and 6. And it overlapped Drag Week, and we eventually said Pump Gas Drag's irrelevant in the face of Drag Week, and we canceled it. 2004, there was no announcer. 2005, I actually went in the tower and announced my very first drag race. I had no idea what I was doing.
Really?
Actually worse than I am now. And I went ahead and called it, and I'm like, we need to hire someone to do this. I hired Brian to do it in 2006.
Wow.
So.
And you knew his path, I guess, as an announcer, so that's why you hired him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he'd been announcing at New England Dragway since he was like 17 years old, and the path just went up and up. Local races, IHRA races. Then he became like the guy on the starting line for NHRA, and now he is the anchor of NHRA on Fox.
Absolutely. His path is tremendous. It's absolutely amazing, and he's so versed in just about everything. He's versatile. I mean, he's been the announcer for our Diesel Power Challenge when that was in existence. You know, give him a couple of minutes to do some research, study on something, and boom, it's automatic for him.
Yeah. All right. I'm tired of praising that SOB. You criticized me all week long, so let's move on. Oh, I remember specifically, and actually, I will take credit for this. My best drag racing call of all time that I will never top is when Tom Bailey ran that 5998 at 250 miles an hour. No, it was at Virginia Motorsports Park. I remember Tyler Crossno standing right there next to me, and I'm losing my mind. And the booth there, unlike the ones we have here, you can kind of seal off the announcer by closing a door, which was a good thing because you hear the playback. I am literally screaming at the top of my lungs.
Oh, but listen, that's a milestone moment, and you know, to happen at Drag Week. You know, nowhere else. It's a lifetime statement, a lifetime thing. So I can understand being super hyped for that to go down and witnessing it.
I knew I had done okay when Even Loans texts me and goes, dude, that was the perfect call. So I knew that was my pinnacle.
Nice job.
It will never be achieved again. But I remember that because the 599 was huge, and we're still looking forward to that 5-second week and 5-second average. Oh, now this is interesting. I think you know this story. Most people do. At the very first Drag Week, let me back up and explain to the audience that here at Drag Week, it's 5 races in 5 days, 4 different tracks. We require you to drive your car from track to track, and you must follow our route. And the big deal is you can't have a support vehicle with you. The rules are loaded with language that says you can't have a truck and trailer following you, you can't have your crew chief in a Suburban following you, you can't have an RV that you're sleeping in at the side of the road, all sorts of things like that. This first year, we actually ended up getting video from Kyle from 1320 Video, who's been here a bunch of times, including that first time, and he was like, we were hanging out, and I won't drag the guy's name under the bus by mentioning him, but here's video of him loading the thing on the trailer. And we looked at that and we were like, wow, okay. And then we saw that same car, it had been on the trailer, we saw in the parking lot of the hotel, not on a trailer. And then we saw him pull the thing in the next morning, and we called him right up and tossed him. Now, his argument was, I was coming over to the track to tell you that I was out.
Tried to save face, but no, that's Fugazi.
Well, Fugazi, exactly. And so, yeah, that very first year, we actually threw someone out. And in subsequent years, again, I'm not going to name names because this isn't about trashing people, and they've got other things going on with their lives. They don't need to relive this again. But 2 of our guys, 3 of our guys, well-known racers, people standing here racing today who were caught way off route, and we had to call them in the next morning.
Who could have that been?
And they actually said, you know, we did that. We were just completely beat. We were following another guy. At a certain point, we knew we were off route, but there was just no way we were going to solve that problem. We'll take it. We're on our way out. Very, very upfront about it.
Well, I'm going to add to that, if your memory serves you right. In 2012, we were somewhere between Tulsa and Dallas, and I think it was you and Finnegan found me and some other participants way off base. And same type of thing. Look, man, we're just lost. That's all there is to this. We're lost. It's taken us way longer to get to Dallas than it ever should have based on Drag Week. And statute of limitations is over. You guys gave us a soft pass to get back on track. What we had to do is go back to the route, and then pick checkpoints up, et cetera, et cetera. So it took forever to get to Dallas. We didn't get to Dallas until about 5 in the morning. But we got nabbed being off course, but it wasn't by way of cheating, if you will. It was by way of just like somebody took a wrong turn and we just drove.
So a lot of that has happened over the years, just to clarify that you didn't get special treatment on that.
Absolutely not.
If you're not just fully shortcutting the event,
Right.
which was what was happening with these other guys who got tossed, if you're on these back roads and people end up making small turns, that happens all the time. But the spirit of it is still there. It's not the full cheat.
Oh, no.
And so there's a number of people who have either been overlooked on that or corrected and they've gone back. There was another person who we actually removed from a possibility of a win and let them run exhibition because we were following them and discovered that the person in the car didn't have any of their luggage with them. Their wife was following them with an SUV, and they stopped and pulled out and were sitting in the SUV eating a picnic on the tailgate, and all the guy's luggage was inside. It's like, dude.
Fugazi.
Ixnay on the SUV.
Yeah.
I mean, so that was out. And now I will bring the story full circle. And once again, I won't trash people, but I will tell you there is a class leader here today who removed himself from competition after discovering that there was video of him with a support vehicle this week.
Well, it's honest. You
Yeah,
know, you can't.
it is.
Whoever it is, good for you, man, for being, stand up about things.
Right.
Seriously, that's gravy.
Yep. So I'm not about trashing people, but I think that is an interesting thing, and it also shows you that it does happen. It's a real thing. All right, that was a good story. Next, what else did we do?
I'm glad you have a list of them.
I do. Once again, I told you that this was going to be a thing. I knew it was going to rain. However, we really appreciate everybody here at Worldwide Technology Raceway for making the drying effort happen.
Absolutely.
I think it's still looking pretty good. It's always so discouraging when you're in the middle of this and you're moments away from racing again, and here comes the rain
Look at what
again.
this is, though,
But
David. You
right
have
now, we're good.
A jet blasting, well, not blasting, but, drying the track and the lawnmowers, for lack of a better term. But do you remember when, say, LACR, or definitely out in Phoenix at Firebird, not Firebird, but the other little track in Phoenix that we used to race at?
Speed World.
Speed World. We used to take dualies and drive up and down
Yeah.
the track in order to get the track dry after it rained.
On that same note, I remember racing at Maxton, North Carolina's Top Speed Racing, a standing mile, and it was run by Keith and Tanya, and for a while also by Loans. And somebody would oil down the track, and we'd have to do the shuffle. They would get out the kitty litter or the rice hulls, and they would tell everybody, spectators, crew,
Get out
drivers,
there.
everybody, get out there. You're doing the shuffle, grinding it into the ground. So that was old school.
Old school grassroots drag racing, and look what it's become. This is just amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
I'm a participant. I've been doing this for a long, long time, and I am totally blown away by what drag racing has become over the years.
And by the way, NHRA Nationals is going to be back here in, I think, 2 weeks. I've got the dates, end of September, 1st of October. They're going to be here. So it's like, this is a world-class facility.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Okay, here's another story, the Alex Taylor story. So we're in Bowling Green, beginning drag week, and I don't even remember the year, but it's got to be 10 plus years ago because I think Alex is 25 now, and she must have just turned 16 when we were starting that event. And she had showed up with the car that she calls Bad Marrow, which is her orange Camaro that she was driving to high school and everything. And she and her mom were going to go on drag week and race. Well, there's a thing that's still in the rules that says you've got to be 18 up to be able to do this, and that's for event insurance reasons. And so Alex is told, sorry, you're out. And she's got like her heart in this thing. And knowing her today, I know how competitive and sort of, edgy she can be on that. And she was devastated that she wasn't going to be able to do this. And her parents were like in our face about it and everything. And the events people at the time were like, well, no, rules is rules. And, she broke my heart, so I was like, we got to make this work.
I was wondering when you were going to cop to being soft,
It's
David.
a fact. And so I made them call back home. It's like, is Michelle hearing this story? Is it facts? It's facts,
All the
right?
way.
Michelle, who's been at every single drag week, and she was working events at the time, and I'll just blame her since she's sitting here. I said, man, we got to call the insurance company and just get a rider so that she can race. And we did. And here she is today. And I realized that it was exactly a year ago at Byron that I was standing with her after the race at Drag Week last year, and we were standing under the stairs there at the tower, and we were talking through like her television contract that she was considering signing, and some other people who had been filming her stuff for her, and sort of how to get out from under that. I was just sort of chatting it through with her. And here we are 1 year later, and just a couple months ago, we released the very first episode of Hot Rod TV on MotorTrend cable and streaming service that she is co-hosting now with Lucky Costa.
With Lucky, yeah, Hot Rod Garage. She's jumped in it, and from what I've seen, doing very well. And you have to think about that. Your story about her being 16 years old, being able to participate as a 16-year-old, and then 17, 18, up to now. You've watched her. You've been the catalyst to her career in a sense.
I'm not taking any credit for
I'm
her.
giving it to you. You don't have to take it. I'm just going to give it to you. But really, for that opportunity, to be given that opportunity, and then on her own to show and prove her chops, which she has done throughout the years, and then with Hoopty World Championships, working with Derek, you know what I mean?
Yeah, who you hosted with me. And, I will say I recommended her for those jobs.
Right on.
She's the one that closed that deal.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And the very first episode that she's on of Hot Rod TV, Hot Rod Garage, we did have a show called Hot Rod TV ages ago, but Hot Rod Garage, she worked on a Turbo 400, taking all the guts out of the thing. She was TIG welding. She was programming boost control stuff. And, of course, she took the car down the drag strip. And I just hope that proved to everybody right up front that she's completely legit, which is what I've always said to everybody about her. And to those who say, oh, she would be no one without Dennis, her dad, well, her dad's incredibly skilled and is passing those skills on to her. And my favorite line came from Alana, which is, oh, she got help from her dad. You mean like Richard Petty? So, people like that, and you can go on down the list. I mean, you can go into, the Koretsky's and everybody else who's in drag racing where the dad imparts enthusiasm to the offspring.
And you also have to think about it that Alex is definitely encouragement for a young person, you know what I mean? The young people that we hope will continue on in motorsports after we're completely done with it, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Someone to carry on. She embodies that, and I hope that people are paying attention to that, young people specifically, that you're paying attention to it and say, hey, no, I can do that, or I can at least try to do it too, and get into it.
All right, enough praise for Alex, because she's about the third worst texter that I know. Yeah, she's in the top eliminator club on not returning text messages, and she knows it.
Hot Rod TV Trivia. Do you know who the host was?
Hot Rod TV Trivia. There was a whole bunch of hostesses. But I think you're going with Joe Elmore, probably.
I'm going with Dean Scusa.
Dean Scusa.
How about that?
Dean Scusa and Cameron Evans.
Yes, sir.
That wasn't Hot Rod TV.
You sure? I think it was.
That was popular hot rodding TV, Cage.
That was Cameron. I think Scusa was Hot Rod TV.
No, because they hosted together. They were on the
Scusa
same
had it by
show.
himself. Brian, help. Brian knows. Brian, help right now.
Hot Rod TV actually was the very first. Finnegan's trying to bring us cigars that have been shredded by a week
want me to,
in blasphemy.
Look at what he brought me, man. Are you serious right now? But thank you. You know what? Such a novel thought. I appreciate you.
Oh,
really? Hey, you know my
I
man.
I don't understand what's going on.
My
with the
guy
end
is
of it.
here.
Do you need schooling?
Yes, I need schooling. Yeah, come on down, school me. All right, KJ is the only guy I visit when we're back home because I'm so busy. And we will sit around and burn a cigar. I don't understand how the end of this is all frizzy. Can you explain that? Yeah. Here, come on in.
It's called just light it and smoke.
Right.
Just light it and smoke.
So it's an exploded shaggy foot. It's the
Exploded
only cigar in the
shaggy foot.
industry that's got it, and it's my cigar.
I don't feel too stupid.
Exactly. We're not dummies.
No. So you can rather cut it or you can make it like sage. Just light it, smoke it, enjoy it.
Interesting. Will do. I can virtually guarantee it.
John down there at the Corvette said bring one up to you.
And what's your company?
Table 36. It's the Peacemaker line.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Table 36,
Yeah.
Peacemaker, and by color and by Maduro, I'm sure.
No, it's a Habana wrapper.
Havana.
Medium body.
Okay.
A little bit of pepper.
Yeah.
Okay.
Enjoy. You guys worked hard all
Man, thank
We
you so
appreciate
much,
it.
dude. I appreciate
We're
this.
watching in the cigar shop on the TV for you guys.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Nice.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we appreciate
Peacemaker.
that.
Yes, indeed.
That was cool. Cage and I will use this. I was saying he's the only guy I really visit back home because if I'm home, I'm spending time with my parents, and if I'm with KJ, we're smoking cigars at Jones Beach.
Yep.
So there you go. That was very cool. What were we moving on to? I remember, this is like my top 10 drag week moments. I remember when we were at Great Bend, Kansas, which meant a lot to me because Great Bend was the scene of the first half of the very first NHRA Nationals in 1955.
That's right.
And I say the first half because it rained out, and they finished it over in Phoenix. So it was a two-part deal. Cal Rice won that thing. Fritz Voigt was the runner-up. Fritz Voigt being the longtime mechanic for Mickey Thompson, who went to Bonneville with Mickey Thompson and was the first American to run 400 miles an hour. That's way off the plot. So we were in Great Bend, which is still there, this old runway that's the scene of the first NHRA Nationals. And at the time, Mike Roy was a guy who had that giant maroon 70 Monte Carlo.
I remember him.
And it started out as a small tire car. He sent it to Larry Larson. It became a big tire car. He was a Pro Charger guy. He became a turbo guy. And then at Great Bend, there was that moment where it first broke into the sevens, which at the time was just like, no way, this huge heavy car did that.
No
and
way
of course,
moments.
it's now run of the mill, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't groundbreaking at the time and a solid memory from the event.
Definitely. I wish I'd have, looking back, I wish I had been at all of the drag weeks, like some of the people here, Michelle, of course, and Tanya has been at every single one. But as a participant, 07 was the first year that I went, but if you look back, I built T-Top Coupe to go on Drag Week. It was a Drag Week patterned car, and when you think about this, there are cars that were finished a week before Drag Week.
All of them.
We were, mine included.
Not you. No, KJ. You're the ultimate organized guy. KJ's the only guy I know where if he says he's going to be there at 8 o'clock, he is standing there at 7:58. No questions asked.
Yeah, but for 06, I came on 5.0 and 05. Found out about Drag Week. I says, okay, we'll do this for 06. And 06, after working weekends, it wasn't like, dedicated day to work on the car. After working weekends, we really build the car. And we got that done in about 9 months up to Drag Week. And I decided, you know what, we shouldn't do this because it's just not ready to take. Physically, it looked the part. But underneath it, I just didn't have that confidence to do it. Now I look at, what a lot of people are going through here this week, and I'm sure years prior to this, it's probably a continuum of not necessarily being ready, but still showing up to do it and then working through things as you go forward.
This also reflects the responsible side of you.
Yeah, that's me, dude.
I know that's you.
I'm
Everybody
OCD,
else
all
just
right?
shows up with the car. Everybody else just shows up with the car and takes their first test pass on day one. Oh, those guys were just standing here. Another, great memory for me was when Finnegan and Tony, who were just here telling us about the Blasphemy 55 Chevy and their adventure this week, when they won class at Drag Week, which was an episode of Roadkill.
Fantastic episode
Fantastic.
of Roadkill.
It's actually the best episode of Roadkill ever.
Agreed.
No way. It's not my favorite episode. I like the one where we were building the General Mayhem. That was more like Roadkill roots. I love that. But I cannot deny the best episode is when they win class in that thing. And when those guys came into the tower after pulling that off, the whole bench pressing the transmission back into that whole thing.
That was awesome.
Epic moment of Drag Week for me.
Awesome.
And realizing that, that's one that was close to home for me, but that's happening all throughout the pits for all of these people who suffer, win class, make it third, anything like that. And that's what makes this so emotional.
What makes it really emotional, go back to 07, my first Drag Week, and what me and Paul went through, it wasn't too strenuous. I mean, we broke the laptop, so we had to go to Best Buy and actually buy a TV screen so you could see how to tune it. But
that's rough, KJ.
But listen,
really?
listen. Seeing what other people went through, and then at the award ceremony and seeing emotion from, rough and tough dudes that you wouldn't expect to see emotion from. I mean, we all know Larry Larson cries. We know that. But other cats who you would think aren't as emotional or present their emotions like that, I mean, weeping. And I totally get it, because if you go to 2012, I raced alone after my co-pilot, Herman, he had to go home. His wife got sick.
I remember.
And he had to go home, and I had to do the rest of Drag Week by myself. And if you recall, Shreveport to Tulsa was just this monster drive. And I had to do that alone. There was a monsoon came down, and I called Crystal, and I said, listen.
Crystal's his wife.
Crystal, I don't think I'm ever going to say this to you ever again in our lifetime, but just don't stop talking.
Keep me awake.
Just keep talking.
She doesn't have a problem with that, just for the record. Yeah.
Love you, honey.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, but making it through. And that, for me with Herman and not knowing how his wife was doing, et cetera, and then finishing and getting to Tulsa, and we did get that bonus day talking about rain and all of that. After that was over with, man, I melted down. I'll confess it. I was like, wow, this was something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for myself being on the road for 2 weeks doing a Roadkill and then this back-to-back, and it's nothing compared to what actually happens out on the road. People actually ask me all the time, what are you driving on drag week? It's like, a rental car, man. I'm not competing while I'm doing this.
Yeah.
But I will also say, and I've said it before, and it just entertains me to repeat it, which is that all the stuff that goes on between me and Brian in the booth, what you really want to see is what happens inside the rental car afterwards.
Oh, man.
Because
the other morning.
You think we're saying the quiet part out loud when we're actually on camera.
No, they're legit, man.
When it's off
I
camera,
witnessed it.
it's brutal. Oh, man. All right, next. I really wanted to praise Wes Allison.
Dude.
He is the guy who has documented this entire event, I think, the longest, the most complete, and the most iconic fashion.
His photography, and I'm going to say photography, his photography is phenomenal. There's no other way to describe it. I mean, I've looked at Hot Rod through Drag Week and through his images for years and years and years. And Wes has the uncanny ability to just be in the right place for the right shot.
Yeah.
I mean, he's kind of got that beautiful mind going. You know what I mean? Like, okay, sun's here, light's here, this car's this color. And he can process it in like seconds, position himself. And what's really phenomenal is that he can do all of this with like the longest lens in the world and be almost standing next to the car. It's like, Wes, how does that photo even come out? And then you look at that image and it's like,
a 28
wow.
to 300. That's why it's what he uses for event coverage. It's what I used to do. It's an unusual lens. It's not the best clarity, but it's awesome for event coverage because you can go into 28, out to 300.
Did not know that. Did not know that. But you got to appreciate, get on hotrod.com, read the magazine. Thankfully, there still is a Hot Rod magazine, and you can see those images, in print.
They've been on the
Beautiful,
cover
beautiful
endlessly.
photos. Well, they're probably going to be on the cover of the Drag Week issue. I think that's been a tradition.
Let's just go with 100% chance. What I'm waiting to find out is, will they actually put Tom Bailey on the cover of Hot Rod with the giant Sick magazine logo on the front of the car? That's what I'm waiting for.
That's dicey. Back in the day, that was dicey.
John McGann?
Yeah.
This is on you.
It is on you.
Yeah, it's going to be
No help
interesting.
from Galimi either.
Yeah. Nope. You're going to dangle on that. You know what? Wes Allison has shot more Hot Rod magazine covers than anyone, I am going to guess. Even if you go back into the 50s and you look at anybody legendary like Eric Rickman or Bob DeLevo.
Gray?
Nah, Gray was not really
tech?
a photographer. He would have gotten some stuff. He wasn't even tech. He was feature guy, essentially. But back then, I mean, Rickman shot a lot of covers. But he actually left Hot Rod in 68-ish, so he did it for 20 years and didn't shoot all of them. And Wes and I did Hot Rod magazine together for about 25 years, and he did virtually all of them. So as a wild guess, I'm going to say he's done more than anybody else.
He's a wizard at it. There are people in the game that you just have to appreciate. And we've both had our share and our time of doing it, but you have to appreciate the masters of that skill.
Speaking of Hot Rod magazine, there's a new book that's out right now that is 75 years of Hot Rod. Next year is going to be the 75th anniversary, and there is a book by Drew Harden, a past editor of Hot Rod. I wrote the foreword to it, which I was very blessed to be able to do, and that's coming up. And Mike Galimi, who's the new sort of director of the Hot Rod brand, has a lot of great ideas about what's going to go on for the 75th. He has sort of broken the nut to be able to do something big at SEMA this year. Just got a text a minute ago where I'm getting nagged to go be a part of that, which will be very cool. So 75th anniversary, which is freaky to me because I remember the 45th and the 50th.
Wow, you've been around a long time, man. And this will be your return to SEMA after how long?
I just missed it, whatever the COVID year was, and the one until now.
Okay.
Yeah, which is weird because I think that was a 31 or 2 year streak at SEMA before it got broken by the bug.
32 years of SEMA.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I've got 22 years of PRI.
Okay.
22 years of PRI.
Yep, I remember you and Crystal went.
Yeah, we went for my 20th. My 20th anniversary, I brought Crystal for the first time. And little do people know, I had been going to PRI long before I had any thought of working for MotorTrend or any of the magazine titles, just as, you know, into racing, drag racer, had my KJ Jones Racing.
Yep.
And that's got me into the
Don't
PRI.
you have the logo here somewhere?
Oh, well,
there it
we can show it up. There it is.
Yep.
Can you get that?
He did. KJ Jones Racing.
And that's the gray car on there as well.
Yep.
That was the good car.
Yep.
They've all been good, actually.
What else? Oh, this is a fun one that I just thought of. How many drag racing sanctioning bodies can you name? This was a Loans question, and he's probably at home going, he's going to text me about 78 of them.
Past
It
current.
doesn't have to be past current. I'm going, let's get the easy ones out of the way. There's NHRA, IHRA, AHRA, WDRA, ATAA, PDRA, NMCA, NMRA, ADA,
ODSS.
ProStar, ODSS. There's got to be more. See, that's where I fall off.
You start the log jam. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
when you get into all the little local stuff, the local bracket racing.
Oh, you know what's a
UDRA,
cool one?
I said.
The
I already got UDRA.
MTTS, the manual transmission.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The
That's
stick
what
shift
I
class.
mean. There's those little
Yeah.
niche ones that's going to be really hard. And I guess if you're going to include that, there's Vintage Drag Racing Association.
See, yeah.
There's West Coast Drag Racing Association, WDRA.
Do we say Midwest Drag Racing Association?
Okay, there's that.
Midwest, yeah, man. I
But
mean,
then
there's a bunch of them.
Then there's club stuff like Chicago Outlaws.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can even
Well, I
include that.
guess
There's
so.
also vintage pro stock guys who do that.
Is the PSCA still out?
PSCA is out. That was Mel. Remember
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
They
yeah.
still do the, what's the event in Las
SCSN.
Vegas?
That
Yeah.
still happens, but I didn't know if
Right.
it was under that banner or was it just standalone SCSN.
Not so
now?
much.
Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff, man. Remember World 4 Challenge?
Yep.
Held right here at Gateway. It's now Worldwide Technology
Yep.
Raceway, but at Gateway, World 4 Challenge was held here for several years.
Yep.
I was the tech director for World 4 Challenge.
Oh, nice.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oh, Super Chevy.
Super Chevy. Gosh, man.
Essentially a sanctioning body.
Yep. I forget what the Sport Compact deal was. NHRA had one.
Warren mentions Good Guys. Yeah, they had the Good Guys Racing Association
Really?
at one time. They raced Sonoma. I remember seeing them at Indy. Yeah, they did that for a while. Mark Metters was sort of the spearhead of that, as he is now for the whole organization, I believe.
Fun Ford weekend.
Fun Ford. You are digging deep. I couldn't have gone this far. And I mentioned ADA and ProStar. Those are motorcycle stuff. There's like a Harley Davidson Racing Association. There's FIA in Europe.
Yep. And you said there's someone racing here who raced an FIA race. Is that how it worked? One of the cars here or one of the drivers here did FIA
There's
recently?
an Estonian guy visiting who has raced here before who has one of Ricky Smith's old pro mods.
Gotcha.
Who is running an FIA in Europe.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's so hard, to be part of this, and we have a policy at home. It's like you can't watch racing when you're racing. It's very, very difficult. And I've heard you and Brian, snippets of what you guys were doing. And I've gone back and actually tried to refresh myself last night watching the replay of the live feed. But there's so much that has happened here in the course of a week that I have not seen. I have no clue about it.
Me too. When I went from covering it for Hot Rod Magazine to announcing up here, I love doing it with Brian. It's a lot of fun. Unfortunately, this is a jerk thing to say. It's difficult for me to do conventional like magazine or web coverage anymore because so many people want to talk to me and get signatures and
It's
things
true,
like
though.
that.
I'm witness.
I know. I just don't want to go, hey, look at me. It's like people, But it's much better for me to do this up here, but it takes me away from the people, which I can't stand. I want to be able to walk through, hear all the stories, see what all the engines are and everything. There's a little bit of a roadblock to that.
But you have good reporters helping you out. I know Michael Leamy's texting you. I've sent
Yeah,
you some
of course.
texts and stuff. If there's a buzz or something to talk about, you do get the information.
They're in charge of Hot Rod now. I'm not. And so they are the ones who are hustling in the pits to get all of that stuff. And, of course, I follow social media for as many of these racers as I can to get that kind of information. But I admit the downside to doing this is I feel a little removed. And even more so than if you race. I ran... let's say, participated in Sick Week earlier in the year. I won't say competed because it wasn't that. I was
Right.
a participant.
Sure.
And it's a completely different perspective. It does get you in the grassroots more than sitting around up here and watching everybody go down the track. I probably have a better fix on everybody's performance and who's doing what to who and manipulating all the wins and things like that, but not the nitty gritty.
I would like to know that, and that's really one of the things that I've missed in being part of it. And like you said, kind of at an exhibition level, not, really nitty gritty and everything. But it's one of the things that's kind of interesting as well is that yourself, Bonneville, the stuff you've done with your Bonneville car, et cetera, and things I've done at drag racing, people don't understand the amount of time I have invested in drag racing. So when I do something at this stage and this level, it's like, well, what are you doing here? Where's your camera? Are you here to take pictures? Are you? It's like
doing coverage.
No, I'm in it this time. You know what I mean? And it happens a lot. So it's really nice to manifest yourself, even if it is an exhibition or whatever. Just a chance to say, you know what? I'm really one of the guys. I'm really down with the program, and it's a lot of fun.
Do you have anybody ever recognize you from like the Stubby Bob episode of Roadkill or the Jeep episode or Hoopty Championship or any of the other things we've done together?
Stubby Bob, I confess, Stubby Bob gave me fame that I didn't necessarily want.
Yeah.
But it was one of the coolest bets ever. One of the coolest bets I ever made.
Do you have that $100, by the way? Where's the Frank?
We're good. we're plenty good.
We're good.
But Stubby Bob really kind of set me off, and I thank you for that. But little do people know that prior to Stubby Bob, I was in the Crop Duster. I guess that was the first Roadkill garage.
That was a Roadkill garage.
But one of the first ones, the Crop Duster Roadkill garages, and the first Roadkill with the Ranchero. When you guys were building the Ranchero in the back, I think I might have been cutting room floor, but I was back there.
You're right.
And I made my comments, and
it's the very first
that
one
was the
we
very
ever
first
shot.
Roadkill. And after that, there was the PRI show. Of course, the Jeep, people remember that, but the PRI show, you did it live.
Where we did the LS swap
Correct.
into the Camaro live.
I was
at
in
the
on
PRI
that
show.
one too.
Okay, that ranks as the most ambitious thing we've ever tried to do and actually achieved. Looking back, I can't believe we did that.
Yeah.
So 3 days live on the floor of a trade show in Indianapolis. We took the Crusher Camaro in with a blown big block in it, pulled the big block out, installed an LS7 from Mass Motorsports with a Gearstar 4L80, and with the help of Holly, who was the sponsor, got the whole thing together. And at the very, very last second, right before they closed the show, turned the key and fired that thing up.
It was super cool.
And that was also the first time I met Tony Pedregon, because we had some hose that had blown off on the thing as we tried to leave and hit the road to go on the, Roadkill shoot that we were going to do. And Robin was there from Holly, Uncle Robin. And he's like, I know what to do. And he calls Pedregon. He's like, can these come over to your shop and make this happen?
Like Tom Bailey.
Which we did. and Tony was here at Indy. He
Right
stopped by the
on.
booth at Indy, and he's, of course, Brian's co-anchor on NHRA on Fox. And I think 2-time Funny Car champion.
Just that.
I might have just shorted him one. I think it's 2.
Just that.
Yeah.
That's really cool, man. But those episodes turned into Shift Talkers, turned into Hoopty World Championship, and I am recognized. I guess the best recognition to date was for Hoopty World Championship, and we were in the COVID period, but I had to go get something from one of the home stores, Lowe's, basically, and I'm in the aisle of Lowe's, and there's another gentleman in the aisle, and you're trying to do what you have to do, and like, don't come near me, bro. that kind of thing. But I'm walking down the aisle, and the dude looks up or turns from what he was looking at and turned into the aisle, and he did this.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
you're
wait a
that
minute,
guy.
what's going on, dude? What's behind me? And he says, no, you're the guy from the Hoopty show. I'm like, wow. That's some
It's
serious
weird, right?
reach, man. That's crazy.
It's completely
It's
weird.
totally crazy.
Yep. Let me look at more triggers about stuff that we can talk about. Oh. Okay, this is one of my sermons. A lot of people have heard it before. You bracing yourself?
I'm getting ready, man.
Okay. I tried to start this on Brian the other day, and he knew to cut me short.
I'm going to channel my inner Brian right now.
I'm going to go for the laser version of this, which is Hot Rod Magazine is the history of street racing. Here's why I say that. The sport of hot rodding came about in Los Angeles in the late 20s and 30s as kids from the Depression were buying Model A's and Model T's out of the junkyard for $5. We're talking the late 30s when that was happening, and they were knocking the fenders off of them, and they were street racing them, and they were just taking the weight off of them. That's how they made them fast, just by stripping them down. So really, it was dry lakes racing up at the dry lakes and street racing in Los Angeles that ended up triggering the very first organized drag race, which was when They took Fran Hernandez, who was a street racer with a 32 coupe in Los Angeles, and he was running an Edelbrock Bobby Meeks engine on nitromethane, and they ran him against a guy whose name just left my mind. It'll come back to me at midnight, who had a roadster that was supercharged, and they shut down the access road to the Goleta Airport up near Santa Barbara, and they had a gate, and they charged people, and they had a race, and Fran Hernandez won.
They had a gate and charged people for a street race?
It was a first organized drag race that was like legal and on the street. It was an entrance road, not on the runway, but an entrance road. And that was the first organized drag race. And, of course, Hot Rod Magazine covered it. And my point in all of this is that people look at hot rodding versus racing. They're like, racing's been around forever. What's the big deal? Why do you say hot rod began in Los Angeles in the 20s? I mean, Henry Ford had his first car and raced against another guy. Was it Lewis Chevrolet? I don't think so. That's another Brian question. And that was way back in the day. Speed was a thing from the dawn of the automobile. So racing came from that. Barney Oldfield and all those guys were doing circle track racing and on the street road racing legally through towns way back into the teens. So what's the difference between racing, actual racing, and hot rodding? And it's that it came from street racing. That's my argument, is all of hot rodding came from street racing and dry lakes racing. And on the dry lakes, they were also essentially escaping from the police, because in the dry lakes of Southern California, racing up at El Mirage, where you visited me last year, they were escaping from the police so that they had a place to race. It was on dirt, but it was a place where nobody would mess with them.
Now, whose property was the dry lakes at that time? I mean, was it just go up there because it's no man's land and you can just do it?
No man's land. It was the desert. There was no BLM at the time. It was just have a nice day. And they did. And right now, we only run single lane, a mile and a third up there for land speed racing. Back then, they were doing side-by-side drag racing. They were doing 5 and 6 wide.
And that was with Greg with the X name that I can't pronounce?
You're thinking of Alex Exidius?
Alex Exidius.
Alex Exidius definitely would have been up there. Vic Edelbrock Sr. would have been up there. There's a litany of people who are in the history of hot rodding who did that. And Hot Rod Magazine, coming out in January 1948, was really a document of that. More so than the streetcars, it was a document of that. But then Wally Parks comes along, and he was the very first editor of Hot Rod Magazine, although, fun fact to know and tell, he did not start in January 1948. He started in mid-1949. A lot of people don't realize that. Robert E. Peterson and Bob Lindsay, who was his partner, were actually editing the magazine at the time, but they didn't call themselves editors. They were the publishers because they knew they really wanted to sell ads. So Hot Rod started as a document of that dry lakes racing, but ultimately Wally Parks, who was the first editor of Hot Rod, founded the National Hot Rod Association right out of the offices of Hot Rod Magazine at 5959 Hollywood Boulevard in Hollywood, California. Am I going into too much detail here?
You said it was a sermon.
Giving you the
address?
Preach,
man, preach.
Preach it, preach it. So he started the NHRA in 1951 there. They had their first race in 1953 at Pomona, and Wally's whole thing was, I'm going to get this off the street and I'm going to make it organized. There was another organization going on at the East Coast at the time, ATAA, that was actually wildly successful in sanctioning drag racing, and they were concurrent with the original NHRA, actually bigger than them, and they were doing things like the World Series of Drag Racing at Cordova, where we were just a few days ago. So anyway, my argument is that the whole Hot Rod Magazine history keeps coming back to the question, who has the fastest streetcar in America?
Oh, well, caveat now. Where did the Memphis deal come into play?
So the Memphis thing was from, and by Memphis thing he means 1992, the very first Hot Rod Fastest Streetcar Shootout. I was on the staff of the magazine at the time. I started in 1991. And the guys had been going to some of the races where the really fast streetcars were running. And these are guys who were street racers in Chicago, Atlanta, Detroit, places like that. And eventually they got to the point where they're like, we really want to put this on the track and see who's got the fastest cars. There were events like the Top Gun Shootout in Atlanta, and there was others that were forming together sort of around that time. And Hot Rod staffers, having gone to those events, we were sitting around. I remember this specifically. I can't remember what you said 5 minutes ago, but I remember this from ages ago.
Funny how that works.
Yeah, which is we were sitting in Jeff Smith's office, Jeff Smith being the editor of Hot Rod at the time. And we were myself, Cole Quinnell, Steve Anderson, and Joe, whose name just slipped my mind, Joe Pettit. And I remember Pettit going, "Oh man, yeah, I went to this deal." He was like sort of a great writer, sort of kind of hyper guy. He's like, "I remember going to this deal, and these guys were really fast and everything." And Steve Anderson goes, "Well, yeah, I was at this deal, and these guys were really fast." And I was like, "Well, I was in Detroit, and I drove Rick Dyer's car, and so Lenko on the street, and all this stuff." And they're like, "Oh man, we're gonna do this story. Who's the fastest street car in America?" So, we sit there and talk about there's this guy, and we're all in the argument about it. And as I remember it, I go, "There's only one way to find this out. You know that, right?" And
Line 'em up.
And Jeff Smith was a big Tim Allen fan at the time, and he goes, And so Jeff gets on the phone with Richard Small from Flowmaster and with, I think, Ivar Smiltniks at NMCA at the time. National Muscle Car Association back then was basically a drag racing sanctioning body for bone stock muscle cars. And they put together this first race. Flowmaster sponsored it.
That's right.
NMCA held it. It was at Memphis, and all of a sudden these big 8-second big tire cars and street racers are invading all of these chalk mark correct muscle cars, and they were just like, "What are you guys even doing here?" It was definitely a culture clash at that whole thing. But after that very first race, I mean, we knew that we had touched a nerve, and it's not like we were the very first ones to do it, but we had the voice to amplify it to everybody. And then, boom, it just came, here's another one, here's another one. The company eventually bought the NMCA. And once again, it got way out of control. Tony Christian era, Bob Rieger era. Remember, that's when we were running.
Rieger, you had Pat, you had Tony.
Musey?
Yes, indeed, man. It was crazy back then.
It totally was. But then everyone was going, those aren't real street cars anymore. And that's been the problem the whole time. My whole career is the answer, well, those aren't really street cars, which is why I then came up with pump gas drags, which was meet at comp cams, put 93 octane fuel in the thing, drive it to the racetrack, hot lap it 3 times, and whoever has the best average wins. And then that sort of became irrelevant when we came up with Drag Week, where we're standing right now, where the premise was, you know what, if you can actually drive your garbage 1,000 miles, who is anybody else to say that it's not a street car?
No one.
Yeah, unless, Tom Bailey stands up here and is like, yeah, we rebuilt the engine 3 times, and we welded the header back together a couple times, and we changed our fuel injectors, and we did all this kind of stuff.
You're good.
Yeah, and so that is the long and drawn-out version of the entire story of how Hot Rod went from street racers in Los Angeles into a respectable magazine, Wally Parks founding NHRA, doing everything he could to get the racers off the street, and then Hot Rod following along with, well, for example, let's go back into history again. At the very first track, Santa Ana, CJ Pappy Hart, they were not NHRA sanctioned, but they were there, and they knew that kids wanted to race. Surprisingly, at the earliest days of drag racing, there was already rails, like dragsters. Stuff with no body on it whatsoever. There was a car called the Bug that we saw in Sick Week. It was in the Don Garlis Museum there, actually a reproduction of it, where it's nothing but an engine, frame rails, and a seat.
It's a pipe job.
That's it. But then it's a rail job. That's where that term came from. And then kids wanted to be able to race their mom's car, so they created a class called Stock. NHRA created a class called Stock from the very, very beginning, and that was who's got the fastest street car. Then people started hopping them up, and that became Gasser. There was a time Gasser, say 1962, the gas class cars were required to have street equipment, lights, horn, registration. You'll see them, they have license plates in the earliest days.
So early drag week cars.
And that was answering the question, who has the fastest street car in America? And so it goes.
Yeah. If you look down, though, taking a transition now, the track, most of the machinery is off, i.e. the rotator, so they'll probably go over it with the rotator in a little bit, but you have racers down there checking out the drag strip. I think that's Alex down there. I believe that's Alex Taylor on the line. And
KJ, that's like a 5-year-old girl.
No, that's Alex. Iski. Alex, is that you? Wave your arm. No, not that one.
I know, I'm kidding.
But you got people checking the track out, and you know what we need is a track whisperer, like John Force's guy. You ever see him get down and kind of checks out the rubber and the traction and the torque, how much torque the track pulls and everything?
Yep, they do that. I think, Kurt Johnson, don't you?
Yes.
Track specialist now working for Tony Stewart Racing.
Really?
Yep.
Really?
He is Leah and Hagen's track specialist.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, that is Alex and Finnegan standing there, I think.
See.
You are correct.
See. Larry Dixon Jr. here for a few days of drag week. Wasn't that cool?
He's gone today. He had to go do family obligations, which I encourage, but he came up in the booth and chatted with us yesterday.
That's cool.
Dixon,
I saw him.
3-time Top Fuel champion.
I saw him and spoke for a while because he's a Valley guy, San Fernando Valley in Los Angeles County. And I always mess with him. Every time we see each other, I said, you have head up on Glen Oaks anytime.
Yeah.
For life.
Yep.
Head up on Glen Oaks for life, Larry. For life.
It's funny, when we were talking to him yesterday, we're going through the whole Valley deal because we're the same age. We grew up in the same area and all that stuff. I didn't drive for Don Perdome, but aside from that, the similarities are there. And I really wanted to ask him, dude, you ever race on Roxford? You ever do the estates, man?
He would have copped to it.
Probably.
He would have copped to it. He owns Glen Oaks. We call it the Texas Motorplex of the San Fernando Valley.
Glen Oaks was actually
wide and bright.
What we called Peoria, because it was at Glen Oaks and Peoria next to that strip mining place,
Strip mining
right?
and junkyards.
Yeah, and junkyards.
Yes, sir.
It was by Pick Your Parts Sun Valley.
Yes, sir.
Man, back in the day, you could go in there and it's like, man, I really need a duster. I need a 340. Let
There
me
it
just
is.
go over there and get a 4. I could use a 455 olds. Let me just wander
There
in and
it is.
grab one.
Yep.
Wild days. People cannot understand, You're a little older than me, but you sort of live the
Thank
same
you.
life in the junkyards and stuff. Oh, but you look half my age, trust me. I think your body's probably half my age.
back's
I'm
doing
dying
better than
here.
yours.
Oh, good. No, yeah, that's true. But yeah, man, I realize that I'm old in the way that I know that right now, I think a 20-year-old views me as understanding all this muscle car stuff the same way that when I was 20, I looked at the guys who were building
Exactly.
Model A hot rods and they understood flatheads and all that other kind of stuff.
They were savants
Yeah.
of it, and our good friend. I'm kind of looking at all of this that you've created here as far as your data, and I just keep Steve Magnante.
Yeah. KJ, as you know,
Your presentation
the
isn't like
64
that.
GTO, Jim Wangers.
But your data is there, man. And that's what counts, man.
I should actually take a photo of my desk here. It's like pretty crazy. I sit down every night and crunch all these numbers. And the cadence that really works with me and Loans is he stands there and criticizes me in hilarious ways. And while he's doing that, he throws in a little bit of track information once in a while. And I'm sitting there looking at the data trying to throw out that this guy's running for a record. This guy's a class leader and everything. And it's a lot of fun.
Welcome to Roadkill Nights.
Roadkill Nights, you and Steve Magnante on the
Yes.
live feed for Dodge.
Yes, for Dodge, powered by Dodge. One of the, again, I'm blessed, really, really fortunate to be a part of a lot of really cool things. And for anyone who hasn't been to Roadkill Nights on Woodward Avenue, powered by Dodge, MotorTrend presents it. Got to get all that. I feel like a NASCAR, driver
no,
when you have to
it's
say all
brutal.
that stuff. But anyway, try to make your way out to Detroit. Second or third weekend of August. It kind of blurs together as far as my travel schedule, but it really is one of the coolest races you're ever going to see, especially if you can think about the history of Woodward Avenue in Detroit and know that the factory made them 2 miles up the road, let's just say, and engineers used to come down to certain areas of Woodward Avenue and test the cars in competitive fashion. So it was cool to have MotorTrend put together something like that and have people be able to just relive that on Woodward.
Remember I told you how the whole thing comes down to who has the fastest street car in America?
That's it.
That was it. Ready for my next sermon. This is a pretty good one.
Yes.
You can't handle it?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Can't handle it.
Let's go. Are they ready? Are
He's
you
calling
ready?
me boring.
No,
It's a
I'm not.
rain delay.
I wouldn't do that to you.
Yeah, yesterday Loans was criticizing me for all these little facts and information, and then he's breaking out stuff. Did you know that the Plymouth brand was actually named for a ball of twine? I'm like, dude.
Everybody reaches every once
just
in a while.
as
Even the
worse.
great Brian Loans.
So here's my theory about the invention of the muscle car. In 1959, Wally Parks brought the NHRA Nationals to Detroit Dragway. And he talked all the OE guys into coming out there to see what was going on. He talked them into giving away some prizes like complete engines. And this was a time when there was more than one brand involved. Remember that at Roadkill Nights, it's Dodge. So you're not going to bring in a Chevy guy for a prize. Back then it was like, hey, Ford, do you want to give away an engine? Sure. How about you over here, Chrysler? Sure. So he brings all of the engineers and all the big wigs out. And I think he did this absolutely on purpose so that the big three could stand there at the NHRA Nationals and look there and go, why did that Chrysler just beat my Ford?
Yeah, go rattle some heads.
How
after
did
the
that just
race.
happen? Why are all these dragsters running
Yeah,
Hemis?
Yeah.
And I
Ford
think
and Ferrari.
it rattles heads, and I think that those guys went home, and the math adds up. 1959, they were sitting around going, And remember, this is around the time when Zora Arkus Duntov had broke the news to Chevrolet in circa 1954-ish. He was like, the whole hot rodding world is about Ford. You guys are chumps. You need to get involved in this. And so all of the performance was coming together. In the 50s, there was already like tri-power packages, and people were upping the horsepower. But then, I think, standing there at the NHRA Nationals, Detroit Dragway, they're all there. They go back home and they go, guess what? We need to beat those guys. And I think that's how they started looking at the cars they were developing, like the midsize Pontiac Tempest, and said, we need to make this the GTO.
Gran Turismo Omologato.
And earlier than that, you've got the Mopars out with the Max wedges, and you got the lightweight Fords and all of that stuff, and I think that's exactly where it came from.
Cool times, and that's, you know, okay, you already said that I'm old, David, thank you, but that's the era that I came up in as your 60s muscle cars into the 70s muscle cars. So, and me becoming a car guy, that's what I identified with as a young kid. So to you know, see that type of stuff still happening in earnest, small block Chevy, small block. David called me a Ford guy, and theoretically I am, but you know, I like all of it. I really you know, like all of it.
I've stepped away from KJ for just a minute, partially because everybody on the live feed is going, don't they give you guys anything to sit on? I am sitting down right now. Although, you know, that's a thing. As long as I'm killing time, I can talk about all this stuff. I always, when I'm announcing, stand up because there's more energy there.
I think Brian said that standing up helps your enunciation as well. There's a pro tip in that.
It doesn't help me.
Okay.
But it is. It's almost, he always talks about breath control.
Correct.
And it helps, and it's just like being a singer. You can speak more if you're, you know, bringing it up from the diaphragm, especially when you're loans. Bringing on the full-on voice about talking about, you know, all that other kind of stuff.
Did you talk about his tutorial? Did you plug his tutorial? DRAG?
I did.
Okay.
Many times.
Okay.
I advised people while you were standing right
student.
here that you were
students.
actually there. See, I just pulled a loans on you, which is to tell you that we've already had the conversation that you just asked about.
Just one. You get one.
He did that
you
to me
got
38
one loans.
times this weekend. Yeah, that was the loans. If anybody's got more questions, I'm happy to address them from people who are here on the live feed. Let me check my phone text and see if there's anybody telling me what's going on.
The live feed was rolling along. I mean, we probably missed quite a few questions and stuff. Good questions.
Wes Allenson is telling me he's been at all but one drag week. Remember, I was praising him for his photography and for documenting this whole thing, and I was like, I don't think he's been to every one. He's been to all but one. The only people who've been to both are Michelle Turzin and Tanya Turk.
Wes, the year you weren't there, the photo sucked, okay?
Boom! Here's KJ saying, hey, do you need help talking? This is miserable, not too versed on everything happening, but we can talk about stuff. Long walk, but I'll come through.
That's when it was raining. I was going to slog through the rain to come here and talk with you.
Yep. Not going to mention this or that or the other. Okay. Now let's go to questions that are on the live feed. Edgar wants to say hi to you, Cage.
What's up, Edgar?
Gerald McDorman from Australia. Big Al Turner, responsible for the Mercury Lincoln Funny Car program, was sent to Australia in '67 and created a Ford drag racing program here with Larry Big O Ormsby. All right, I am going to say that I thought Fran Hernandez was the guy who sort of created the first flip-top funny car, mainstreamed it anyway, when he was the racing director for Mercury back in the day. Fran Hernandez, bringing it full circle, is the kid with the 32 coupe who won that very first organized drag race in Goleta. Mexican kid from L.A., works his way all the way up to the top of Ford Motor Company, and he's running the racing division. He was involved in all the stuff, NASCAR and everything. But he's the guy who created the first flip-top funny car comets, Christman's Comet, the gate job, and those things.
And that's recognized as the first funny car?
When nothing is recognized as the first funny car, that's a sermon I won't even get into for you because there's so many different opinions on it, from the altered wheelbase cars through the match bash cars. There was an era when they were stretching out steel-bodied cars and making them flip-top. But finally, what I say is that Hernandez mainstreamed the fiberglass removable body over a shortened dragster chassis, and he did that for Mercury for those guys that I mentioned. You know, Chrisman, Nicholson, and Pete Gates.
There's a guy here. Let's think about Long Beach Swap Meet for a second. Chris, I believe his last name is Ramirez. he approached me about something you might be interested in or can help him with history. He has aluminum 427 stuff that, in a sense, per the rundown that he showed me, is incredibly good stuff. Enderley injection stuff. It's sick.
Yeah.
And he wants to possibly sell that to get a Hemi, basically a late model Hemi, and build something for Drag Week. Identifying and really helping him understand what he has to possibly take it to something like the swap meet, where we both know it might not sell based on price immediately, but you have that type of clientele coming through that might want something like that and have the bag to buy it, because I'm sure that's a pretty big amount of stacks to get stuff like that. So I'm going to try to pair you two up, actually, because just to look at his list, or maybe I'll have him text it to me, I'll text it to you.
The only thing I'll be able to do with that likely is look at it and go, I know the guy who knows
exactly.
the guy. Yeah, it's
but
not
he's looking for the guy.
I'm not going to look at it and go, oh, that's what this is worth, and that's what this part number is, and this goes in a chalk mark correct, whatever. But I'll know the guy who can say that, and he probably wears funny Ray-Ban glasses. But yeah, I'm sure we can get that
That would
sold.
be cool.
Yep. People on the live feed asking if Finnegan has run yet. No, he hasn't, although he came up here in the tower and assured us that the car was ready to run. The problem with that is that he's going to be running exhibition, and I don't think they're going to let him go and risk an oil down until almost everything else has been down track. Let's run through the program again about how this is going to work. Keith Turk, race director, has given me this rundown. A and B cars will be in lane 7, and the cars that have not yet run will go down and get one opportunity. The cars that have already run at this point have had their opportunity. Next, he's going to try and get the whole C group through with one pass each, and then D with one pass each. Now, if it's a dry track after that, we'll try and go to an all run and get some second passes out of people, but we'll also have to judge the time and look at the Gear Vendors Awards ceremony timing and figure out how to get everybody out of here. So this is a fluid situation, KJ.
Literally a fluid situation.
It's a fluid situation, but that's what we're going to be trying to do. So Finnegan, I'm guessing, is going to end up last in all of that, because our big problem is taking an exhibition car, risking oiling the track, and then nobody else gets their pass in. People asking about Drag Week tracks for 2023. That is not secured. We will not be announcing it. However, our events department is already working on it. We want to once again thank everybody in the events department for making this happen. As Tom Bailey came up here earlier, and he realized that when he was trying to do his own Drag and Drive event, which became Sick Week, and I remember he texted me, he goes, could you send me the PDF of the rules? And that's how he started this whole thing. I got a few tracks together. I think we can make this happen today. And also when we're at Sick Week, he goes, I got to give your events people credit. This is a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah, a lot of planning, and definitely KB, of course, who leads the group, but Adam and Betsy and all of the people that are in events, they hustle hard. I mean, I can tell you firsthand, being in the office and seeing all the things that they have to do for all of the events, not just Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, but Power Tour, the truck events, anything, the Monterey stuff, anything that MotorTrend does events-wise, it's done by a very, very small group. And they are nonstop on the go. SEMA, PRI. I mean, literally anything the company's involved with from an event level, a small group handles it. And I'm sure everyone here will agree, everyone watching on the live feed will agree that their execution is pretty much flawless with this stuff.
The other people we have to thank, of course, is the whole team of near volunteers that are put together by Keith and Tanya to run all of the staging lanes, the registration day, signing people up, monitoring impound. A lot of that happens. I'm going to say he's got about a dozen people making that happen, as well as, of course, Tanya and Tara and Debbie running the time slip booth. Not the time slip booth, where the place where you
the administrative office, yes.
Yeah. So we appreciate all those folks, as well as look how hard the track workers are working. Easy for me to say it's day 4, KJ. I don't want to hear
got it.
Here is a racer in need. This is funny. Oh, Rovic, who has got the Olds 442. It's the yellow Olds 442 with the black top.
Oh, yeah, the one you and Brian like.
Yeah, we've really liked that thing. We've talked to the guy. He's a tall guy, huge beard. If you want to find that 67 442 in Rovic, I love this racer in need. He needs somebody to go to the tire shop 10 minutes away to grab him a set of 225 75 15s because he did too many burnouts. And he needs it to happen within the hour. He's in the staging lanes.
That is awesome.
Hilarious.
Awesome racer in need, shout out. And you know what? There might be someone out here who goes down to that tire shop, gets the tires, and just says, here, dude.
Yeah, probably.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, so he needs somebody to run for him. It's like, talk about drag week problems. I did too many burnouts.
That's awesome.
Oh, okay. This is a great one for KJ. KJ, as a former editor of 5.0 Mustang Magazine, can you please end the debate? Is it Fox Mustang or Fox Body Mustang?
It is Fox Mustang. And everyone out in the crowd here and on the internet, please understand that Ford did not apply body to the Fox Mustang platform as far as name terminology. As far as the nomenclature of that platform, it is Fox, F-O-X, no body. The internet and enthusiasts, maybe not even associated with internet, Fox Body is what it's become, and I've become somewhat acceptant of it. It really makes me cringe still.
I know.
It really makes me very uptight, as well as Steve Turner, who was my mentor and the guy that brought me into 5.0 Mustang and Super Fords. It's Fox Mustang. He's always correcting people. But it is Fox, not Fox Body, but the world knows it as the Fox Body now.
Is it Fox Zephyr, Fox Fairmont?
That's a good question. I believe that those cars, the subsequent Foxes, are just all Fox. I don't think it is Fox Zephyr, Fairmont, et cetera, et cetera. It's just, this is the Fox chassis around which the cars were built.
Okay. There's your definitive answer
It
as
is
far
definitive.
as KJ's concerned. It is definitive.
It is definitive.
My opinion is absolutely correct
Don't
on this, is
debate
what
me,
he's saying.
okay?
Yeah. I don't want to hear it, Freiberger. Oh, man, there's people on the live feed actually explaining to others what this event is about. Yep. It's a week-long drag race tour from track to track to track. Oh, wow, someone's asking about Dave Ahokas from the very earliest days. He was the first guy, I think, to really shake it up, bringing in that big, like, Jerry Bickle Willys, all stretched out Pro Mod-looking thing with a naturally aspirated, just mountain motor.
Ahokas, wow.
Yep,
Name from the past.
Sure is.
Smashmeyer, name from the past. Oh, Smashmeyer in 07.
Smashmeyer, yeah, Todd. Man, another legend. Let's see, who else? People say that you are grinding this into a fine powder and that it's just a Fox Body, no one cares. Why is it a quarter mile? All right, Brian and I went through this for a long time yesterday. Laser version, I think it came from quarter horses. I also think it came from World War II runways being of a certain length, and they were like, okay, if we run this a quarter mile, there's plenty of room to stop.
Who knows that answer, though?
No one.
Huh.
Yeah, we were talking to Kevin McKenna, senior editor on National Dragster, and both he and I have personally asked the question to Wally Parks when he was still living, and he didn't have an answer. So who else would?
Yeah, exactly.
I've asked Alex Exidius. He's 100 years old. He was there.
Ask Iski.
He's 101 years
Yes.
old. He was there. I haven't asked Iski about it. Yeah, so I don't think anybody really knows.
They said that looks far enough.
People are asking what impound is for. I'm going to have to refresh my memory on this. I think the rules say that if you're top 3 in any class running, I think 850 or quicker, maybe it's slower than that, you're required to be an impound. And the reason for that is that they look at your car, or they watch you. You're only supposed to work on it with the driver and the passenger who's on the trip. If you want to work on it with anybody else, you need to get permission, and the point there is to make sure that you don't have a crew that's coming in every day, and you can't run the car without the crew. And so that's what that's for.
Isn't it or either impound, or is that throughout? No, it's not throughout drag week, but another team member, someone from another team can come into your team and help you.
Yeah, if there's, let's say, the guy who's second right behind you and he wants to help you out with an engine swap or whatever, he can do that. It's only wristbanded drivers and passengers, barring an impromptu situation where they go, yeah, it's okay, let's get some other racers in here and dogpile the car to get it running again. The whole thing is we want people to be able to fix their cars, be able to have a good time, be able to work with other racers, borrow things. What we don't want is somebody who's entered another race car simply because they need to be there to help another guy operate a car.
Like the team
and
thing.
Let's be honest, it happens.
Yeah.
But when it gets absolutely overt, it gets shut down. Hey, KJ, does anybody remember the Mopar, the 67 satellite Hemi car on Woodward that was called Silver Bullet back in the day?
Steve Magnante does.
Jimmy Addison.
Steve Magnante
is going to be the answer
that.
to that question. Yeah, that's the constant topic of conversation when we are at Roadkill Nights that is raced right there on Woodward. This guy says quarter mile comes from 2 red lights that were on a typical USA Main Street. I don't think so. Has Tom Bailey made a pass? Yes, he did. It was a 6-0. I'm thinking 6-0 with a 4. I'm not going to swear to that, but it was a 6-0. This guy's informing you he will never call it Fox Mustang.
Okay.
This guy says it evolved into a quarter mile length as it was easier to see the whole race than a half-mile drag and more exciting than an 1/8 mile. I'm going to say no.
Well, the thing is, now 1/8 mile racing is pretty exciting.
It's huge.
It's incredibly huge, and I mean, when you think about it, just cerebrally think about a car going from point A to point B in half the distance of the quarter mile drag strip in 3 seconds. Hello.
I know.
That is crazy.
No, it is crazy. 1/8 mile is great, and there's a ton of 1/8 mile tracks. I just don't think that that's where it started. Brian disagreed with me. He said there was a bunch of 1/8 mile tracks even from the very beginning.
I might defer to Brian on that one. I don't think that as far as starting well, maybe Origin is a quarter mile, but I don't think 1/8 mile wasn't too long after.
Probably, and I think it had a lot to do with real estate.
Exactly.
Yeah. There was, of course, back in the day, half-mile drag racing. The SCTA did half-mile drag racing at Riverside back in the day, and it was basically a warm-up for the land speed racers who couldn't race at El Mirage during the winter, so they let them come run half a mile to sort of test and tune their cars during the winter at Riverside, because winter in SoCal means you wear a sweatshirt in the morning and that's
Hoodie
it.
weather.
Yeah. And so they did half-mile drags there. They did kilo drags.
Half-mile drags separated similarly as a quarter-mile drag strip, or would they have to be wider apart just based on speed being that much more and the potential for...
It was like 1964 or 65. They didn't care. They ran that junk side by side for half a mile. They didn't care. Look at the cars back then. They didn't have roll bars that covered the guy's head.
I get it, but, you know, I'm always thinking safety, Dave.
I know you are.
Got some track walking going down out there, inspecting the racing surface. Hopefully it comes around and comes in. That's the big thing. I mean, when we started today, track was good, and of course, we've talked about it ad nauseum now, but the air and the weather was perfect.
It really was. People were knocking down personal bests right and left. Here's another guy who says it's the length of 2 city blocks. Not just one, 2. Lots of theories. This guy says it's just because it seemed good.
Simple math. I like that.
Okay, here's a guy with the same belief that I had a few years ago, which is EVs can't handle drag week. They need to recharge all the time. They're not going to make it. The first time I saw a Tesla at drag week was maybe 19, maybe 18. And I thought the same thing, that they would make one pass and be done. This guy was hot lapping it. Like 10-10, 10-10, 10-10, over and over and over again. Of course, he was also charging it with a diesel generator that was dragging on a trailer.
It'd be interesting, though, to have that data on how much juice, if you will, is being used in the quarter-mile trips. So full battery or full charge, how many laps can be made before, you know, there's really some consumption of battery?
Yep. Let's not start my EV rant. That's
no. I was trying to stay away from that.
I know. Yeah, I want to stay away
I
from
was
that.
like, how about that? How about that Tesla? But no, we're not going to go there.
KJ, do you remember the two-tone Terror Granada?
Two-tone Terror Granada. I believe that might have been a Muscle Mustangs and Fast Fords vehicle, not a 5.0 vehicle, but I do remember the vehicle. Yes.
This guy says 12 blocks is 1 mile. Seriously? Like, blocks don't vary in length in towns and cities?
I didn't know that it was broken down like that. It's
Not
like
sure
walk
there was
a block, huh?
regulation on that. Best platform to get started in drag and drive. There's a good question about this event specifically. You know, you want to bring something that you love because you're going to spend a fortune on it and you're going to have to work on it all the time. You're also going to want to bring something, I would suggest, that has common parts that can be replaced easily and stuff that you can get at parts stores. The more you out-trick yourself with all sorts of exotic stuff, especially on your first race, the more you're going to have difficulty replacing that stuff.
That's true, but as years go on, that's becoming a little tougher for the older iron because they're not stocking parts for those things, and you know the newer cars are coming into the shelves now.
You're completely correct about that. Doing Roadkill and Roadkill Garage as I do, I'm constantly stunned that you cannot buy a functional set of ignition points.
Yep.
You can buy them.
You gotta wait.
And they look a lot like ignition points, but they just aren't.
They're not.
Yeah, they just don't work. So I've had voltage regulators fail straight out of the box, alternators. I mean, you're right. It's harder and harder to get parts off the shelf at local stores from older cars. So what would you actually pick then? A Fox body Mustang? Is that what you do?
No, honestly, staying in the Mustang space, you know, S550, you can't go wrong.
Yeah.
You hang 2 turbos on it, you get the transmission done, torque converter, it's done. It's good to go. Running 8s.
Yeah, what happens when you, like...
It doesn't happen.
Stretch a timing chain?
It doesn't... well, you can put the timing chain on it. You can put the oil pump on it. I forgot about those 2 items.
Right.
It's done.
Done. Got it. People just asking in general, Drag and Drive seems to have sparked a lot of new interest in drag racing. What are your thoughts on the growing trend? It's great. A lot of people have asked me, don't you hate Tom Bailey? He took your idea. He took all your people. I'm like, well, I don't speak for MotorTrend. They might not be thrilled with it, but in my case, it's like that's what business is. I mean, if Edelbrock was making manifolds in 1936 and Thixton didn't start doing the same thing and Phil Wyand and everybody else, we wouldn't have an aftermarket.
That's true.
Yep.
That's absolutely true. And you did, per Tom's request, fork over the rules.
Maybe I
Shared
made him download it instead of actually delivering it to him if you want to be... No, actually, I'll tell you what happened. I'm like, well, you can download the PDF off the website. And he's like, could I just go ahead and get the Word document so it's a little more editable? Like, thanks, Tom. Actually, one of the points Brian made is that the rules for these things initially were way apart. Like when people started knocking off the event, they're like, I'm going to make my own rules. My sanctioning body is going to be racers for racers. I'm going to do it differently. And now all of the stuff sort of morphing in the same direction. And the newest thing is the new rule here at Drag Week is you can have any trailer you want towing behind your race car as long as it's a single axle. And it used to be like this complicated procedure of X by Y and all this stuff. And before that, it was a rule if it can only be this long. And then people are arguing like, well, is that from the drawbar to the end? And this part is the end, but it's not carrying cargo.
Right.
And it's just like, oi, give me a break.
Yeah.
And so we went to just, you know what, single axle, go ahead, do whatever you want. And Rocky Mountain Race Week just adopted that, I guess, yesterday.
And with that, look at the guy that came with the single axle, but it's a camper. He's got it's the big green one. It's like pretty ingenious, you know?
But there's no limit to what drag racers can yell at you about.
Oh, no.
And the new one is, I can't believe you did a single axle trailer. Those are always going to jackknife. This is a safety hazard. It's like, all right, you're right. We see a lot of jackknifes. We see them every year. That's like 2 cars out of 337. Let's see.
The have-nots, David.
You know what? People are starting to buy Hemi Gremmy T-shirts after that entire debacle with Finnegan and the blasphemy. It's like, it's profiting me. That's the thing. All of a sudden, people are buying Hemi Gremmy shirts.
I have a question for you with that being stated.
Huh.
How do you think a Nah Dude shirt would do?
Nah Dude?
Nah Dude.
Do you think it's that widespread?
I don't know.
Yeah?
I don't know. I'm asking for your professional advice.
You never know until you try.
Yeah,
Would it be NAH, dude?
I was thinking kind of like a hashtag, just one word, Nah Dude.
Nah Dude? Is it NAH?
NA. You can add all the A's you want to.
You
you can put as many A's as will fit.
Yeah, because it could also be
Nah Dude.
You can add the U's and the H.
Nah,
Depends on the circumstance.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is because KJ's our official naysayer. Like, he'll come out and look at a Roadkill car and go, nah, dude. How about the swap meet, nah, dude? How does that go?
Nah, dude. That's direct. Nah, dude.
No, here.
Keep it moving.
KJ, how much do you want for this alternator?
Take $300 for that alternator.
Take 25?
Nah, dude.
Keith Dirk, what's going on? Buddy. He's coming back. You want to hand him that mic, Cage?
Thank you, bud. There's the rules right there. In the event of finals are rained out, and we are done. It's raining out there on the. It's raining out there on the track as we speak. They've dried it the best they can. We've got a big cell coming. It's not here yet. We've got about maybe 45 minutes to an hour before we have that.
So you're officially calling the event.
The event is called as of right now. We will use yesterday's results will be the results, period.
For every single class.
Yep. Every single class. Even though we got the competition eliminators started, the reality
Street
is
Machine Eliminator.
Street Machine Eliminator started. We didn't get them through. We didn't get all the A's and B's through. So yesterday. So that's the story.
We're officially calling it even Street Machine Eliminator will be top 3 based upon ET, correct?
Correct.
Will we have a Gear Vendors Awards party?
Yes. As a matter of fact, the awards party right now, as it's looking, we're going to go underneath the grandstands over on the right-hand side behind the pits, the ones that's closest to the entry road, the big, huge grandstands there. I don't know what I'm doing, but it's... Anyway, so it'll be right there on the right-hand side there as you see the Coors beer bottle. Yep, underneath
under
that
the circle track grandstands.
Yes, under the circle track grandstands, the ones far all the way up. They're the only ones with a good roof.
Okay.
So we're going to be over there, let's say 4:15.
Well, that's it, the official word. eBay Motors Powers Hot Rod Drag Week 22, presented by Gear Vendors, has officially come to a conclusion thanks to weather.
That's sad, man.
That is the end. All right. Drag Racer TV, thank you very much for sticking with us throughout this entire thing. And that has been a close. It's been a whole lot of fun. It's now over. KJ, thank you for helping me vamp through several hours of rain.
Always a pleasure to be with you. It's unfortunate that we're in this rain situation. It really does suck, but it is what it is as well.
So stay tuned to hotrod.com. You can get all of the event coverage, a bunch of videos, and you can also download the results. You also want to see Hot Rod's social media. Once again, we got to thank eBay Motors and Gear Vendors, the really high-end supporting sponsors of all of this. We've also got Summit, Mickey Thompson Tires, Molly, Holly NOS. Let me actually check the list.
Read the list.
Yeah, there's way more than that. I don't want to miss everybody. We got Amsoil, we got Molly, we got Holly NOS, Mickey Thompson Tires, Mothers, which helped us out with the live feed, Summit Racing, and of course, VP Racing Fuel.
Yep.
Thank you very much to every single one of you racers out there. This would never happen without you. You make this event what it is. Once again, we've gone through all of the thanks to the We've gone through all the thanks of all the volunteers, all the track workers, Drag Racer TV, the event people. It looks like I've got one more note standing here off to the side. And I guess that's a wrap, KJ.
That's a wrap, David. Thank you for having me. Thanks to everybody out here who's been part of this. And definitely thanks to people that have come up to me, recognized me from the shows and all that kind of thing and said, like what I do, whatever. This has been awesome. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you, and we'll try it again next year, man.
Absolutely, as will everybody on site. That is a wrap on Drag Week 2022.